that his hand slips around my inner thigh almost undetected. He parts my legs, shifts me deeper into his lap, strokes me lightly just outside my underwear. I can't hold in a needy whimper. His knuckles moving under the fabric of my skirt are unspeakably dirty, and the second he finds me wet, his tongue clicks like I'm exactly what he expected, and also,
fucking out of this world.
He rumbles against my throat. His middle finger begins rubbing, and I let out a grateful, pleading exhale. Oh, thank God he's not making me wait, I tell myself. 13 minutes later, I'm still on the edge, and the clock on the monitor laughs at me. It starts when Lucas pulls down my top none too gently and tells me,
Your tits are spectacular. Has anyone told you?
Something pleased and proud grows inside me. I shake my head.
What about your idiot ex?
He asks with a frown. He wasn't an idiot. I want to protest, but there's a time and a place to defend a guy who's in love with someone else. I shake my head again. Lucas is bewildered, angry.
I can't wrap my head around it, Scarlett.
He says, touching my nipple and my clit at the same time. Both grazes, both promising more.
He had a treasure and he just...
He sounds like he'd like to take it out on someone, but it doesn't occur to me who that someone will be until his lips curve.
I despise him. I should just be grateful, though. If he wasn't a world-class asshole, I wouldn't be able to do this.
He pinches one of my nipples so hard, I forget how to breathe. Then his finger circles around my clit until I can get the stimulation I need, and...
You love it, don't you?
He twists my nipple, and I come for the first time. He bites the side of my breasts, and the second. The third happens a little later when he starts sucking on my puffy, achy peaks, his middle finger knuckle deep inside my cunt. After that, it doesn't matter anymore, and not much is required of me. If I wriggle in his arms, if my ass rubs against his erection, he'll still me with his teeth and a stern word, his hand heavy against my belly. All I need to do is take the pleasure, do as I'm told, listen to the way he whispers soft commands into my ear, like, just one more, and you can do it, and fragments of sentences that include words like perfect, and just for me, and beautiful tears. He kisses the corners of my eyes, licking away this delicious pain he is giving. I've never felt so hollow. Please, I beg. I'm a mess of quivers and aftershocks trying to burrow into him. His arms and voice are the only things holding me together.
Not yet,
He says, kind and firm and everything I've ever craved. I just didn't know that someone's voice could be at once tender and cruel-edged.
You can take some more, my good girl.
He's never wrong, not once. And after a while, I'm sure that he knows my body better than I do, and what he doesn't know, he'll teach himself. This time, when he lays me on his bed, he takes off all my clothes. He's patient with them, patient with how boneless and lazy I am, sprawled, looking up with an awestruck smile, too orgasmed out to help. He folds my skirt, and my top, and even my bra, but tosses my panties somewhere to the back of the room. And it's so un-Lucas of him, I cannot help the giggle bubbling out of me. That's littering and theft. He takes off his t-shirt, his pants.
In Sweden, you'd be arrested and sentenced to hard time for it.
He lowers himself on top of me, a blanket of heat and flesh, and adds into the soft skin behind my ear.
For littering, I mean.
I didn't expect to laugh with him. Sex was fun and carefree with Josh, but I always assumed it to be a byproduct of being in love with one's partner. And yet here I am, giggling my amusement into the throat of a man who, for all I know, might still be in love with another woman. He breathes me in, tells me how good I feel under him. Soft, pretty, a ridiculous word that has me arching closer.
I should stretch you out with my fingers before,
he says, the rumble of his chest vibrating against my breast.
how I usually do it. Barest courtesy, but with you, I'm not going to. I'm going to make you take me without.
I shiver, let him spread me out, and gasp at the shock of it. Diving and flexibility go hand in hand, but I feel it in my muscles, the way he pins each of my thighs to the sides, palms hooking under my knees. The strain of forcing my hips to stay that wide open for him.
So obedient,
he tells me, pleased, and I smile, the pleasure of his praise warming me from deep within. He dips his fingers in the absolute mess between my legs, letting out a breath that's followed by a foreign melodic word, and uses it to slick himself. I consider reaching out, being a more active participant, but with Lucas, the rules under which I've operated most of my life don't hold true. I lie back, watch him watch me, feel the heavy weight of his cock on my pubic bone as he uses the palm of his hand to press the underside of it into my abdomen. My cunt. I'm light. I'm eager. I'm ready because he said so. Malleable. Floating. I once read somewhere that power exchange sex is a farce. Scenes and plays. Scripted shit. Acting. To me, though, this buoyant feeling of soaring is the definition of honesty. Knowing that he's in charge, my wrists pinned above my head by his hand, I can be simple, artless, my true self, away from blame and judgment.
Look at you.
Lucas presses a sliding kiss into my lower lip, adjusts himself with a hand between our bodies.
A fucking dream.
His hips push, and after a few tries, the round head of his cock slips inside me. He lets out a hot gasp somewhere around my cheekbone. My breath hitches as I tip back my neck. He's inside a couple of inches, but there's nowhere else to go.
Relax,
he orders. I nod, make myself pliant. He thrusts again and advances just a little. The burn of the stretch is terrible. Everything I ever wanted.
Deep breaths, Scarlett.
We make some progress. I struggle. Lucas watches my face for every second of it, drinking in my bitten lips and my choppy breathing and the winces that slip out of me.
Too much?
He asks. I nod, a little desperately. He halts, pulling out a bit. Instant panic spreads through my stomach. I didn't say stop. I didn't ask him to stop. We agreed that he wouldn't.
That's too bad,
he says, his voice at once mean and fond, like he contains every multitude I'll ever need.
Since you'll take what I fucking give you.
He rocks back inside, knocking any sense of self out of me. My entire body tightens around him, around his words, and I think that maybe I'm...
Oh, sweetheart. Already? Just from this?
A few contractions, low-pitched laughter. He manages to get farther in, and there's no space, but he's making it, creating something that wasn't there. Lucas, I exhale.
I know, baby.
His voice is taut, like being that hard and taking it that slow is difficult for him, too. He bends down to kiss me, open-mouthed and dirty.
What did I say, Scarlett? Deep breaths.
I don't think he ever gets all the way in, but he starts thrusting anyway, and I'm not sure what I like best about it. His exhale, loud in my ear, the tinge of hurt that makes the pleasure that much sharper, the rhythm, unhurried but purposeful. I want to touch him, bury my nails in his shoulders, but he's holding my wrists above my head, and all I can do is feel him move inside me. Feet limply bouncing with every thrust, blindly biting into his jaw as I feel a surge of heat low in my belly. I come once like that, slow contractions that are so good they almost hurt. If this was normal, I'd assume that this would be it. Faster thrusts, a choked grunt, Lucas's orgasm, the end. But he likes to dictate when things start and when they end. He kisses, then licks the tears spilling out of my eye, tells me how tight and good my cunt feels to him. He throbs inside me but doesn't yet come. Instead, he tells me,
"A little more. You have to take a little more, okay?"
And then he's impossibly deeper, and I'm arching my chest and coming again so hard that on the tail end of it I hear music in my head. Voices, bells, except they're not in my head.
Abysmal timing.
Lucas groans before closing his teeth around my collarbone.
Coming home while I'm having the best fuck of my life.
His roommates, they're back from the party. Are we going to stop? God, no! I want to whine. I do whine.
Can you be quiet?
He wouldn't believe a lie, so I shake my head. His smile twitches.
We're gonna have to train you to come a bit more silently, Scarlett. In the meantime...
His hand wraps around my mouth like last time, and my brain swims. Yes, yes. Is it sick that I like it this much, knowing he controls my ability to breathe and scream?
I'm going to fuck you for real now, okay? All the way?
I nod, my eyes a supplicating yes. And that's when I realize how little it would have taken him to just shove in through my muscles from the very start. He lets out a hiss of pure, undiluted pleasure, so deep my legs tremble. I feel invaded beyond comprehension and wish I could tell him the truth, that this is something I've wanted since before I could put my desires into words.
I knew you could do it.
He growls in my ear, and that's enough for me to come again. His praise and his fingers wrapped around my cheeks, and the sound of him bottoming out, hips slapping against mine. Lucas, I try to say against his palm, but I'm lightheaded, and I cannot think about anything but him. Him. One thrust forward, and his muscles tense aggressively, like he's fighting his own orgasm. But he freezes. His face twists. When he comes, he lets go of my wrists and scoops me up, holds me even closer, and none of the rough things he chants in my ear are in English, except for my name. It takes centuries for my heart to go back to normal. Hassan and Kyle talk as they make their way upstairs, doors opening and shutting, a hushed phone call, running water mark the passage of time. I burrow under Lucas, his arms that won't unwrap, my cooling sweat and labored breath mirrored in him, blood that beats steadily against mine. I could fall asleep. I could stay here forever. When he finally rises on his palms, he looks like I feel. Wobbly, shell-shocked, a little humbled. We look at each other with the vague surprise of two people who have had sex before. Good sex. And yet...
Okay?
He asks me, deep, raspy. I should say something witty. That's my line, because he looks undone. But what feels natural is reaching up, cupping his face, lingering until he turns his head to press a hot kiss against my palm. It hurts a little when he pulls out. Lucas notices in the frown of my brows, the twist of my face, but this time he soothes me, checks my wrists for bruises, runs his mouth along them.
Relax.
He folds over to kiss my abdomen, once, sweet. One of his hands finds mine, palm to palm.
Deep breaths.
There is a bathroom attached to his room. I lie on the bed while he disappears inside. The faucet runs, and he comes back with a washcloth that he wipes across my cheeks. They feel ravaged, sticky with tears, and the warmth is a balm. He spreads my legs gently, but I wince anyway. He comforts me with a hushed foreign word, but what he finds there has him breathing deeper and putting the washcloth aside, mostly unused. He stares and stares, and I try to imagine what he's seeing. When he's looked his fill, he closes my legs together again as if to trap it there.
Will you spend the night?
A hoarse rumble, a request this time. How easy it is to transition from the animals we can be into the frequency of civilization, from hierarchy to equals. I would like to, yes. He almost smiles. I almost do too. It's so easy slipping under the duvet, burying my face into his neck, savoring his sigh of relief as I settle in his arms. He surrounds me, contains me, presses me into himself like he needs to hold me as much as I need to be held. I should pee. Bathroom's right there. It's just so warm here with Lucas, and there's so little peer-reviewed evidence supporting a link between peeing after sex and UTIs. There should be more studies investigating the matter. I could do a study. And a few minutes later, in the middle of plotting it, I fall asleep. Chapter 36. Something wakes me up. Not sure what, but it must be outside my own head, because the second I open my eyes, I feel Lucas stir behind me, and the slow glide of his warm body against mine under the covers. I'm tucked into him, his heavy body wrapped around mine like I'm a pillow or a beloved stuffed animal, something for him to use, a means to a better rest. One of his legs is thrown over both of mine, and his chest is hot against my spine, pressing the right half of me into the mattress. Even in sleep, his arm is clenched around my waist, making deep breaths impossible. I can't recall ever being this close to anyone. Objectively, I am uncomfortable, overheated, and held within an inch of my life. I love it. So much so that my first coherent thought is for Pen. When, how, why was she okay with giving Lucas up? Lucas, who's slowly coming awake. He kisses the curve of my neck, ticklish against my tender skin. Beard burns, I think. He left those behind last night, and I'm going to have to do something about that before anyone sees me in a swimsuit. But that's not until 24 hours from now.
You always smell so good.
It's a low murmur that purrs through his chest, directly into my bones. He inhales deeply, doesn't loosen his grip. The opposite, really. I smell like you. I'm boneless, lazy, as though coming out from centuries of hibernation. And the stuff we did.
Exactly my point.
Another soft nuzzle. His arms tighten around my torso, crossed, pulling me deeper even though there's no air left to fill.
Do you always thrash around in your sleep?
I thrash around? I feel his nod against my nape, followed by a light kiss, followed by a scrape of teeth, followed by a mumbled,
Had to restrain you.
I had no idea. Josh never mentioned it. It does explain the state of my bed every morning, though. I attempt to turn. Lucas won't allow it, but I feel how hard and warm he is against the lower curve of my ass. He doesn't seem impatient about it. Nothing about the way he's holding me broadcasts anything but a hug. But are we going to have sex again? Do I want to have sex with him again? Yes. Undisputedly, yes. Before, though, I should clean up. May I go to the restroom? I ask jokingly. He pretends to think it through.
If you must,
He says, a low put-upon rumble that has me laughing, and him kissing my cheek again, and then, after a too lingering moment, letting go. I sit up on the edge of the bed, facing away from him, and ouch! I twist my fists into the sheets because it hurts. There's a sharp ache right behind my belly button and where my thighs meet my abdomen. Muscles work too hard and too long. I hide the flinch in my step and close the door behind me, cheeks burning. The thing is, I'd hate for Lucas to decide to hold back next time. I need him to spare me no quarter and never hesitate. But when I look at my naked body in the mirror, I nearly gasp. I trace the map of what we did last night on my skin like it's a pilgrimage. The red abrasions of his stubble, the bluish bruises on the edge of my left breast, a purple coin blooming on my hip bone, chapped, swollen lips. Wrecked. I look absolutely wrecked. I look like I'm something that belongs to Lucas, something he handled with strength, something used in precisely the way I asked for in that damn list. No more, no less. Brought to the edge and no further. Warm satisfaction blossoms in my stomach. This is it, the feeling I've been chasing. Not just the orgasms and the pleasure, but this sense of compatibility. My needs met by Lucas's. We match, I think. The relief of knowing that the things I want are complementary to someone else's almost overwhelms me. When I collect myself enough to go back, I find Lucas right outside, leaning against the wall. He put on a pair of gray joggers and holds a glass of water in one hand, a gel capsule in the other. I recognize it from decades of muscle soreness. Advil. So much for hiding anything from him. I make no comment and swallow it. He looks at my naked body, at what he's done to me, like I'm some kind of Olympic medal. Hungry, proud, eager. Other things I can't disentangle from the intensity of his focus. His hand lifts to brush against the bruise on the side of my breast. Is this the point where you look contrite and say that you're sorry? I ask neutrally. Truth is, I'm afraid. What if he regrets it? What if I'm too much? He says nothing. His thumb presses into the mark at my waist. A perfect match. Lock and key.
Should I apologize about these two?
I huff a small laugh. You don't sound apologetic.
Because I'm not.
He shrugs, and it hits me like a freight train. How attractive he is. Not because of the muscles and the bone structure, not in general, but to me. Because of who he is and who I am.
You love to be hurt, Scarlett. Just enough pain that you won't even think about not doing what I ask.
He leans down. His skin is rough against my cheek.
I love giving that to you, and I'm going to for as long as you'll let me.
I shiver, not in fear.
Drink all of that.
He orders, and after the glass is drained, he picks me up and sets me on the edge of the bed. I should leave before your roommates wake up. His lips tighten, displeased, but he nods and plucks my top from the floor.
Arms up.
He instructs. I obey, trying to remember the last time someone dressed me. It feels nice. Lucas? He glances at me. Am I doing it right? This whole thing? He knows exactly what I'm asking, but he continues shaking out my skirt. His reply is unrushed.
I don't know if it's right, but this is.
His mouth flattens.
You are exactly what I wanted.
The skirt drops, forgotten.
I think.
He's so rarely hesitant or lost for words, I almost don't recognize his confusion for what it is.
I'd imagined it a lot. Ever since I became aware of sex, before I had a name for it. And I'd hoped that it would feel good, but this. I just didn't know it could be like this.
His jaw works like there are words he wants to say that won't come out. The stuff on the list. My tongue is too thick in my mouth. You can do it. All of it. You don't have to hold back. He looks down at my body, amused.
Does it feel like I'm holding back?
It's gentle but fast, the way he presses me down on the mattress, one wide palm warm against my sternum, hot through the thin cloth of my shirt. I just don't want you to...
Does it?
His fingers stretch my legs open, find bruises I overlooked, press into them like pegs into holes. The pleasure of the pain licks up my spine and quickens my breath.
Am I taking it too easy on you, Scarlett?
Teeth scrape against my jaw.
Am I being too nice?
His bite tightens and... oh my God! The tentative Lucas of a minute ago is gone. I stare up at him and can only say, please.
Please what? Please stop?
I shake my head.
Please make me come?
I bite my lower lip, suddenly embarrassed.
Please fuck me, in your sore little cunt.
The nod erupts out of me, urgent, unplanned. It surprises both of us. He frowns.
Come on, Scarlett, you need a break.
Please. It wars on his face for a split second, the question of what to do, but he trusts me to know what I can take. He takes himself out of his joggers, straddles me, pulls up my shirt and sucks on my tender nipples till I'm squirming from wanting more and less at once. His knees press against the outsides of my thighs, knocking my legs together, and I whimper, about to protest that this is not... I really want him to... Why is he... But then he hushes me, and I feel it. The fat head of his cock bumping against my clit, a forceful push, a hot, burning, immense stretch that makes me tense like a bowstring. And then he's inside, and... yes... The walls of my cunt start fluttering around him. The ache gives the pleasure a cruel, beautiful edge.
Christ, you're tight.
His face buries against my neck.
Like I didn't spend last night fucking you.
He moves slowly, like wading through water, teasing sharp breaths out of me. It hurts. It feels better than good. I can't take it anymore. If he stops, I'll die. It's not enough. Deeper, I plead, because his strokes are too shallow, just a couple of inches filling and then emptying me again. I try to angle myself to get what I need, stilted little rolls up against his cock, but his palms pin mine above my head, fingers twined together, and my thighs are crammed between his, pressed together by his knees. He controls every movement, every glance, every exit route. Lucas, I sob. He ignores me. I try to open my legs, but he's stronger. The display of force only revs me up higher. Deeper, I beg, all the way.
Not this time.
His teeth close around my earlobe, a threat, a mean little warning. I moan.
Quiet. You'll take what you're given and thank me for it. Won't you, baby?
I nod. I'm so close. Because of the things he says, the way he moves, his unyielding hold on me. I'm a wet mess of tears and slick and the tightrope of all my muscles.
You know I'm going to fuck you wherever and however I want.
He says against my ear.
Just be patient. You can be patient, right?
I nod, desperate.
You can be good?
I clench around him, gripping the end of his cock. His response is a half-groaned laugh. He has to collect himself and pull back from the brink.
You're going to come already, aren't you?
God, I hope not. I hope I can make this last. Who knows when the next time will be?
That list, Scarlett?
His mouth slides against mine, messy, uncoordinated, sharing air that feels dangerously thin and hard to come by.
I'm going to do it all to you. All of it. And when I'm done, I'll do it again. And if you don't ask me to stop, I'll do it again.
I come with a soft warble, echoed by the deep rumble of his grunt, and it lasts a long time. Me, trembling against him, the loud rhythm of his breathing, the slow, reverential kisses all over my face and shoulders once he slips out and arranges us more comfortably on the bed. The clock on his nightstand reads 8:37. The light glows yellow through the open shades, and his arms are warm around me. I should leave, I force myself to say. I wait for Lucas to let me go. All he does is dip his face in my neck and inhale me like I'm some kind of drug.
I'll come with. Put some breakfast in you.
Oh, that sounds okay. Nice. I should shower first. He shakes his head before I'm done talking and then pulls back to meet my eyes. His hand cups my nape, holding my head still.
Scarlett, if I want you showered after we fuck, I'll do it myself, okay?
I shiver. It'd be gross, right? I don't know. If it is, I'm not sure that I care. Okay. His smile is small, but it makes my entire chest flutter with happiness. Chapter 37. I wait in the car while he procures food, because I'm not sure I want us to be seen together. Because I'm not presentable. Because he confiscated my damn underwear and it's sequestered somewhere in the kingdom of his bedroom, as accessible to me as the Curiosity Rover. When I ask, "How much do I owe you?" he looks at me like I asked him to join me on a hunt to exterminate the harpy eagle. "I can Venmo you," I add. But he glances away and proceeds to pretend that his auditory cortex leaked out of his nostrils. Whatever. We drive a few minutes out of campus, stop at a small clearing off the road, and sit on the hood of his car to eat, listening to the chirps of the birds. The sun warms my cheeks. Lucas's legs are impossibly long. When he slides off his shoes, I do the same, wiggling my toes, letting the breeze run through them. My mind slips to yesterday's competition, my latest but probably not last failure. But I leash it back, forcing myself to stay in the moment, savor the comfortable silence that's been stretching almost uninterrupted ever since we left his home. I bite into my egg and cheese bagel, moaning like it's being shot up my veins. I haven't eaten anything since well before the meet. After, I just wasn't sure I deserved food. Maybe this is what I need, to be harsher with myself, punish my body and brain for the things it cannot accomplish, train the weakness and the failure out of... No, I'm not thinking about that now. I focus on each bite, the rustling of the trees, Lucas's steady presence. We exchange a few glances, me smiling and him inscrutable. When I finish my breakfast, he picks up his second bagel and holds it out to me. "Oh, no,
Scarlett,"
he says. Just a word, not an order. Still, it contains so much. I know you're still hungry. I'd rather you eat it. Make me happy. Be full. I have no clue how I can read all of it, but when I close my hand around the still-wrapped bagel, he looks so satisfied I know I'm right. I eat 2/3, then hand him the rest. He scans my face, measuring, curious, and then accepts it and finishes in a single bite. I cannot help but marvel how quiet and stoic Lucas can be when he's not bossing me around. How relaxed I feel with him, content to just be silent. How many fewer words we exchange while sharing a meal than while having sex. That last thought coaxes a small laugh out of me.
"What?"
he asks. I shake my head. "So, does this," I gesture between us, "fall under the umbrella of fika?"
"This is breakfast."
"But we're having coffee and a snack." He frowns.
"Still breakfast. Fika is mid-morning."
"Well, it's 9:30 and we usually wake up at 5.
Fika is between meals.
We are between meals. Dinner last night and lunch later today. If you think about it, every meal is between other meals.
This is not Fika.
He says, final, arbitrary. He might be getting mad. I might love it. But why?
Because I say so.
So just because you're Swedish, you get to decide.
Correct.
I hide my smile into my knees. I never get to use the only Swedish word I know. Just because you say so. He snorts a laugh and mutters something under his breath. Something that sounds a lot like troll. Hey, why do you keep calling me a...
I'll teach you another.
Another what?
Swedish word.
I give him an expectant look.
Mysig.
Mysig, I repeat slowly, and he chuckles. What?
You really aren't great at foreign languages, are you?
I glare.
Mysig.
He says again. His smile tells me that my second attempt is no better.
Still sounds a bit like an intestinal parasite.
Hey, I say mildly. If you can't handle me at my xenoglossophobic worst, you sure as hell don't deserve me at my best. What's, that word? He waves his hand at something that encompasses us. The trees, this moment in time.
This is Mysig.
But what does it mean?
I'm sure whatever website taught you Fika will be happy to clarify that for you.
So mean. I steal a long sip of his juice. The link between excellent sex and appetite must have a titanium core. Did Jan get home okay? Lucas nods.
Asks me to send you his regards every time he texts. And he texts a lot.
Oh, did you tell him that we...
He figured it out all by himself.
When? He shrugs.
About 2.5 seconds into seeing the way I look at you, according to him.
Oh. A hot flush hits my face. I'm sorry for coming along. I didn't mean to intrude on your brotherly time. He laughs.
Brotherly time?
Isn't that what you people with siblings call it?
Maybe monks do?
We exchange a long, intimate, two-fold glance.
I'm glad you joined us.
He adds, eventually, quiet in the outdoor morning. My heart, it doesn't skip, but tripping is involved. Yeah?
I like spending time with you.
The beats completely unravel, one after the other. Thanks, I say, instead of what I'm actually thinking. Maybe we could be friends. Aside from the sex, I mean. I don't have many, and you and I, we get along, right? Instead, I opt for the most milquetoast thing I can find. I like hiking. Never get to go.
How come?
No one to do it with. I should go alone, but I shrug. I'm going to ask Pen if she wants to join me sometimes.
She doesn't enjoy it much.
Really?
Something about the bugs. She's more of an indoor rock climber.
I remember her mentioning that. Oh well.
I'll go with you.
I blink at the offer, at his clear blue eyes, at his unsmiling face. Don't you have to win medals or something?
Don't you?
I groan. Do you really have the time?
I make the time to do stuff outside of swimming and school, or I'm going to get burned out. Maybe you should too.
I have hobbies, I counter weakly. Sometimes when I'm done with homework at a decent hour, I read mafia erotica until I fall asleep. Eat crackers in bed. Consider calling 911 just to talk to someone. Okay, I need pastimes that can be brought up in polite company. Let's do it, I say impulsively. Let's go hiking.
Now?
He sounds skeptical. Unless you... Maybe he wasn't serious and I'm putting him on the spot. If you've changed your mind...
Scarlett, you can barely stand. I was on you hard last night.
I am impossibly blushing. And he's not wrong. I'm not in peak physical shape, but What's the alternative? Go home and wallow in the emotional turmoil that comes with the prospect of spending the upcoming season producing a series of malignantly ugly dives? I feel better, actually.
You sure?
I nod, a spark lighting in my stomach.
Okay.
He seems not excited. He's Lucas Bloomqvist, but pleased. I'll need to get changed before. And shower. I don't add, but he must read between the lines.
I'll help you clean up.
His gaze is intense for a moment. Then he palms his keys.
Your place, okay?
Yes. With some luck, Mariam won't be home. And if she is, who cares? It's not like I don't put up with the mooing videos she watches to relax. He jumps off the hood and then lifts me off it, even though I could easily do it on my own. I'm in the passenger seat, waiting for Lucas to start the car, contemplating the possibility of a nice day, not spent collapsing under the pressure I put on myself, when his phone rings. I find it odd because it hasn't made a peep for the past 12 hours. Emergency bypass, I suspect. More so when he picks up and asks,
Everything okay?
On the other side is Pen, but I cannot make out her words. She's doing most of the talking. Lucas's questions are short and to the point.
Where? Are you alone? Is there anyone else who could... Okay, I'll be right there.
He hangs up after a minute. When he turns to me, his jaw is tense.
Pen needs a ride.
He says tersely, no longer sounding pleased.
Her car broke down in Menlo Park.
My stomach sinks. Twice. Initially with disappointment. Then harder when I realized that disappointment was my instinctive reaction to a friend calling and asking for help. A supportive, generous friend who always makes sure I don't have globs of sunscreen on my back, who grabs me protein bars from the snack shed before they run out, who held my hand after I fucked up my first meet of the season and said nothing, just like I needed her to. It shames me, so much so I can't look Lucas in the eye. Of course, I say, glancing out of the window.
Scarlett.
It's totally okay. I turn back to him with a forced smile. We can hike whenever. Or never. That would probably be for the best, actually. What the fuck am I even doing, organizing cutesy excursions with a Lucas Bloomqvist? Just drop me off around campus since it's on the way. I can make my way home. I try to sound absolving, but he doesn't return my smile. Hey, can I tell you about the progress I've made for Dr. Smith's model? It's exciting stuff. It takes him a while to nod, and he says next to nothing until we pull into the parking lot of my apartment building. Chapter 38. The following Wednesday, Sam is out sick, heart-swooping relief and unspeakable tragedy. Inevitably, no Sam equals no progress. And again, the discipline of psychology may have done all it could for me, and it's hard not to see therapy as the squillion thing I'm failing, especially after the mutterings I overhear through Coach Seema's ajar door. I'm stopping by his office to let him know that I'll be late for afternoon practice when something in his tone halts my knuckles just inches from knocking.
A waste,
He's saying.
but it's out of her control. For real.
It's Coach Urso.
It sounds like her shape is otherwise pretty good. There might still be some hope for higher levels of competition since only 5 groups of dives are required. She ain't qualifying for nationals, though.
An assistant says. A few more mumbles I cannot make out. Then.
That she'll just grow out of it?
It's Bradley, the conditioning director.
Well,
Coach Seema says.
Mental blocks are common, but this long-lasting?
More unintelligible words, and I should leave. It's not good that I'm here.
Great talent that's just... I feel for her, Bad injury, but physically she's fully recovered. There are no excuses. She's seeing a professional. The second in 6 months, no progress. Junior, right? Yup. We'll have to think long and hard if she should continue taking up a spot on the team.
I push away, hands trembling, throat full of something that could be tears or bile. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I hate them. These men talking about me like I'm a malfunctioning waffle maker that should be harvested for parts and landfilled. Most of all, I hate myself. Because what choice have my constant failures given them? Hey, I nearly walk face first into Penn. I must have autopiloted my way to the locker room. Oh, hey. I push my knot of self-loathing under the surface. Hi! I sound high-pitched and way too cheerful. Definitely overcompensating. Did you get everything sorted out? Everything? She seems confused. It occurs to me that the last time she saw me, she'd been hopping off a podium after a stellar diving performance. She probably has no idea that I was with Lucas when she called, and that he dropped everything, dropped me to go help her. She simply reached out to her ex, with whom she still has a great relationship. For all I know, the two of them are still... Vandy? You okay? Yep. My smile stretches. Ready for synchro training? No, but does it matter? I take several deep, calming breaths and change into my suit. I may be at my worst, but I can masquerade as someone who's doing perfectly fucking fine. In the following days, I'm at once despondent and jittery. Messed up. All wrong, like I've lost all say in the person that I'm supposed to be. Entropy personified. Just a tangled skein, unraveling, impossible to rescue. I try not to think about Lucas too much, but the universe seems to be conspiring against me. Because while I'm endlessly doom-scrolling before bed, the algorithm feeds me a video that has me slapping a palm against my mouth. It's simply adorable. The boy adjusting his goggles is Lucas. The serious set of his brow, his full downturned lips, those cheekbones, but a miniaturized version. Skinnier, long-torsoed, long-armed, strong-legged. The proportions are there, and he was probably already taller than I am now, but he seems so young. The video is in Swedish, so I find another. 100-meter, freestyle, semifinal, world championship in France. No, Montreal, Canada. Lucas is a bit older. They must have broken a speed record because when his hand reaches the touchpad, the audience explodes out of their seats.
14-year-old Lucas Blomqvist looks positively shocked by how fast he swam.
The commentators inform me. Lucas just takes off his goggles and stares at the board, as if to make sure it really happened. The camera pans to a group of people in the stands, and, oh my God, Jan, looking so different, but also the same. His other brothers are there too, applauding, clapping each other's backs. A man who's a middle-aged template of them wraps an arm around the shoulders of Lucas's mom. She doesn't look too much like him, but I know it's her. I just do. The image zooms in on her, shows tears brimming in her eyes, and then she leans in over the plastic barrier and lets two glistening shoulders envelop her in a strong hug. 14-year-old Lucas, breaking records, celebrating with his mom. I'm trying to wrap my head around it until another video starts, leading me down twisted paths. It's the individual medley at the last Olympics, a race I know he'll win from sniffing around his Wikipedia. Lucas would have been 18 or so, the summer before enrolling at Stanford, but the video could have been taken this morning at practice. Except for the sleeve of tattoos, which is not yet complete. He doesn't really go for most of the pre-competition gimmicks the other swimmers seem to like. Large headphones, shaking triceps, meditating breaths, random words written on his palms to show to the camera. Just takes off his warm-ups and sits, quietly focused, unbothered by the chaos. He's in lane 4, and whoever's directing this airing, they try to care about the other athletes, but Lucas is so obviously the favorite, the video keeps traveling back to him. Then it shifts to the bleachers, and there's another familiar sight. Jan, a woman next to him, and then another holding a beaming toddler in her arms. Lucas's 2 eldest brothers, his dad, and that's it. I click out of the video, wondering why my heart feels wrapped in stone. I can't assume. I have no idea. It's not my business. Why am I even... Idiot! I chastise myself and switch to Google, remembering something I've been meaning to look up. The word Lucas taught me. Me, my... I cycle through 10 or so spellings and then I find it. Mysig. Swedish adjective. Cozy, warm, soothing. The quality of sharing a comfortable moment with a person whose company one enjoys. Mysig. I whisper at my phone, like I'm the kind of person who has meaningful tete-a-tetes with fire hydrants. Mysig. I repeat with a small smile. I'm a mess, a failure, a ball of anxiety, all twisted, but also cozy. At least one person in the universe seems to think so. Chapter 39. It's homecoming weekend, and the annual alumni meet is scheduled for that Friday night at 5. I never enjoyed it. Seems pointless, being pitted against old-timers, most of whom last dove competitively before I was born. More of a canine agility exhibition than real sport. It always has me wondering whether I'm supposed to respect my elders enough to let them win, or peacock my skills in the name of institutional pride. Not to mention the pseudo-mandatory post-meet tailgating that always follows. So on Friday afternoon, I don't head for the aquatic center anticipating to have fun. Still, my expectations aren't low enough and need to be dunked further down the toilet bowl. The first blow is the email I get around 4, informing me that my MCAT results are available. I stare at it, letting my thumb hover on the link, trying to come to terms with the bedwetting prospects that the scores might be even lower than I've prepared myself for. Rip the Band-Aid, I order myself. Click on it. But I can't. That simple tap is as impossible as all the inward dives in the world. And 15 minutes later, when Bella asks if I'm having a special moment with your phone or something, I shake my head and stuff it in my duffel bag. It's a problem for later. Unlike my other one, which is present in flesh and blood. Mr. Kumar, my high school coach, who is married to Clara Katz, who, a couple of decades ago, dove for Stanford. They were instrumental in me getting on the team, which means that I should have known that this would be a possibility. And yet... Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'm still wearing my warm-ups when I see them enter the unusually crowded diving well. They pause to shake a few hands, then head straight toward me. It's been 2 years since we last met in person. Coach Kumar's hair is grayer than I remember. Mrs. Katz blonder. They have always believed in me so much. And
Vandy!
I hugged them, one after the other, exchanging pleasantries, barely aware of my mouth and arms moving. Did I know they were going to be here? Did Coach Seema say anything about it? So glad it could be a surprise. Do I like Stanford? Am I recovered? Has the preseason been treating me well? Did my stepmom relay their well wishes? Do I miss Missouri? It's okay if I don't. We all become California girls when we're in college, don't we? I cannot wait to see you dive, Scarlet, Mrs. Katz says, both hands cupping my shoulders. You remind me so much of myself.
I'm so glad your surgery was successful.
Coach Kumar adds.
We kept saying how a talent like yours would have been a catastrophic loss.
Oh, Mrs. Katz interrupts, glancing behind my shoulder. I know you. Penelope Ross, right? You dove beautifully at the NCAA last year. That gold medal was earned. Oh my God, thank you. Pen comes closer, giving me a curious look, expecting to be told who her fan is, but I'm too sluggish with surprise and panic and something that feels too much like shame. Mrs. Katz picks up the slack and introduces herself, and then Bree and Bella join, and the more people are around us, the easier it becomes to make myself small. A drop of water lost in the chlorine. And that's when I murmur a low, "Excuse me," even though everyone around me is too busy laughing and joking and commemorating to hear, and march to the chair where Coach Seema sits with a couple of assistants, cross-referencing diving sheets and lists of names. It's the most cowardly thing I've ever done. I know it even before opening my mouth. But I cannot, truly cannot, go through with this. Coach?
Yeah, Vandy?
I don't feel well, I say, not meeting his gaze. I should have planned my excuse, come up with an ailment that's equally sudden and debilitating. I'm not ready to field any kind of question, but it turns out that I don't need to. Because Coach Seema gives me a single glance, a glance that feels like his voice sounded a few days ago in his office. All he tells me is,
Then you should go home, kid.
My heart is full of thanks, but I cannot bear to say even one before I leave. Chapter 40. I wish I could say I'm doing my homework, or even squinting at my puzzling app. The pathetic truth is that when Mariam's voice reaches into my room, I'm lying face down on my bed, slowly breathing into the damp cotton of my duvet. "A male underwear model is here to see you," she yells. I make the managerial decision to ignore her. A minute later, my door opens. "Dude, do I need to uncork your earwax?" I lift my head. "What do you want?" "There's a guy here to see you." I blink at her. "Who?" "Tall, wearing Stanford athletics gear. Looks like he'd be a good source of protein." Another blink. "Shall I tell the gentleman you are at home for him?" she adds with a tetchy, butchered Jane Austen accent. I nod, confused. A little later, Lucas closes the door of my room and leans against it. I pull up to my knees and sit on my heels, self-conscious about my wild hair, cotton underwear, plaid baby tee, like I'm a parody of some mid-2000s Victoria's Secret sex kitten ad. His attention is on my face, though. He's barefoot, even though state-of-the-art microbial analysis would reveal that our floors are a biohazard worthy of Godzilla's atomic breath. He crosses his arms, pins me with his eyes, and asks,
What happened?
In that blunt, Northern European way I can't put up with right now. Should he not be tailgating? There's no way the party is over. The alumni are probably sobbing in the punch. Is this going to be a thing? I ask flatly. Where you offer to pity fuck me after every competition I don't win?
Sure. I'm selfless like that. Right now, though, I'm more interested in figuring you out.
I scowl. I'm not a 5-year budgeting plan.
What happened, Scarlett?
His eyes are laser-focused.
You disappeared.
I'm fine. Just wasn't feeling well. Not sure why it's a big deal.
Because you came to Avery, started warming up, and then left. A suspiciously drastic turn for your health to take.
How do you even know that I was at Avery? Did you GPS me or something?
Oh, sweetheart.
My belly swoops at the endearment. His tone lives somewhere between sympathy and amusement.
If you don't think that I'm very aware of your presence, always, you have no idea what's going on.
A rush of blood hits my cheeks, and I can't. Listen, Lucas, thank you very much for the welfare check, but I'm not doing great, and I'm not sure I'm in the mood for being manhandled, so...
That's not why I'm here, and you know it.
He reads through my bullshit so well, he's not even offended.
I want to talk. You can tell me to leave, and I'll leave.
Leave, I blurt out. His nod is unhesitant. He pushes away from the door, crosses my small room in 1.5 steps, and bends down to murmur against my temple.
If you need anything at all, you have my number. Use it.
He presses a kiss to my forehead. Then his back fills the doorway, and I... Don't, I say. Why am I being like this to him? He's done nothing but... God, he's done nothing but care. You don't have to leave. I'm sorry. I'm taking it out on you because... My laughter is a little phlegmy. Love that. Because I hate myself, I guess. He turns around, surprised by none of this. Like I'm predictable. Or at least predicted by this man who shouldn't know the first thing about me. I don't know what to say. So I ask, do you want to have sex? His smile is quiet.
With you? Yes. But that's my default setting, so don't read too much into it.
I lower my chin. Maybe we should. It might take my mind off things.
Yeah, it would. I'd make sure of it. The thing is, I'm not convinced that your mind shouldn't be on things.
So I should just be this way? Beached in my own failures? His head tilts.
What constitutes failure for you, Scarlett?
I don't know, Lucas. I press my lips together. You're sounding more like my therapist and less like a fun guy who threatens me with ball gags when I'm mouthy.
We've established that neither of us is into those, and that I have better uses for your mouth.
I flush, glance away.
What happened today?
I rub the heel of my palm against my eye. My brain won't do that stupid dive. And the MCAT email, I can't open it. And my high school coach, his wife is an alumna, and of course this is the year she decides to show up. And I miss my stupid dog. I'm being barely coherent. Lucas, however, nods like I'm painting a full polychrome picture for him, and asks,
Do you have a mental block?
I hate that word. I hate how accurate and solid and massive it sounds. It's not like it's news.
You never told me.
Should I have disclosed it on the list? An asterisk between the titty fucking and the STI part of the form? Why would you need to know anyway? Do you make a point of not associating with athletes who aren't in the 99th percentile for their discipline? Oh, I wince, rubbing a hand down my face. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. Actually, I look up with a sad smile. Maybe I'm just a total bitch.
Is it all dives? Or just the one you mentioned, inward?
I don't want to talk about it.
Too bad, because I want to know.
I swallow a groan. Maybe you could ask Pen. She'll explain.
Why would I want to find out what's in your head from Penn?
He's baffled, and I have no answer for him.
Has it been since your injury?
I nod.
The dive you were doing when you got injured, was it?
I nod.
No inward since, then?
I shake my head, and he must be satisfied with the information he gathered because he exhales sharply and sinks further into the door as if suddenly burdened with a heavy weight. His head tips back, eyes toward the ceiling, and stays like that for a long while before his gaze settles back on me. I wait for him to tell me what I've heard 1,000,000 times already. It'll get better. It's not your fault. There are things you can do to fix it. Don't give up. I knew someone who knew someone whose block just, poof, disappeared. At least you are physically healthy. There. He doesn't, though. What Lucas fucking Bloomqvist says to me, damn him to hell, is...
I'm sorry, Scarlett.
It's unprecedented. Destabilizing. In the past year of self-loathing, training, practicing, trying, failing, trying again, visualizing, exercising, catastrophizing, not catastrophizing, resenting, fearing, pretending, demanding, in the past year being sorry is simply not something that I ever allowed myself. It just never occurred to me. But now that the prospect of some simple, uncomplicated sorrow is here, glowing in my palm, I cannot deny it to myself any longer. And that's how it happens. My face crumpling into something ugly and blotchy and wet before I can hide it into my own hands. The foul, guttural wail that tears out of my throat. I need Lucas to leave right now before witnessing the unattractive, flawed mess that I am. And I don't know how I find myself across his warm lap, the crown of my head lodged under his chin, one of his palms cupping my thigh while the other wipes back and forth over the elastic of my underwear. A silent, "I'm sorry, Scarlett." I'm not tearing up. I'm not weeping softly. These are sobs. Bawling, hitched, shivering breaths. My fingers fist in his shirt, cling to it like it's a religious doctrine. I'm hiccuping, crying my stupid heart out, loud and sloppy, and there's snot involved. But Lucas doesn't let go, not even when his phone buzzes several times, not even when my eyes run dry.
Scarlett.
His voice is a deep hum under the side of my body, full of things that make my heart ache. This may be the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to me, and I've been publicly flunking dives for the past year. I never cry, I say, sniffling, in lieu of an apology.
Liar.
He presses a kiss against my temple.
I've made you cry plenty of times.
It's different.
Is it?
And you just have a dacrophilia kink. I feel his smile against my cheek. The bristle of his stubble scrapes my skin.
The fact that you know that word is proof of how well matched we are.
I let out a watery snort. Sure, we're both degenerates, but he's an Olympic multi-medalist, and I can't jump in a pool without having kittens. You won't believe this, but I used to actually be a good diver. I wasn't always at my worst, Lucas. A few years ago, I was someone worth knowing.
Why wouldn't I believe you?
I shrug in his arms. His grip tightens like he's no more ready to let go than I am. Sometimes I feel like my life is split in two. There was the first part where I was in control and was able to make myself do what needed to be done. And then, now. His hand tilts my chin up to force our eyes to meet.
What's day zero? When you got injured?
I nod. There's no reason for me to be so hung up on it. I had surgery, and I was so lucky. But instead of taking advantage, I can't even... I free myself and hide my tear-smeared face in his throat. His palm lifts to cup the back of my head.
What would you do? In the past?
He smells comforting and familiar. Sandalwood and Lucas and safe.
When you'd fail a dive, what would you do?
I didn't. I never used to fail dives. I used to be good. He sits on this piece of information for a minute.
What about blocks?
What about them?
Is this your first?
I nod. Leave it to me to start with a bang.
They're not uncommon among divers, though.
What do you mean?
Penn has had several since I met her. Not as long-lasting as yours, but my guess is they're pretty widespread. What about injuries? Did you have any before college?
No.
So...
He brushes a lock of hair behind my ear, pulling my head back to look at me again.
to recap, on the day of your first NCAA final, you failed your first dive and had your first significant injury.
God, it was such horrible. I straightened in his lap, wiping my cheeks with the backs of my hands, feeling the same spurt of frustration I always experience. It was everything, all at once. The night before, my father contacted me to tell me he'd been following the NCAA competition online and was proud of me, and he's not allowed to do that by court order. I tried to call Barb to figure out what to do, but she had patient emergencies, and I couldn't sleep and was so anxious. And then that morning, Josh, I'm glad he didn't just decide to cheat on me, but couldn't he have waited 12 hours to tell me that he'd met someone else?
Hang on.
Lucas interrupts. His eyes are narrow slits, his tone low, a little dangerous. I realize that I've been rambling. Sorry, you don't have to listen to...
Did you just tell me that your boyfriend of... How long were you two together?
3 years?
Your boyfriend of 3 years broke up with you out of the blue, right before the NCAA finals?
I swallow. Lucas seems angry, and I know instinctively he's not mad at me, but his displeasure is nonetheless unsettling. I think things with this new girl he'd met had been heating up, and...
Right,
he says. His tone is so deceptively mild, I shiver.
What I'm hearing is that you had a near-perfect history when it came to diving. Within 24 hours, you got dumped by your boyfriend and contacted by your abusive father. When the final of the most important competition of your college career came around, despite your state of mind, you went ahead and tried to focus. Under those conditions, you failed a dive for the first time in your career, and that's when you became a failure?
He says the last word like it's all in my head. Like I've been misusing it. Like I don't know what it means. So I retreat into myself, trying to poke holes in Lucas's story and his retelling of the worst day of my life that surely cannot be an accurate summary of what happened. Can it?
Why are you so reluctant to talk about that day?
He asks. I'm not.
And yet I had to pry the story out of you. We've discussed your injury, your relationship, your father. But you never told me my pieces of shit of a boyfriend and father and their piece of shit timing upset me so much I severely injured myself to the point that I could barely move for weeks. And did he visit you?
My father?
Josh, did you see him after your injury?
We haven't really talked since the breakup. He's in Missouri and...
Scarlett.
I give up and admit, no, he didn't. Even though the tears once again streaking down my face would have been answer enough for Lucas, who cradles both my cheeks and presses the top of his forehead against mine.
Scarlett.
He says again, his voice completely different, kind and caring and full of all the things, all the redos, all the truths I know he'd give me if only it were in his power.
I'm going to tell you something, okay? Something I don't talk about. And after I do, we don't have to bring this up ever again. But I need you to understand, okay?
I nod. My head rubs against his. Bone under skin, under bone. His freckles blur together, pretty on the bridge of his nose.
My mom died when I was 14. We all knew it was coming, but we thought we had more time. The doctor said, what matters is it happened while I was gone. When the phone call came, I was in Denmark, not close enough to make it home in time. It was devastating for all the reasons you can imagine, but it also messed up my relationship with swimming. By that point, I was good enough that the Olympics seemed like a guarantee, but after my mom died, I didn't want to win. I had to. It went from dream to necessity. Because if I'd done something as egregious as being absent on my mom's last day for something as trivial as a swimming competition, then swimming had to be the most important thing in my life, right? It was the only way I could make it make sense. The only way I could forgive myself.
He holds my face and my eyes, and the way he says this, it's so Lucas. At once earnest and measured, sad but patient, head and heart. Unfazed, Penn had called him. But the truth is altogether different. Lucas works hard to hide what's underneath the surface, and not acknowledging his efforts seems like a terrible disservice.
I had to win, and suddenly I couldn't. In the span of a few weeks, I gained seconds on every single race. There was no physical reason for me to be so slow. I told myself that I just needed to get through the first few practices, the first few meets. But it never got better. I messed up the Olympic trials. And everyone in my family, they meant well, but their advice was, don't give up, stick to your routine, fake it till you make it. Even my dad, even Jan. They were kind and patient. But I needed to take a step back, and they didn't get it. The only person who truly understood was an American girl I'd met at a competition a few months earlier. We'd kissed once, stayed in touch. She wanted to be my girlfriend, and I liked her. But I didn't get the point of a long-distance relationship, especially at our age. But there I was, needing to take a step back from the pool, and the only person validating that was Penn. She'd call me and text me, and was so easy to talk to. Before I knew it, she was giving me the tools to communicate to my trainer and my family that I needed to stop swimming for a while. That I might never go back. I didn't have the words, but she helped me find them. And I did step back. The Olympics happened, and I didn't watch them. I traveled, spent time with friends, visited Penn, and decided that after what she'd done for me, I never wanted to not have her as my girlfriend. Above all, I let myself mourn my mom, and acknowledged how fucked up it was that for some twist of fate I hadn't been able to say goodbye. And when I felt ready, I went back to the pool. But only after I'd proven to myself that I didn't need to swim to be whole.
His thumbs wiped my cheeks, once again drenched in tears.
I didn't go back because it was expected, or because I wanted to make someone proud. I did it because I didn't have to win anymore. I wanted to.
So you're saying a shameful, mortifying hiccup. That I won't be able to do inward dives again until another. Dive only for myself? His muttered,
Fuck no.
Has me laughing through my sobs.
I'm not a psychologist. I have no idea how to fix a block. You divers do things I can barely fathom. And what works for one athlete is trash for another. But
he kisses a hot tear from my cheek.
I think letting yourself be sad would be a great start.
But
You don't have to be angry at your ex or at your father. I'm angry enough for you. But you need to acknowledge that what happened to you last year was terrible, that it gave you pain, and that you deserve time to heal in more ways than just the physical.
But what if I never... What if I don't... I sniff, unable to put thoughts into words. What would I even be without diving? A hushed, barely audible Swedish word exhaled into my hair. Lucas pulls me deeper in his lap, and my skin sticks against his.
It'll be okay, baby. No matter what happens, you will still be you. No matter what happens, you will be okay.
But what do I do in the meantime?
In the meantime, just cry it out.
He sighs deeply, and the swell of his chest, the gravel of his voice, his hands stroking my hair are as comforting as any perfectly executed dive.
I'm here. okay?
I hope he's right, because I don't know how much longer I cry on his shoulder, but I do know that once I cannot bear it anymore, I fall asleep in his arms. Chapter 41. I come to without transitions, seamless, asleep to awake, lost to lucid, burning with a very specific need. "Lucas," I immediately whisper. He's unresponsive, heavy biceps folding me into him. A hand cups the back of my head. The thick denim of his jeans is rough between my bare legs. "Lucas!" He's an annoyingly deep sleeper. I jostle in his arms, hoping the commotion will do the trick. All it accomplishes is a small frown and him pulling me closer. "Lucas!" Nothing. I roll my eyes, contemplate the lengths that I will go to wake him up, and decide that they are very long. I tilt my head, open my mouth, and bite into his triceps like it's an Iowa State Fair corn dog. I expect him to yelp. Instead, he slowly opens his eyes, buries a yawn into the bottom of my throat, kisses the very same spot, and asks,
"Is it morning already?"
Bleary-lidded and confused, he's just adorable. Whatever. I'm allowed to think that the guy with whom I'm having power exchange sex is cute. It's fully within my rights. I want to go to the aquatic center. He frowns, lets me go long enough to retrieve his phone from his pocket, which lights up with more unread notifications than I've had all month. He ignores them, unalarmed, and instead squints at the numbers.
It's 1:23 a.m.
Oh, I deflate. Then reinflate when I remember, you have keys though, right? His skeptical
Yes.
is more question than reply. Can you let me in? He slow blinks at me.
Scarlett.
I never get to. You're right. It's for other people. It's always for others. Coach Seema, all the trainers I've had since I was a child. Penn. I feel guilty about disappointing them when I fail a dive. And it's hard to shut them out because they're always around when I'm practicing. They have to be. It's regulation. Unsupervised training is forbidden. The risk of injury and drowning is too high. What you said about doing it for yourself, about having to prove something.
I'm not going to let you dive alone, Scarlett.
You can be there.
I'm serious. If we get to Avery and you decide you don't want me around, I'm not leaving.
It's fine. You can stay because you don't count.
I don't count.
He repeats, stony-faced. No, because you don't care.
I don't care.
He sounds like the word displeased was invented for him and only him, and I don't understand why until it occurs to me how he's interpreting my words. Not in that sense. I'm hot with frustration and embarrassment. What I meant is you care about me being well more than about me being good at something. Anything. And when you're around, I don't feel as anxious or scrutinized as I do with... He interrupts me with a hard, quick, somehow encompassing kiss. When he pulls back, his mouth twitches into that little smile that makes my heart gallop and orders.
Grab your parka. Nights can get cold.
Lucas wraps an arm around my shoulder, and even wearing a jacket, I still freeze my ass off as we walk through campus, shocked by thermal excursion following a perfectly nice fall day. In a t-shirt, he shakes his head in his most Swedish, I just caught you setting fire to a children's hospital disappointment, and says,
Americans are so weak.
Before pulling me even closer. Avery is well lit throughout the night. Good. But when I dip my toe into the water, I find it so chilly it belongs to Lucas's BDSM list. Bad. I forgot to put on a swimsuit, but my sports bra will do. I take my clothes off and prep with a shower, setting the temperature several degrees hotter than usual to warm my muscles. I turn on the pool sprayers. I stretch a little, but I'm not stalling or trying to put distance between me and the dive. I'm eager to climb the steps of the tower and keep my surprise to myself when I realize that Lucas has taken off his shoes and is coming up with me, a tall, reassuring presence at my side.
Springboard or platform?
Platform, I reply. It's how it started. First love, first heartbreak.
Don't you have to put that thing on your body before diving?
The what?
That stuff you guys are always putting on your legs.
You mean the stripper pole wax? He stops to give me a wide-eyed look.
You put stripper pole wax on your shins?
It's a grip aid. Divers use it to hold onto their legs. Strippers use it to hold onto their poles. Have you ever seen strippers do their thing?
This feels like a trick question.
They're elite athletes, in great shape. I plant my hands on my waist. Did you really not know what it was?
Penn uses tape spray.
Right. Well, I prefer the stripper stuff.
You prefer the stripper stuff.
He repeats, toneless. My eyebrow quirks. Are you surprised? He puffs out a small laugh and mouths something that sounds more admiring than weirded out. Was it troll again? But I'm too busy hauling my ass 10 meters high to investigate. I'm a little more wet than I like to be when I dive, but I forgot to bring a chamois. I take my position at the edge, savoring the familiar ruggedness of the floor, letting my heels poke past the rim. Any last words? I ask Lucas. It's nice that inward dives start facing toward the diving tower. Nice that his face can be the last thing I see. His amused frown, the way he crosses his arms.
Is there something I don't know about this pool?
What do you mean? He shrugs.
Does it have its own Loch Ness monster? Piranhas? That Amazon river fish that swim up your pee hole to raise their babies in your genitalia?
Do they actually exist?
2 out of 3.
I sure hope you have scientific evidence on the Loch Ness monster. I sigh again. So, no last words?
Scarlett, I'll talk to you in 5 seconds. What last words are you going on about?
I smile because he's right. I'm going to try an inward dive, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, nothing hangs on this specific dive, does it? Actually, nothing hangs on most dives. If I'm honest, nothing hangs on my overall ability to dive either. It's true. Whether I manage to do this or not, when I get out of the pool, I'm still going to be me. And Lucas is still going to be here. And admitting it to myself is such an odd relief, I find myself laughing. And laughing more. And some more. It's not a hysterical cackle. I'm not deranged. But for the first time in what feels like a century, with Lucas standing in front of me, with the water 10 meters underneath and the cold biting into my skin, diving seems fun again. And lifting my arms, bending my knees, taking off just high enough to manage a pike, it just works. Second nature, like it used to be. And I'm almost sure it's a bit of a blur, but I think I may be wrong. I punch out of the bitter chill of the water to meet the bitter chill of the night air, fluttering my legs to keep afloat. Lucas! I scream, sputtering, dragging locks of untied hair out of my eyes, fixing the bra riding half off my tits. I tilt my head up, and he's already there, peeping from the edge of the platform. When I entered the water, was I facing the tower? He presses his lips together. Or the other way?
Let me think.
Oh, for fuck's... Remember when I entered the water? Was my face looking at you?
Your face?
Lucas, I swear to God.
Scarlett.
He says, in that tone that's final. That makes me feel like he's hearing me, and he's got me, and he's there. That tone that makes me go silent.
I learned what an inward dive is after the first time you mentioned them to me. And I know one when I see it.
I blink up at him. my lashes clumped with water and chlorine and something else. You mean...
I mean,
He smiles, lopsided.
you did it.
Chapter 42. It takes me surprisingly little to convince Lucas to join me in the pool. He throws his jeans and t-shirt from the platform and says,
I've never done this. Any advice?
I think about it. Make sure you jump into the water.
Great tip.
A moment later, he dives in feet first, oddly elegant, managing something that's almost a rip entry. Show off. I'm ready to yell at him for being good at things, but he doesn't reemerge for a long while. In the dim lights, the water is opaque, and I grow anxious. I'm about to dip my head back in when a tight grip sharks my ankle, pulling me underwater. I thrash and paddle and even try to pull Lucas's hair, but he doesn't let me resurface. I hate you, I splutter afterward, arms circling his neck. The water remains stomach-turningly cold, but Lucas's body is a block of heat.
Of course you do.
He wraps my legs around his waist. I thought you were dead. I shake the water out of my face. Could already hear the Swedish king bitching over the phone.
Did we not go over Sweden's government structure?
Can't recall. I unsheathe my best Swedish impression. I understand our national treasure died on your watch, yeah? We have lost our golden porpoise and it is all your fault, yeah?
Whatever just happened with that accent is a violation of NCAA bylaws and the Geneva Convention.
Take me away, officer. His eyes are black and golden, warm despite the temperature. He grins, a rare, unrestrained smile in which his happiness is not just hinted at, something I have to dig for. I did it, I whisper, just to hear it, just to remind myself.
You did.
He tilts his chin up and kisses me, thorough, his lips cold and chlorine-flavored, my hair a sodden curtain sticking to our cheeks. It lasts a long time. Way too damn long. Lucas?
Huh?
I can't feel my face. He laughs.
Weak Americans.
Unlike the Swedes, who on the day of their birth are tasked with swimming from fjord to honor their Viking ancestors. He moves us toward the deck, treading water with no effort.
Actually, we only have one fjord in Sweden.
But the rest is accurate?
Naturally.
We really need to get out. I doubt the Avery family had this in mind when they bankrolled the aquatic center. His laughter is a hot huff against my ear.
Plus, we need to check those MCAT scores.
What? Why do you even remember that?
Because I listen when you talk. You're on such a brave streak, you can open one little email.
I groan into the curve of his shoulder. Just let me have this moment.
You're still going to have this moment.
It will be tainted.
You don't know that.
Should we go to sleep? I have practice tomorrow morning.
Me too. Let's just accept that we'll be asked to leave the team and make the most out of tonight.
We laugh. He kisses me. I kiss him. It becomes something heated and deeper and...
MCAT.
He reminds me. I feel the shift of his muscles as he lifts me to sit on the edge. The chill pebbles my skin, teeth instantly chattering. I really do hate you.
I know.
He pushes himself out effortlessly.
Your loathing cannot be contained, troll.
Okay, why do you keep calling me? Another lingering kiss, and a couple of minutes later, I'm in the men's locker room. It's the exact copy of ours, no messier or more foul-smelling. Lucas cracks open a locker, pulls out a towel, and dries me thoroughly and himself quickly. He puts one of his hoodies on me, and I savor the way it hangs softly past my thighs.
Hand me your phone,
He says. Actually, can we go to my locker and get a scrunchie? He knows exactly what I'm doing. but he's willing to let me stall one more minute. In the women's locker room, he watches me patiently as I detangle my hair, then asks,
Your phone.
Maybe we should go? You shouldn't be here. Stanford Athletics might send you back to where you came from, where you'll enjoy all the skiing and upwards of 7 herring-themed meals per day.
Scarlett.
I sigh, and we sit next to each other on the uncomfortable wooden bench. I pluck at the fray of his well-worn jeans, half baking the idea to distract him with sex, but he traps my hand in his and doesn't let go. Instead, he holds out my phone. Why do I have to do it right now? I whine.
Because I'm leaving tomorrow night.
I jerk back. You're leaving? He nods. What? For how long?
10 days.
10? I gasp. Why?
Nordic Swimming Championships.
In Sweden?
In Estonia.
Is it a big deal? I've never heard of it. He shrugs.
Moderately, but most of the Swedish Olympic team will be there. And after, we'll go on a training trip.
Is Coach Urso okay with that? Lucas's professors? The Stanford chancellors? Did you clear it with everyone?
Nope. Better to ask for forgiveness than for permission.
My eyes must be saucer-wide because he adds,
Yes, Scarlett, everyone has known for months. They expect me to put swimming for Sweden over swimming for Stanford.
I guess it makes sense. Are you friends with the rest of the team? He nods.
Basically siblings, really. We've been around each other for decades. Anyway.
He points at my phone with his chin.
If it's bad news, I'd rather be here with you.
So difficult, pretending that his words don't make my stomach flutter. To pat my back?
If that's what you want, sure.
I tear my eyes from his, and they catch on his sleeve. I've seen his tattoos so many times, touched them, dug my nails into them, gripped them when I felt like I needed something to hold on to or I'd dissolve into nothing. But I've never asked him about them. It, more precisely. There are a lot of interlocked parts, but they all work together to form a coherent landscape. With my eyes first, then my fingers, I trace the spruces and oaks and pines, blackbirds and sparrows, snowy patches and rocks. What is this? I shake my head and correct myself. Where is it?
My hometown.
I thought you were from Stockholm. He lifts his most, I know you bookmark the bio section of my Wikipedia entry on your Chrome browser, on Safari, and maybe even on Internet Explorer eyebrow. I roll my eyes. If I were the current record holder for the 100 freestyle, you'd know where I was born too.
You were born in Lincoln, Nebraska, on August 31st. And yes, I did grow up in Stockholm, but my mom was from Skellefteå.
I try to shape my tongue around the name. Instantly give up. That sounds like...
Say, a piece of IKEA furniture not even the Swedish king would be able to assemble, and I will throw you back into the pool.
I smile and bump him with my shoulder. When did you get it done?
18. My brothers have similar ones, too. According to my father, after Mom died, we took the easy way out and decided to get tattoos instead of dealing with our feelings.
That's a serious accusation.
Right? But on the upside...
He holds out my phone.
You get to book a despair tattoo if you don't like your MCAT score.
Oh, God. Fine. Fine. I laugh softly, shaking my head, tapping at my email app. Then stop to say... You don't have to, you know. Just, my throat feels too full. I appreciate this, the way you care, that you want to be my friend. But I don't want you to feel like you have to be my emotional support. I've been a wounded bird, stealing your hoodie, while I should be some kind of black-laced, collar-wearing, sultrily submissive...
Scarlett.
He looks at me like he's having fun.
I don't think you get it.
maybe I don't.
You and I have an agreement, don't we? And the agreement says that until you say stop, I can do what I want with you. Even if it breaks you into pieces. Even if it makes you cry.
I nod.
I love that you opened up to me,
He says, pressing his mouth into the side of my head. I feel his inhale, and something sweet and thick drips inside me, warms me in my very core.
But they're sides of the same coin. I get to take you apart and split you open. But if anything else, anyone else makes you feel sad, upset, cracked, I also get to be the one who puts you back together. Until you say stop. You get it?
I wish I could see his eyes. I wish my world was more than his stubble brushing my temple, the scent of sandalwood and chlorine carving its way in my brain. I get it. I just do.
Good girl.
He murmurs, kissing my cheek. And then
Now open that fucking email.
I laugh and laugh and laugh some more while the score report loads, and I blink. I'm unable to process what I'm seeing. Oh my God, is it? There's a 5, and a 2, and a 6. 3 numbers that together make another number, one I should be able to make sense of, but it's high, so much higher than I expected.
Congratulations.
A low, scratchy voice. Another kiss in my hair. Around my waist, a strong arm pulls me into warmth. I whip my gaze up to Lucas's dizzy. You knew. I half state, half accuse. He says nothing. His lips twitch. How? How did you know that it would be good? Oh my God, did you hack my email? Is it because I made my password kink-related? He looks intrigued.
Tell me more about this password of yours.
How did you know?
I didn't.
You did. He shakes his head.
I just know you.
His thumb smooths the furrow in my brow.
I've worked with you on the bio project, spent time with you. I've
Fucked me? He smiles and pushes back a lock of my hair.
I know that you are a perfectionist and study to the point of being overprepared. And that you're anxious, which clouded your perception of your performance. Above all, I know how much you want to get into med school. And I'm starting to suspect that you might be unstoppable.
Lucas has more to say, but I don't let him finish and reach up for a kiss. My phone clatters against the floor with a dull thud, but I don't care. Arching upward to get closer to him, exhaling in relief when he lifts me to straddle his thighs. This is not the way it usually goes. He's the one who initiates, and we both vastly prefer it that way. But for a few short moments, it's nice being the one with the upper hand, setting the pace, feeling the restraint in his hard muscles as we approach the point where he'll make me feel good, and I'll make him feel good. Except I pull back, a hitch in my breath. Sorry, but you and Penn. Lucas blinks, lips stung, eyes glassy. Are you two still having sex? I swallow at his confused silence. I know it's not my business, and you and I, but when she called you last week, I thought, and Penn is sleeping with other people, and you and I are not using condoms, so...
Scarlett, it is your business.
His hand rises to my cheek. It always does when he wants to make sure that my eyes won't leave his.
Last week, I helped Penn because she's my friend. And she was stranded, and she didn't know who else to call. But I haven't touched her since we broke up. And I have no interest in having sex with anyone but you. Haven't in a while.
I'm relieved in a way that I don't want to examine. If you change your mind, I cut off because of the way he's slowly shaking his head. He clearly cannot fathom changing his mind, and I can't breathe. His firm, determined look feels so much like a promise. It sucks all the air out of me. But it doesn't matter, because now he's the one kissing me, and we're back on the trodden path.
I'm not sure that you get it, Scarlet.
He says in my ear, and it happens so quickly. 1 second I straddle him, the next I'm kneeling on the floor, his clothes between my knees and the linoleum. My elbows brace on the low bench, and only one person can control where and how I move. Lucas, behind me.
Actually, I know you don't.
I'm
starting to suspect that you don't understand a single fucking thing, Scarlet.
There's something like barely restrained fury in the icy pitch of his voice. Fear rolls into me, and I respond like a fine-tuned instrument. I'm already so wet, it's embarrassing, and he can tell. He yanks my panties down, hands sliding under his hoodie to tighten around my waist with bruising force. The hot imprint of his cock presses against my skin through his jeans.
Remember what you asked me earlier?
I choke out, then stop. But it's fine because he doesn't want an answer. His hand wraps around my mouth and I moan against it. I can't breathe. I feel dizzy. I want more of this.
I walked into your room, and you looked at me, and you said...
His hand loosens and I take in a big gulp of air. I don't know. I don't remember.
You asked if I was there for a pity fuck.
He whispers in my ear. His anger is terrifying.
And I let it go. Because while you may think I'm mean...
His thumb and index fingers find my nipple and pinch it, pushing hot liquid into my abdomen.
I'm actually nice, Scarlet. And you weren't doing great. Now, though.
He must have unzipped because I suddenly feel the scalding length of his cock on my lower back, in the crease of my ass.
Does this...
He rolls his hips.
Feel like a pity fuck to you?
No. His hand travels around my hip bone, then lower, softly tracing just outside of my cunt.
Look at you. Soaked. I fucking love it.
He sucks a kiss into my jaw, a scrape of teeth, and then, with an echoing sound, his other hand slaps against the right side of my bottom. Lucas lets out a low, guttural grunt. My mind goes completely blank.
What do you do if you want me to stop, baby?
I'm trembling. My ass cheek is hot, pain and pleasure radiating from where he hit me. He needs the soft flesh, the fat, the muscle, and I thought I knew what being turned on meant, but I had no idea.
Scarlet.
Another slap, less firm, to get my attention.
What do you do if you want me to stop?
I say stop.
Good girl. Should I stop?
I shake my head like my life depends on it, wondering if I've ever wanted anything more. But his palm hits once again, and I cannot think, just feel, experience how good it is, the burn and the pleasure mixed together, the perverse, satisfying feeling of knowing that right now I'm as much the center of Lucas's universe as he is of mine.
I don't fuck you because I pity you. But why do I fuck you, Scarlet?
Slap. Because his teeth scrape against my jaw. Slap. A precious first communion kiss on my cheek. Slap.
You don't know, do you?
His hand returns to my cunt, and this time it parts me.
Christ.
His hot cock throbs against my hip, and I cannot help myself. Please, I beg.
Please, what? You could come just from this, couldn't you? From me playing with your nipples and your ass. You want to be roughed up, don't you?
I nod frantically. His finger dips into my opening, and it's so close to what I need. So close.
Not yet, sweetheart. Not until my cock is at least halfway inside you. Why do I fuck you, Scarlet?
I don't know. I whimper, tears flooding my eyes.
I'm going to hurt you once more. Once more. And then I'm going to get inside you. Okay?
Kay, it's the hardest yet, and I'm crying because of how good, how wrong, how perfect it feels. His large hands cup both cheeks of my ass, slowly massaging them, healing me and hurting me more. His thumb slides between them, catching against my hole, lingering and pressing there for just a second, and he must feel the sudden tension, hear the alarmed hitch escaping my mouth, because what he says over my shoulder is,
Next time, we're on the bed.
It's not a question. He's informing me. He's telling me what he's going to do with my body, and please.
Please, what?
Please, please, please.
Not until you tell me why I fuck you, Scarlet.
My cheeks are covered in tears. I try to squirm, but my hips are imprisoned in Lucas's hands. I don't know, but I need you to. I'm babbling. I'm not proud of it, but I can't help myself. And Lucas says something in Swedish, something frustrated and resigned, and then the blunt head of his cock is right there, pressing against me, too big. I sigh in relief. He nestles inside, less of an inch. I grip the edge of the bench to avoid coming.
I fuck you.
He pushes deeper.
Because
Deeper?
it's all I want to do.
Deeper?
From the moment I wake up.
He hits a spot, and I hope he's halfway inside. I really do, because I'm already coming, clutching around the too big, hard width of him. Flutters I cannot help. It's so intense and shuddering and good. I'm lost to everything but my pleasure, and I almost don't hear the rest of what Lucas whispers in my ear.
I fuck you because you're the most perfect thing I've ever felt, Scarlet.
The last thing I see before I close my eyes is Pen's locker, her name in white and green against the cardinal red metal. Chapter 43. The following morning, when I attempt another inward dive from the springboard, my core twists itself into some backward career-ending abomination. Guess what dive Scarlet's body will come up with, instead of the one she's supposed to do, has been a recurring segment in my practices. But this time I did not expect to fail. In fact, I'm so virulently outraged at having once again fucked up, I inhale about a liter of chlorine. Fuck! I scream underwater. The cutesy, almost cartoonish bubbles that spill out of my mouth only heighten my fury. But when I resurface, coughing and sneezing and generally miserable, no one pays attention to me. Coach Seema is doing dry land with Pen. The assistants are focused on the twins practicing at 1 meter. Not a single glance slides in my direction. And in all honesty, why would it? Congrats on your 1,000th Miss Dive, Vandy. Here's a cake made of Swiss chard and anchovies. I suspect that their expectations of me have been permanently downsized. After all, I haven't told Coach that last night at 2 a.m. I managed an inward dive. Oh, that's amazing, Scarlet. In which facility did that happen? He'd unavoidably ask. I'd be left with the choice of throwing Lucas under the bus or pretending that I'm a patron of the Palo Alto Public Pool. But it doesn't matter, does it? It's not about what others think. What's important is how I feel about my own mistakes, and that's where I sense something new. I'm not as mortified as I used to be. I am combative, determined, ready to be over this. Last night didn't heal my mental block, but I shed some helplessness, and that seems as big a win as the Powerball. I think of texting Lucas to inform him of this new step in my recovery journey. He seems fascinated by the workings of my slightly dysfunctional brain. Maybe he plans to go into psychiatry? but he's on a plane, 40,000 feet on top of the Eiffel Tower, a neural network haphazardly drawn on the back of his hand, likely watching reviews of cleaning supplies. Do flights to Tallinn enter the French airspace? I could Google and find out. Alternatively, I could just do my damn German homework. On Sunday, instead of spending the day getting ahead with homework, I do something groundbreaking. Celebrate my MCAT results. Penn and I eat industrial amounts of ice cream and walk around campus, taking in the homecoming alumni crowd, mildly befuddled by their unwavering support, wondering if there's something wrong with the school spirit part of our brain. You get letters from the alumni office like once a quarter, Penn says, holding my hand as we crisscross through the throng. I know, and they offer you the privilege of giving them money. I know, on the basis that you have already given them money for 4 whole years. I know. Absolutely bonkers. It's just a regular Sunday. Nothing special happens. There are no milestones or achievements, nor do I go to sleep secure in the knowledge that I've achieved perfection. And yet it's a really, really good day. On Wednesday, Sam is back, sounding nasal and clogged, like a virus is holding on to her for dear life. So your first big meet of the year. Would you like to tell me what happened? Sure. From the platform, I dove well enough for the arm stand, got 8.5. I stop. Do the scores really matter? And the meat. Does the meat matter? I clear my throat. Actually, could we talk about something else? Her eyes widen. Yes, of course. This is your time, Scarlett. Okay, thank you. It's about my accident, mostly. I wasn't strictly lying when I told you about my injury, but I did omit a few things. She waits patiently, without looking mad or betrayed. It's encouraging. I had a boyfriend at the time. On the morning of the NCAA finals, he called me to break up with me. And the day before, I received an email from my father. Your father? I thought he was controlling, abusive? Yeah. She doesn't yell at me that I should have told her sooner. Just studies me calmly, head tilted, no judgment. Like Lucas does. Like it's fine that I mess up. Like it's acceptable for me to be a constant work in progress. Scarlett, beta version. I told myself that this stuff had nothing to do with diving and that you didn't need to know. But I realize now that it's all connected. And the more I think about it, do you remember when you asked what I was afraid of? She nods. I think I figured it out. And it's not to be injured again. What then? I grip the soft end of the armrest. I'm afraid of the unpredictability of existing. I'm afraid of not being able to control the direction of my life. I'm afraid that no matter how much I plan, I won't be able to avoid hurtful and sad things. But above all, I take a deep breath and laugh softly, because what I'm about to say is ridiculous, even if it's true. Even if it's me. Mostly, I'm afraid of attempting something and not being perfect at it. Sam nods, smiles, and I realize that she knew this all along. Later that afternoon, during practice, I managed 2 terrible inward pikes. Chapter 44. November starts as a fanged, blood-curdling nightmare. Novembers always do, Victoria tells Penn, the twins, and me in the athletes' dining hall, to which she's not supposed to have access. Every time someone swipes her card, we hold our breaths like a new rover is attempting to enter Saturn's orbit. All the meets, the traveling, then Thanksgiving, and right after Winter Nationals. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh my God, classes! Yikes! Her cast has come off, and she seems to have discovered her true calling, affectionately berating us for every tiny synchro mistake. You guys are going to do great, she adds magnanimously. Your hurdles are starting to look less like you come from different galaxies. Penn has been doing the correct number of twists. Vandy can inward. Rejoice! She's right. I've been consistently producing inward dives, if only mediocre ones.
Problem is, you're still anxious and not approaching the dive with a clear mind.
Coach Seema told me.
You're not failing them, though. Been a long time since I took math, but a 4.5 is still better than a 0.
For him, the relief of me doing the bare minimum is too strong to fuss over the minutia. It's something Sam and I have been working on. In some situations, she told me, done is better than perfect. Not always. But when you're on the trampoline... Springboard? Yes, so sorry. When you're on the springboard, you can ask yourself that question and make your own choice. Our first away invite of the year is a 2-day triangular up in Pullman against Washington State and Utah. By the time it ends, I'm shell-shocked, wondering if I've traveled in time to 2 years ago. Wait, let's take another selfie. I look like I'm possessed by the spirit of a Georgian dandy in that one, Penn says, angling her phone. Later, while I'm supposed to be packing up in the hotel room, I waste entirely too much time studying the photo. Our wide smiles as we toast our medals. We place third in synchro from the platform and second on 3-meter springboard after the twins. Penn won the individual platform, and I finished third. It was a small meet, few competitors. The other programs are not as strong as us. Except for Fatima Abadi at Utah, who was a junior world champion but is out sick. I've been keeping the degree of difficulty for my inward dives as low as possible, a pike and a tuck, and they still felt tricky. But I could list a million reasons why my wins at this meet are not a big deal. But they are a precious reminder that this is what diving used to feel like. Exciting, fun, scary, challenging. I let myself fall back on the mattress, smiling at the ceiling, and when I cannot hold in the happiness anymore, I kick my legs until I'm out of breath. And then I get a text from Lucas.
Congratulations.
I touch the word, swipe over it with my thumb like it's flesh and blood. It's been nearly 10 days since I last heard from him. I felt his absence more than I thought possible. Scarlett. Thanks, Scarlett. I owe lots of it to you. And the very illegal thing you did. Lucas.
Letting you into the pool.
Scarlett. I was trying to be secretive, in case one of us murders someone and our texts get subpoenaed. Lucas.
In that scenario, nighttime pool usage is the least of our problems.
Scarlett. Yeah, good point. Scarlett. Heading for the airport to return to California. Gotta go. Lucas.
Be good. And slow down with the murders.
I wonder when he'll fly back from Europe and where he'll go after. Swimming and diving, men and women, sometimes are the same team in name only. There are schools in which the female team is stronger, others where diving is little more than an afterthought. When it comes to meets, we rarely travel together. The men's swimming schedule is probably somewhere on Stanford's website, but if Lucas wanted me to know where he is, he'd tell me. Not that I have time to think wistfully of him. Traveling has a domino effect that never fails to shrink my heart. Classes, labs, tests to make up for, which means that every meet is sandwiched by days stacked back to back. Moving as a team requires more social battery than I could ever scrounge up, even if the Gravelines power plant were to relocate inside my chest. Last but not least, I always get the cruds. Have you considered purchasing a new immune system? Mariam asks when she catches me sniffling in the kitchen. Too expensive, I mutter, pouring hot water into the pipsqueak travel mug Barb got me for my birthday. I think Aldi sells them at a discount. Even a used one would be better than what you're working with. I give her the finger and step outside. It's windy and foggy, and the prospect of practice and preparation for the next away meet in less than 8 goddamn days turns my will to live into a raisin. I must not be the only one. When I get to Avery, Penn and the twins seem delighted by the sight that greets us. How did they even... Bella looks at the dozens of seagulls that have taken residence in the diving well. You know what? Doesn't matter. Coach, what's going on? Coach Seema ambles toward us.
They're sanitizing everything, but apparently there are so many droppings, only a monster would force you to dive in these conditions.
I tilt my head. Did you ask if you could force us to dive in these conditions?
Yes, and you know what I was told? No practice today.
Oh, no. Penn deadpans. Coach Seema glares.
Strength training still on, smarty pants.
We glance up at the platform, which appears to have become the vacation home of a family of seagulls. A quiverful one. The heroes we need, I say. Penn nods. But not the heroes we deserve. Pilates indoors feels like a decadent step up from freezing my ass in the air. I'm jackknifing my way into oblivion when I overhear Penn chatting with Monroe, one of the swimmers.
Where the hell is Lucas?
He asks.
I thought he'd be back by now. I owe him $10.
Penn laughs. Clearly, the rest of the team still doesn't know that they broke up. He got back a few days ago, but immediately left for Seattle. Med school interview.
No shit.
He should be back tomorrow. I force myself not to wonder why she knows and I don't. It's because they're still friends, best friends. Or because Penn didn't chicken out of texting him every night for the past 2 weeks, typing and deleting and retyping until she fell asleep. The problem is, his list covered stuff like orgies and pony play, but offered no insight on whether I should contact Lucas if I simply miss him. I don't want to overstep and ruin our arrangement. And Lucas, I have no clue what he wants. All I know is that he hasn't been texting either.
Jesus.
Monroe says.
And then he's heading straight back out to UCLA for the quadrangular meet?
I think so, yeah.
Ballsy. Can't believe he's applying for med school during an Olympic year.
Kind of pointless, honestly. Even if he gets accepted, he's going to defer. He might as well have waited, but hey, he loves to torture himself. He does, doesn't he? And yet later, in the locker room, I find myself asking her, is he really going to defer? What? Lucas, I mean. He never mentioned it to me. Then again, when would he? In between bouts of helping my therapist fix my post-traumatic issues? Or while defiling poor Dr. Smith's pristine cancer research lab? What about while you two were getting busy on top of me? The bench in front of my locker asks. It's been calling me a slut for 2 weeks. You know what you did. I turn away. First you disgrace me, then you ignore me. Jesus. Yeah, Penn says. He physically can't go to med school and still pursue swimming at the elite level. She's right. I'm not sure why it never occurred to me. Maybe it's because my intention has always been to quit diving after senior year. But he's a much more successful athlete. Don't you miss Lucas? Bree asks Penn. He's been gone for a while. I'm still trying to figure out how to deal with Dale spending Thanksgiving in Iowa. I'm used to it. We were long distance for so long. And we text. Penn shrugs, then grins at me. What about you, Vandy? Do you miss Lucas? I choke on my coconut water, and Penn starts patting my back with unnecessary force and glee. Why would Vandy miss him? Bella asks. It was just a joke, Penn says. No reason. 20 minutes later, I'm threatening to stab her with a dining hall spoon. Seriously? Come on. She lowers my weapon with her fork. It was hilarious. Was it? For me, anyway. You should have seen your lustful little guilty face. Lustful. Or panicked. Mostly panicked. Don't worry, any day now, Lucas and I will bite the bullet and tell the team that we broke up. I scoop up 4 peas, shaking my head. Any news about hot teacher? Yes, actually. She plays with a sticker peeling off her water bottle. He asked me to spend Thanksgiving with him. My eyebrows shoot up. Like, with his family? He doesn't have much of one. And mine barely remembers that I exist, so they wouldn't even notice if I didn't go back to New Jersey. Theo said we could just rent an Airbnb and chill for a few days. And she shrugs, not very nonchalantly. It sounds like you're considering it. Well, I like being with him. Is this? I glance around, shaping my question. Does it feel like it's becoming serious between you two? She stares at her plate. We just have lots in common. It's a nice change of pace because of our shared interests. And the sex is amazing. And he's so easy to talk to and very affectionate and really into me, you know? Luke was, it's a personality thing. His range of emotions is kind of narrow, so are we speaking of the same person? But she's known him for 7 years. If one of us is wrong about Lucas, that has to be me. Right? Do you and Theo talk about the future? A bit. Sometimes. He knows that I'd like to dive professionally. He wants to be an academic, but he's so supportive. She flushes a little, but there's a giddiness to her I never noticed before. And it's possible that I'm a little giddy too, because in a scenario in which she's happily and openly dating Theo, she wouldn't care that Lucas and I might evolve into... It doesn't matter. In November, Penn and I spend most of our free time together. Meals, homework, a game night at Victoria's. We take the train and go to San Jose for a concert. I invite her over, and she's once again exposed to Mariam. Absolutely fucking terrifying. Our next dual meet is in Minnesota, and we wipe the floor with the other team.
That inward right there?
Coach tells me after my last voluntary dive. The temperature in the pool is lower than I'm used to, and my skin is bumpier than a chicken's. I know I didn't get high enough, but...
No, Vandy. Look!
I turn to the scoreboard. 7. 7.5. Holy shit, I whisper.
Language?
He chides.
But yeah, holy fucking shit.
We're not scored individually, but the result sheet is right there, and my name is listed right after Penn's. For springboard synchro, we're only 3 points behind the twins. It's mostly because Bella's back has been acting up, but still... My German test makeup exam is scheduled for the day we get back. After flashcarding throughout the dual meet, I'm optimistic in a reckless, if resigned, way. Afterward, with the sun already set and the lack of sleep making my head heavy, I walk to Dr. Carlson's office. The part about Gibbs sampling here? I tap at my paper on his desk, perhaps a little too forcefully. You docked off 2 points and told me to double-check my rate of conversions. Which I did, and I was correct, so... On the margin, Dr. Carlson scribbles.
Otis, triple-check your double-checking requests.
Thank you, I say, satisfied. He sighs and sits back in his chair.
You're welcome. Unfortunately...
He adds dryly.
Your grade is already the highest A I've ever given in this class.
It's a matter of principle. I explain primly. I'm sure you understand. He seems pained.
I do. And it's making me reconsider several things about myself.
I think our profound respect for computational biology should only be cultivated. He almost cracks a smile, the closest I've seen him to showing emotions that don't fall under the umbrella of irritation or contempt. It's petrifying.
Dr. Smith tells me your work on her project has been invaluable.
Really? I feel like I've been so busy with meets and practice, I don't get to work on it as much as I'd like.
Right. You said you're an athlete.
He glances at my Stanford swimming and diving hoodie.
Swimming?
Diving.
Had a 50% chance.
I make a sympathetic face. And you got it wrong.
Try not to enjoy it too much.
I am. Desperately. Another sigh.
Dr. Smith mentioned that you're applying to med schools.
Yep. Well, not yet, but soon,
If you need a letter of reference.
he says, and doesn't finish the sentence, which is unlike him and a little befuddling. I blink owlishly, hoping he'll explain himself, wondering how I'm supposed to read his mind, when suddenly I gasp. Wait, for real?
Provided that your performance in my class remains up to par, and that you do not reveal objectionable support of superseded pseudoscientific theories.
Are you referring to homeopathy?
Of course.
Please, I say flatly. He nods once.
Excellent.
I walk through the semi-deserted pre-Thanksgiving campus, wondering how far a rec letter from Adam fucking MacArthur fucking Carlson could get me here at Stanford. Or anywhere in the country. In the world? Maybe there's a med school on one of Neptune's moons. I should look into that. Mariam is already in Florida with her family. Her note on the kitchen table reads, "I left some food for you in the fridge." But when I open it, all I find is our usual array of sauces and condiment bottles. And a gold medal. The post-it stuck to it reads, "Psych! How does it feel to be the roommate of the #1 wrestler in the whole world?" I immediately text her. Scarlett. You mean in a single dual meet and in your weight category? Scarlett. Either way, my answer is, it would feel better if you'd gotten me food. Mariam. New phone, who dis? Our last practice is on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, and I book a flight to St. Louis for that night. The USA Diving Winter Nationals are going to start next week, and I seriously considered not going home. Stay on campus, have a lonely turkey sandwich and some cranberry juice, and spend the holidays practicing. But last week, Sam asked me, "Do you really think it's what's best for you?" And the answer seemed so simple. I miss Pipsqueak and Barb, though not as much. How will I know if I'm cutting myself too much slack? Oh, lordy. Sam actually laughed, a foreign sound I'd never before encountered, despite our many hours together. You've got a ways to go, Scarlett. Lucas returns from an away meet that Tuesday. I haven't seen him in person in almost a month, and it's odd being aware of him, noticing. Just a little while ago, he and I were strangers. But now he's a presence and an absence in my life, at once ghostly and bulky. I spot him poolside, talking with one of his coaches, Penn's arms slung around his waist. I see him, but I have no right to go to him. Or do I? We never agreed to anything more than kinky sex. All I can do is shake off the heavy weight in my stomach and climb the diving tower. Stare at the water where we kissed in the silent hours of the night while everyone else slept. Rise on the tip of my toes for my best inward dive yet. After, it's hugs with the twins in the locker room, wishes for safe travels, and the faint trepidation of knowing that we'll next see each other in Tennessee for the Winter Nationals. I step briskly out of the aquatic center, already dreading the shit show I'll find at the airport.
Scarlett.
It hits me hard when I turn around. Lucas and his post-practice tousled hair, the rapidly fading freckles, the way he slouches against the wall of Avery and yet remains graceful. A million other trivial, mesmerizing things. Are you waiting for...
You.
He says. My stomach opens like a sinkhole. Oh, hey.
Hey.
I hang back for a second, my instincts confused, oscillating wildly. Run away. run to him. As usual, he takes charge. Comes closer till I need to tilt my head to look him in the eyes. Smiles. Something faint and small, but no less committed for it.
That email Olive wrote.
He starts.
About presenting at that bio conference.
Ah, yes. I was going to ask if we should do it? He cocks his head.
Are you asking or telling me?
I snort a small laugh. Actually, I don't know. What do you think? He shrugs.
I did something similar last year.
And?
It was boring.
Oh. No, then?
But with you, it would be fun.
My heart races. It would look good on med school applications, right? I add quickly to put a shield between myself and my enjoyment of his words.
Probably.
Then let's do it. I smile. He doesn't. A cluster of water polo players walks past us, and we fall into a silence that's not quite as comfortable or familiar as I'm used to. And then we start talking at the same time.
Do you want...
We both stop.
You first.
He says. Nothing much. I'm headed for the airport. Going home. He nods.
I guess I won't need to ask my question after all.
Do you What were you going to ask, Lucas? Do I want... what? I should demand he tells me. Instead, are you doing something fun on Thursday? He frowns.
Thursday.
Thanksgiving.
Ah, right. I always forget that you Americans celebrate that.
Yep. Mid-food and colonial violence. It's our thing. I shift my backpack from one shoulder to the other. How did your competitions go? Are you officially the king in the North?
I've never heard anyone phrase it like that. And now I'm wondering why.
A missed opportunity. Any new records?
Nope.
He lifts his hand, showing me his skin.
My good luck troll's stamp had already faded by the time I was competing.
I frown. What's a good luck troll?
You know, those little creatures who watch over us and bring good fortune.
I most certainly do not know of... I laugh. Oh my God! Is that why you've been calling me troll? He says nothing, just looks at me warmly, fondly, and I glance away. But when I turn back, he's still staring. A little differently from earlier, more intense, inquisitive, and it makes me bold. Too bad we're not overlapping longer. He nods.
Yeah, too bad.
He seems briefly impatient, lips pressed together, fingers twitching, like he wants to reach for something but knows he can't.
After the holidays, then.
He looks around, and I wonder if what's going through his head is the same as mine. What if we moved closer for just a second? What if we kissed? Would anyone see? Would anyone care? In the end, it's Lucas who lifts his hand and reaches up to push a lock of damp hair behind my ear, letting his thumb brush against my cheek once, for less than a second. His hand drops back to his side. I cannot breathe.
Safe travels, Scarlett.
He says hoarsely. His pupils are blown wide.
Keep in touch, if you want to.
I can feel my pulse, pounding in my cheeks, spreading across my abdomen. Bye, Lucas. I don't turn around, not even when I hear Penn's voice greeting him. But his face sticks behind my eyelids long after I land in St. Louis. Chapter 45. The claim to fame of the USA Diving Winter Nationals is one and one only. It's the qualifier for the World Championship, I tell Barb over a plate of microwaved leftovers. It's a treasured yearly tradition. Me re-explaining the basics of competitive diving. Her treating everything I say as though it's new and highly intriguing information. It's not my fault, she whines. Do you know how many bones the body has? 206. Precisely. and I have to know them all. There's no room in my chubby little brain to retain any other knowledge. Plus, you know how I feel about sports. They're a crime against couches. Exactly. Come on, tell me again about this convoluted rigmarole that you have to go through to launch yourself off a cliff. I sigh, but Pipsqueak is in my lap, snoring softly, displaying her pudgy belly. It's hormonally impossible for me to feel anything but joy. In 3 days, I'm going to the Diving Winter Nationals qualifiers in Knoxville. If I qualify, which seems likely, I'm optimistic. If I qualify, I move on to the Diving Winter Nationals, which start in 5 days at the same pool in Knoxville. And what's our goal at the Diving Winter Nationals? I love the royal we, especially considering her hard stance on athletics. As I mentioned, that's where people qualify for the World Aquatics Championships. That sounds like a big deal. Wait, did you already go to one of those? Only junior ones, Montreal and Doha. You accompanied me to both. Told ya, chubby, little. World Aquatics are going to be next February in Amsterdam. Every country gets to enter only 2 athletes for every event, which means that if I place first or second, I'll get to go. And how likely are you to place first or second? I try not to think about it too much, because otherwise I'll just work myself into a panic and move into a system of caves with a nice bat family. But I tap my fingers against Pipsqueak's tummy. My strongest event is the platform, and I'm basically a shoo-in. Not that I would ever place first. Penn's better, no doubt. But I'm certain to place second if a couple of things happen. Barb's eyes widen. And what are these things? Okay, first, I lift my index finger. Fatima Abadi from Utah needs to withdraw from the competition for an urgent but ultimately inconsequential family matter. Then, middle. Matilde Ramirez should injure herself. Nothing bad. Maybe a mild sprain that'll heal right away. Just something that'll last long enough to sit out nationals. After that, ring. I'm going to need Akane Straisman, Emily Newell, and CJ Melville to leave the discipline altogether. Maybe they could fall madly in love and elope. Move to a cabin in the woods and live their cottagecore dreams. I'm flexible when it comes to, I get it. Barb rolls her eyes, but she reaches out to me. My fingers twine with hers. What you're saying is, unless I'm willing to break my Hippocratic oath and shank a handful of young women, I shouldn't buy non-refundable tickets to Amsterdam? Pretty much. But it doesn't matter, I hasten to add. It's not black or white, winning or losing. As long as I can do my best and be proud of my performance, I don't care. Whoa! Who are you and what have you done to my stepdaughter? I laugh. There is a little bobblehead living inside my skull. She looks just like my therapist and loves to remind me that if I don't redefine my concept of failure, I'll die of acute ventricular tachycardia before turning 25. In fact, Plastic Sam is my main companion for the first 2 days of the qualifiers. I'm in Knoxville alone because Bree, Bella, and Penn already have their spots. I have acquaintances from the junior varsity circuit, but for the most part, I'm on my own and don't mind. I qualify for all my events easily, acquaint myself with the diving well, rest. No pool is like another. The way the water looks from above, sounds and temperature, where the judges sit, hostile, merciless. Every springboard has a fulcrum that needs to be adjusted. Want a stiffer, easier-to-control board? Move it forward. Love to be propelled into the sun by a massive rocket of elastic energy? All the way to the back. It all needs getting used to, and I'm glad for the opportunity. The night before Winter Nationals start, I get an unexpected invite to dinner. Vandy, we're tired of hotel food. Want to get Chinese with us? There's a cheap place 3 minutes away. It's Carissa Macris. I know her from my recruiting trip to the University of Florida, the team she ended up joining. We were shuttled around together and got along well enough to stay in touch afterward. But I think she hoped to have a college buddy, because after I told her I'd be going to Stanford, she never contacted me again. At the time, she was mostly a springboard diver, but she's made a lot of progress on the platform. And now, after 3 years of ignoring my existence, she's inviting me to dinner. Oh, really? Come on, we'll be back early. She runs a hand through her dark curls and grins. It's gonna get so crowded here tomorrow, we'll be eating stacked in each other's laps. Chinese is my weakness, so I head over with her and 5 other girls from Florida and have lots of fun. We complain about FINA, NCAA, USADA, about our respective institutions and coaches, about swimmers, about the aches in our joints, about the academic work we'll have to make up for. I was there when you got injured, Carissa tells me later, while the others are getting soft serve and it's just me, her, and Natalie, her synchro partner. I teared up. True story. She did, Natalie confirms. It looked so painful, and it could have happened to anyone. I fold my napkin into little triangles. Yeah, it sucked. I'm glad you're back on. My friend up in Pullman, Natalie adds, said you are at the top of your game. Compared to last year when there was no game? For sure. At this point, not hitting my head against concrete would be a raving success. They chuckle. So you're doing synchro? Carissa asks. Yup, with Penelope Ross. Ah, right. Natalie nods. But I get the discomfiting impression that she already knew that. Won silver for the 3-meter springboard at the NCAA last year, right? And a gold for the platform. Right. Well, Carissa steeples her hands, elbows braced wide on the table. All I can think is, there it is, the true reason for this dinner. I'm not one to beat around the bush, Vandy. I like you. You've never shown anything but good sportsmanship. I remember you at the Olympic trials 4 years ago, you know. You didn't make the team, but I thought, she's got something. She's good. Thank you, I say, instead of pointing out how slightly patronizing this sounds. We're the same age. Carissa was at those trials too and placed lower than I did. I'll just say it straight to you. Penn Ross? You need to watch your back with that one. Whatever I expected, this was not it. What do you mean? Plainly, she's a backstabbing bitch. Back in Jersey, I dove in the same club as her, and she was universally despised. Ask anyone. She may be the next big thing in diving, and she may have grifted Stanford into believing that she's not a sociopath. But I know better, and you should too. I try to digest Carissa's words, trying to reconcile what she just said with my own experience, but my brain instantly rejects it. In the last few months, Penn and I have been growing closer, and I don't like this. Being stuck with Penn Ross? Natalie snorts. Penn is a friend. Nothing in her behavior has ever suggested what you're saying. How many years have you known her? About 3. I more than double you then. Still, I can't imagine that through the thick and thin of 3 diving seasons, she wouldn't have let slip this humongous harpy personality you speak of. I shake my head and scoot to the side of the booth, ready to walk back to the hotel. Hey, Natalie calls. We're just trying to be nice here. Nothing to be mad about and lots to be grateful for, so let her go. Carissa stops her with a hand on her shoulder, her eyes never leaving mine. Vandy? Just watch your back, okay? When I show up to the platform prelims, I discover that CJ Melville is out due to injury. My gasp is loud, but submerged by everyone else's shocked noises. Is it bad? Bree asks. Was it karma? CJ has been universally considered the U.S. diver for the past 6 or 7 years, but has an interesting reputation. Less than nice, some say. Mean as a banshee, most say. Personally, I've had enough experience with the way not beamingly outgoing women tend to be written off as bitches to mistrust the rumors.
No idea.
Coach says.
But she was as good as guaranteed to take up a world championship spot on most events, so that ups y'all's chances by 50%? That sounds right.
I frown. Actually, the math isn't...
No one likes to know it all, Vandy.
Penn pats my knee. What did you do? I text Barb, who has, I'm informed, notifications silenced. Probably busy buying crowbars to off the rest of the competition. Or in surgery. Who knows?
Of course,
Coach continues.
CJ doesn't compete in synchro because of her
Distaste for anything that houses a soul? Bree offers.
Sure, let's put it like that. But Madison Young, who was at TAMU till last year, is disqualified. Not sure why.
We all fall silent. There's usually one reason for people to be disqualified, and I can't picture Madison taking stimulants and screwing up her career.
And Matilde Ramirez is coming off last month's injury.
Penn and I exchange a glance. All of this is convenient, she finishes. I'm just glad you didn't make me say it. She laughs. By the way, Luke asked me to give you something. My eyes widen. Lucas? You forgot it at his place or something? She wiggles her eyebrows at me. I glance around, relieved to find that no one is paying attention. I never forgot anything at his... Oh, my God. Is it my underwear? Did he give Penn my dirty underwear? Here you go. She hands me something soft and colorful, then turns to reply to something Bella asked. It's for the best, since I think I might be shaking and blood pounds in my temples and my chest is suddenly red hot. Because in my hands, there's a tie-dye chamois. We all progress easily to finals, but Bella's back is not getting better, and she misses qualifying. She's a good sport about it, but Bree must notice something I don't, because she looks at her sister with a worried expression and disappears with her for a couple of hours. It's a hectic competition, with simultaneous and combined events and little buffering time. We're all exhausted by the end of day one. Carissa is diving too. The first couple of times her name is announced, I sneak glances at Penn for signs of discomfort, but she seems indifferent. One-sided feud, I decide. Likely jealousy. I put the whole thing out of my mind. I don't have the constitution for drama, not if it includes me or people I care about. My dives are a mixed bag. I mess up an entry like I'm Flipper's fucking blowhole, but my pikes are tight. It makes me proud. Not that I dove well, but that I managed to dust myself off and put my mistakes behind me. Not perfect, can still be good. What a mind-altering thought, huh? In the locker room, I zip up my hoodie and turn to Penn. I need a snack, but do you want to practice synchro after? Isn't the pool closed? Dryland, I was thinking. I hold the door open for her as we head out. Mostly for the running approach. Look what the hyena dragged in. We halt. Carissa stands in our path, staring daggers at Penn. Natalie scowls at her side, channeling the henchman of the scariest lunch-stealing bully at the playground. Carissa? Penn's face is polite and pleasant, but different, too. We have to go. Sorry about ruining my life? A beat of silence. Penn's voice takes a conciliatory tilt. This is not the time nor the place. There is no time or place, is there? You got what you wanted, and we all have to get over it. She tries to shrug, but it doesn't work, like a chip is physically tilting her shoulder. Carissa, I don't want to hear it. Last night, I thought she was bitter and angry. Today, she can't conceal the hurt in her words. I just wanted to let you know that you're not forgiven. She turns on her heels and walks away. Natalie's arm slung over her shoulder, pulling her closer as if for comfort. I turn to Pen at a loss for words and find that she's already looking at me. "Scarlett," she says, voice trembling. "I need to talk to Lucas. Right now." Chapter 46. We go to my room and call Lucas from my phone. I wonder if I should text him a heads up. I know this is weird. Please don't send me to voicemail. Neither of us selected phone sex or long-distance roleplay on the list. I'm aware. He won't pick up, Pen tells me, dejected. I just remembered. He's at the U.S. Open. The 200-meter freestyle finals are happening right now. Oh. I wipe my palms down my joggers and sit next to her on the mattress, unsure what to do. It takes me almost an entire minute to gather the courage to cover her hand with mine. I'm sorry about Carissa. If there's anything I can do, I can't believe she actually talked to me this time. Shit. Pen rubs a hand down her face. "Vandy, I need to explain some stuff to you." "She warned me about you last night," I blurt out. Possibly the wrong thing to say, given Pen's instantly betrayed look, but I need to come clean. "She was high on the spewing and low on the specifics. Just said you're a bad person," was the gist of it. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Honestly?" I shrug. I didn't believe her. What she said made no sense, so I shelved it as bullshit. It didn't even occur to me that you might want to know, and I'm sorry, Pen's arms wrap around my neck, holding me so tight, breathing is not the piece of cake activity it used to be. I hesitantly hug her back. A moment later, I feel her tears against my cheek. "I'm sorry. It's just..." She pulls back with a sniffle, wiping the back of her hand on her face. "She's poisoned so many people against me. And the fact that you didn't even hesitate..." My heart squeezes. "I'm sorry she cornered you like that. Maybe we could report her." "No." Pen shakes her head. "This goes way back, Vandy." I nod. "You don't have to explain anything to me. I support you no matter, but I want to." She takes a deep breath. Carissa and I went to the same diving club in Central Jersey, and I cannot remember when we stopped liking each other or pretending to like each other, or why by the time we were 14 we were in an all-out conflict. Maybe we were young and competitive. I'm not proud of the way I acted at the time. I'd gloat when I won, seethe when she did. That cringe stuff you think back on and want to drown yourself over? I nod, highly familiar. Children can be mean. Athletes can be mean. Mixing the two together? An unstable equation. Her mom was the director of our diving club. Coach. Former diver. She had a knack for teaching, but over time she went from being passionate and supportive to verbally abusive. She'd constantly yell terrible things at us, including her daughter. And the younger kids, she terrified them. Shamed them about their weight, forced them to train in bad weather, said all sorts of toxic stuff. And I was the one who reported her. Oh, shit. An investigation was opened. She was suspended. It was for the best, but Carissa remained in the club and decided that I'd ruined her mother's career, maybe even her life. And the rest of the club? They knew that the report wasn't false, but she managed to spin the narrative that I'd overreacted out of jealousy, and either they believed her or they pretended to. Pen wipes her eyes. It was miserable. The bullying, the things they said behind my back, to my face. I wanted to find another club, but there was nowhere with a reasonable commute. My parents didn't care, and Carissa and I were in the same high school. She spread rumors about me, turned friends against me. Not everyone believed her, but it was so hard going to a party and not knowing if people would throw a bowl of soup at you. She laughs, watery. Were there many soup-involving parties at your high school? Wouldn't know, as I was never invited to one. But I think it'd be a winning idea. Her amusement lifts some weight from the room. My junior and senior years were hell, and if not for Lucas, I'd have been totally alone. But he'd call to remind me that I wasn't an unlovable piece of shit, and she sighs deeply. And then there's the part I hate the most. Stanford was Carissa's dream school. But when Carissa contacted Coach Seema to express her interest, he noticed that she and I had been in the same club and asked me about our relationship. I was truthful, and he decided not to pursue her. I scratched the side of my head, taking it all in. I still don't think any of this is your fault. I know, it's just... She tips her head back, staring at the ceiling, her eyes once again overflowing. I hate it. Knowing that she's here and still resents me. It's just... Lucas is not around, and I feel so alone all over again, and... You're not, though. She looks at me, and I squeeze her hand. I'm here. I may not be Lucas, but I'm your friend. And if Carissa makes a single wrong move, I'm going to glower at her and hiss. Hiss? It's a very effective defensive behavior within the animal kingdom. The point is, I'm on your side. I hate bullying and people who intimidate others. I've always been on the fringe of every team. You made me feel welcome from the start. I trust you, and you can trust me. Her tears spill over. Are you sure? I nod, just as Lucas's name flashes on my phone. I quickly accept the video call.
Scarlett?
He must have dialed me back the second he got out of the pool because he's still dripping. He looks at once surprised, pleased, and worried.
You okay?
I remember what he said about his mom. The phone call came. Yeah, everything's okay. I angle the camera to include Penn. Just Carissa. Nothing, Penn says from beside me. Her cheeks are still shiny, but she turns to me. I do the same and notice her smile. I had an issue and wanted to talk to you, but as it turns out, Vandy helped me through it because she's an amazing friend, and I don't deserve her. My heart swells. I feel chosen, worthy. That's nice of you to say because I live in fear of you seeing through my daily charades and realizing that I'm so numbingly boring, dentists inject me into gums before root canals. What? You're not boring at all, she says. And there's an echo because Lucas said the same thing at the same time. He looks confused by the whole thing. Might still be panting from his race. Did you win? I ask. He shrugs. Because, of course, he did. And doesn't even look smug about it.
Is everything okay? Do you need me?
I get the impression that the question is for me, but it's Penn who shakes her head and says solemnly, It appears that your presence will not be required after all. He lifts an eyebrow, puzzled but not displeased.
Okay.
Basically, I'm the new and improved version of you. I tell him with my most self-satisfied smile, which makes his own lips quirk.
And here I was, thinking you were a troll.
Penn looks confused, so I squeeze her hand again, and we change the subject. Chapter 47. The Winter Nationals last 5 more days, each with highs and lows. During the springboard final, neither Penn nor I qualify for the World Championship, but neither does Carissa, who's on track for the gold until she flunks an entry so bad, chestnut-backed chickadees in the Pacific Northwest must have felt the spray. I've produced way worse dives, and when it comes to enjoying someone else's screw-ups, I don't have a single toe to stand on. But just this once, I allow myself some gloating room. We should celebrate, I whisper at Penn during the award ceremony. Coach Seema turns back with a worried look, like maybe I forgot that not being on the podium is a bad thing. But Penn leans her forehead against my shoulder and wheezes for 5 minutes.
Everything okay?
Lucas texts me that day. Scarlett. Yes, Penn's doing much better. We're about to start some synchro prelim. Lucas.
And?
Scarlett. Would you like a picture of the dive sheet? Lucas.
How are you, Scarlett?
There is no reason for this simple question to make me blush. Must be the heat of the pool. I'm no longer used to diving indoors. Scarlett. Fine. ? Lucas.
Is that a question or an answer?
Scarlett. Not sure. Lucas.
Think it through, then.
The second day, I wake up to an email from my favorite German insomniac, Herr Karl Heinz.
Scharlach! Look at you go!
It's an A on my exam! In your face! I scream in absolutely no one's face. I did it! I did it! I text Barb a screenshot. Then Mariam. Then, why not, Lucas, who says,
Swedish better be next.
I don't know why, but it makes me kick my feet. On the third day, after a long, hushed conversation with her sister, Bella decides to withdraw. My back's just too... She shakes her head. Coach Seema sighs, patting her shoulder.
Not your fault, kid. Stop by PT, okay?
Watching the twins leave the pool is heartbreaking. Because of Bella's injury and because of the wistfulness in Bree's eyes as she looks back at us. Penn and I finish 5th on the board synchro, as good as we could have hoped, considering the competition. But it's hard to celebrate when Carissa and Natalie take the gold, which means they'll be heading for Amsterdam. We don't stay for the award ceremony that follows the event, even if it's terrible sportsmanship. Instead, we head for the locker room and quickly shower. We're out before most of the other divers arrive, and because the universe punishes athletes with the aforementioned sportsmanship, we cross paths with the two people we care to avoid. Hey, Vandy, Carissa says. I'll see you tomorrow at the platform synchro finals. And her eyes flit to Penn. Take what I said to heart. You need to stop, I tell her, squaring my shoulders. Stop what? Being rude to Penn. Her face hardens. You know I'm doing you a favor, right? Actually, you're just harassing us. Yeah? She takes a step closer. If this is how you thank me, I hope you get to reap the consequences of your stupidity. I smile sweetly. And I hope you get explosive dysentery in the middle of a somersault dive. I brush past her, Penn on my heels. It's probably the most out-of-character thing I've ever done, said, or thought. But Penn is at my side, gripping my arm. That may have been the sexiest thing that ever happened to me. Oh? Well, I'm no hero, but I pretend to dust myself off, and she laughs. Even better than when she saw me and Lucas hold hands the first time. I swear her face shattered in a million plankton-sized pieces. Clearly you and Lucas are my knights in shining armor. We enter the elevator and her eyes narrow on me. You are quite similar. Me and Carissa? God, no. You and Lucas. I laugh. Believe me, we aren't. You are both reserved. You get intense about the people you care about. You're single-minded and have a solid core of strength and self-confidence. You hide your sense of humor from most people, but are hilarious. And, of course, you're both into kinky BDSM stuff. I was going to say science-y shit, but that too. I shake my head. I'm not confident at all. Up until 2 months ago, I could barely dive. Confidence is not about being able to do shit, Vandy. Confidence is showing up and trying, and not giving up because deep in your heart you know who you are and what you're capable of. Is that right? I have no idea. I do want to be like Lucas, I tell myself later that night in bed. Somehow, it's a good thought to settle on. It feels less messy than wanting to be with Lucas. The following day, during the platform synchro final, Pen screws up her takeoff and sprains her ankle. It's not bad. You'll be like new in a week or so, the doctor tells her. Her eyes light with hope. Can I continue competing? Today and tomorrow? Absolutely not. It's disappointing, but we're both relieved that her injury is minor.
No podiums.
Coach Seema tells me, Bree, and Pen on the last day. I'm waiting to be introduced for the individual platform final, and they're here to support me.
That's not ideal, of course.
His lecturing gaze meets each of ours for a socially cruel length of time.
On the plus side, the whole team qualified for the Olympic trials, though your 3-meter dives badly need work, Vandy.
There isn't enough room, I mutter sullenly into my PB&J. It's my least favorite anyway. I feel like I'm jumping off a gangplank.
Any more back talk?
I lower my gaze and stay silent, but 30 minutes later and 4 dives into the platform finals, I'm wondering if Coach is eating his words. Because my scores are, incomprehensibly, hovering very close to the podium. It's really just the 4 of you. Pen whispers at me while I try to keep warm between dives. I mean, Akane Straisman is way too far ahead, and she's going to take gold. And unless Emily Newell's bones turn into glow sticks, she's going to take silver. But bronze is either going to be you or Natalie. Carissa's henchman. You two have been switching 3rd and 4th place the whole time. I don't know what I want the most. To get a medal or to stop Natalie from getting one. Pen wraps her palms around my shoulders and squeezes with all her might. Pick one, Vandy, because I want to buy you a bronze medal's worth of drinks tonight. What's your last dive? Bree asks me. Arm stand double 1.5. Oh my God, Pen gasps. At my best, this dive is my masterpiece. Anything less than that, an utter shit show. And there are so many places for it to crumble to dust. But this is Pen, of course, and she's amazing, and instead of telling me what could go wrong, she hugs me. It's my favorite dive of yours. Mine too. Bree bounces on her feet. This is fucking fate. I keep that with me. Even after Natalie dives and I do the math on the score I need to get the bronze, even as I climb up the stairs, even when I'm drying off with my tie-dye chamois, so similar to the one I lost 2 years ago, the one I barely recall mentioning to Lucas. He remembered, though. I look at it, smile, and throw it off the tower. And when I rise into an arm stand, I don't think about what could go wrong. I don't think about perfection. Instead, I focus on the people out there who enjoy watching me perform the dive. When I take off, when I'm in the air, when I enter the water and then exit it, I hope they'll have a good time. And when I'm barely out of the pool and they're already there, wrapping their arms around my drenched body, you did it! You did it! You did it! You have 10 points over Natalie. It's bronze. It's certain bronze because there's only Emily left and she's already ahead of you. Bella's gonna cry so hard when Bree cuts off abruptly. Oh my God, she says, her tone chock full of shock. She's looking past my shoulder. Are you okay? I ask. She opens her mouth. When no sound comes out, she points at the scoreboard behind me. Emily dove. The competition is over, and I think Emily Newell's bones must have turned into glow sticks, Pen whispers, because all of her scores are unexpectedly low. So low, she's fallen to 3rd place. Which means Coach appears out of nowhere, holding out the tie-dye chamois.
Well, Vandy?
He chokes out.
I hope you have a valid passport.
I guess I'm going to Amsterdam. Chapter 48.
It's a blessing and curse.
Coach Seema tells me while I wait to be called on the podium.
It'll be only 5 months before the Olympics, 3 months before the trials. You're going to be exhausted, Vandy. And the coaches have not been selected.
So you could end up with Mr. Resting Fish Face, that new guy at UCLA.
I barely listen. He's right, but I need fewer warnings and more silence to process the fact that I started this season with a mental block the size of a manatee. And now I'll be representing my country at Worlds. The enormity of it is staggering. Emily Newell is a better diver, I murmur on the plane. She just made a mistake. I don't deserve to take her spot. What was that? Penn asks, taking out an AirPod. I shake my head, but once we land, I'm relieved. Even more so when Mariam's not home and I get to be alone. Someone wants to interview me for Stanford's student newspaper. There is an article with my name on ESPN.com. The school's athletic director personally emailed to congratulate me. USA Diving sent a 900-item pre-championship to-do checklist and added me to the Tier 1 high-performance squad. I am assured by multiple individuals that USA gear is forthcoming. It's Saturday night, but we have a 3-day break from practice, and I plan to shut myself in my room, relax, and panic in peace. And then I get Lucas's text. Lucas.
Are you freaking out yet?
I burst into laughter. Scarlett. Since before the podium. Lucas.
I could tell from the live stream.
He watched the live stream. Penn invited me to some big swimming party. I considered going, mostly to see Lucas, but I'm too exhausted. I shower, put on PJ shorts and a tank top, and when I hear a knock, I groan. It's probably the super. I hate the super. He talks for hours, and I pull back from the spy hole with a gasp, tear the door open. Lucas? I'd forgotten how tall and broad he is. Or maybe I'm just barefoot. I don't know, because it's hard to focus when he's looking at me like that. The ghost of a smile brushing his mouth and sitting around his eyes. 2 mastodonic paper bags in one arm.
I figured you'd be out of food.
He simply says, "Oh my God. Thank you." The counter is next to the door. I take the bags from him, set them there, and turn around, expecting to find him engaged in his favorite ritualistic behavior, taking off his damn shoes. But he's closed the door and just stands there, looking at me like in this moment in time, contemplating doing anything else is beyond his ability. I smile up at him. This smells amazing. Is it Chinese? He nods. It's my favorite. Had I mentioned? Another nod. I landed in the state less than 2 hours ago, and he came to see me. He brought me milk and bread and coffee, fresh produce, my favorite dinner. My throat is full with this knowledge. I take a step closer, pushing up on my toes. Thank you for Suddenly, I'm off the floor, pressed between Lucas and the door, my thighs wrapped around his torso. Brring. He kisses me hard, immediately deep, as if to lick the word out of my mouth.
Scarlett,
he says, a raspy rumble that comes out of his heart via his throat, and maybe it's the desperate sound of it, but a second later we're grinding on each other, his hips pushing into mine, his palms frenzied, impatient, changing trajectory, squeezing, and my hands dip between our bodies and begin unbuttoning his jeans. He kisses a humming, inviting sound inside my mouth. When I reach inside his boxers and close my fingers around him, he groans like he is in physical pain, pressing his hips into my touch. He's hot and already fully hard. I smear the head with the wetness I find on the tip and circle once, twice, 3. He stops my wrist with a displeased grunt, pushes my hand away. He takes his cock out, shoves my shorts to the side, finds me bare and wet, and...
Fuck.
He mutters. He slides one finger inside me while thumbing my clit. It's so good. I cannot believe I managed to do without him for over a month. I squirm against his touch and slide my hand back around his cock to do the same to him. Lucas growls, grips my wrist again, and this time pins it next to my head.
I think you forgot who's in charge.
I haven't. It comes out as a whine and earns me a near-painful bite at the base of my jaw. I hate myself for the way I can't stop writhing against him, but I'm not sure he's in control of himself either. And I know that he isn't when I feel him nudge against my opening right there, against the door, when beds, couches, a table exist. Thing is, I don't think he can wait to be inside me, because he is guiding me down onto his cock right now. The first few inches glide in all at once. I close my eyes, let out a small, breathless whimper of adjustment, arching to make him fit. Lucas, I moan. It's smooth sailing. Until it's not. His eyes on me are wild and soft.
You are very beautiful. Have I told you?
No idea. I can't even remember my own name. Maybe?
I was watching you dive the past few days.
He starts moving and I whimper into his neck. It's as always with him. A little painful, unbelievably good, annihilating the possibility of any other thought.
And I was thinking.
A particularly hard thrust, and he stuffs himself deeper. His mouth exhales against mine, an almost kiss.
I swear, Scarlett, I think about the ways I fucked you all the time. Replay them in my head so much. I'm afraid they'll wear off.
One more inch. He's just big enough that this is never going to be easy. The pressure of him, impossible to breathe around. I feel feverish, too hot, pliant, and it's just nice the way he holds me and fills me. Concentrating on his words is more effort than I can spare.
But I can't remember whether I told you how beautiful you are, and it's been driving me crazy.
Deeper still. For a split second, it's too much, and I almost push him away. Then it passes, and... Oh my God, Lucas! I think I could. It's insane. I must be losing my mind, but I think I could easily come just from the drag of him inside me. I roll my hips, trying to get closer, but the hand under my bottom stops me. My other wrist is still pinned to the wall, and I let out a restless groan. Please!
Hush.
He kisses my cheek calmly, like his cock is not throbbing inches deep inside me.
Did I?
What?
Did I tell you how beautiful you are?
I'm fluttering around him, ready to burst. I remember. I'm almost... Yes, you did. His mouth twitches in satisfaction.
Good,
He says, pulling out and then filling me again.
my brilliant, beautiful girl.
He fucks me like he's thought of nothing but this since the last time we touched. We both come like avalanches in less than a minute. Isn't there a party somewhere? Lucas gives me his best, "Why would that matter?" look and spoons an indecent pile of fried rice on my plate.
More?
I shake my head. I should feel embarrassed at the way I have to lean against the counter, boneless and dripping, cotton-brained and flushed all over. I can't, though. Not when he moves around my kitchen like he's been cooking in it for months. Not with the lingering glances he sneaks at me every few moments. He takes both our plates to the table and must notice my post-orgasm uselessness because he returns to pick me up, his palm firm under my ass, my legs wrapped around his waist. He's a wonderful means of transportation. Safe, timely, comfortable. I want a yearly pass.
I was going to let you eat first.
He says, taking a seat next to me.
Couldn't, though.
He shrugs and dives into his rice. Is this an apology?
Come on, Scarlett.
He chides.
You know it isn't.
Good, I think.
Now that I got a better look, it's not as bad as I thought.
He adds. What?
Your apartment. I expected muddy shoe prints and sentient mold.
He glances around like a judgmental landlord.
This is livable.
High praise.
Moderate praise. I might still do some breaking and entering while you're at practice.
His gaze warms.
How do you feel?
You know when something that's unexpected but good happens? You should be happy about it, and you are, but also terrified, and the anxiety drowns everything else.
According to my psych prof, winning the lottery is one of the most stressful things that someone can experience.
I tap my index finger against the table. That's exactly what I feel. Like I won the lottery. On average, Emily was 1,000,000 times better than me.
1,000,000.
But because of one mistake, I get to represent my country. Seems like bullshit. His hand reaches to cover mine, and I stop fidgeting.
And do you think that whoever perfected the national team qualification process over decades never considered similar scenarios?
I'm sure they did, but in my case...
If the situation were reversed...
His fingers twine with mine.
Would you think that you deserve to go to Amsterdam?
No, but... Lucas's eyebrow quirks and I fall silent, which seems to please him a little too much. I hate that smug checkmate expression. He smiles like he could not give less of a shit.
You're beautiful when you dive.
I flush, look away. Yeah, you mentioned.
That's not what I mean. I always respected divers, but never found real pleasure in watching them.
His eyes are dark in the dim kitchen light.
Until you.
It feels wrong and forbidden. The obvious question, what about Penn, lingers between us, unasked. Or maybe it doesn't. Because part of me is starting to wonder if their relationship was more about two young teens being alone against the world and swearing mutual protection than about romantic love. But it's a dangerous path to take, muddied by wishful thinking and a question I'm not ready to ask myself. Why do I care anyway?
I know you're anxious about competing,
He says.
But selfishly, I'm glad you'll be at the World Championship with me.
My heart beats louder, quicker. Maybe we could... I stop.
What?
I was going to say, maybe we could visit Amsterdam together? But you're best friends with the entire Swedish delegation, and the king will be there.
Like I said, Sweden's a democracy.
You flamed pants liar. I lean forward, elbows on the table. I checked Wikipedia. You do have a king. The buzz of his phone interrupts us. Penelope, the name on the top of the screen reads. Then texts pop up. Penelope. Luke! Penelope. Come on, we're having so much fun! Penelope. Where are you? He turns the phone face down and pushes it to the side. Unobtrusive. A silent, it's just us.
Our king, as I'm sure your sources mentioned, has no political power or relevancy.
He inches closer, too. I want to free my hand and trace that perfectly slanted jaw.
What else did you find out about my country during your countless hours of research?
A lot, actually, since I can't seem to stop myself from reading up on it before bed. It's like I'm planning a trip. Let's see. That you guys have a word for when your hair is all messy because you just had sex. His mouth twitches.
True. Knulrufs.
And also a really tasty-looking nuclear green dessert that I'd do unspeakable things to try.
Dammsugare.
Is it good?
Are glycemic comas part of your kink portfolio?
Hell yeah.
Then it's good.
I laugh. I learned about lagom. Am I saying it right? He nods and I continue. It means the perfect amount. Not too much, not too little. The idea is that society is like a team, Resources should be shared equally, and people should be humble. He looks intrigued, like I've found a deep cut. And it can come with some downsides, like with the law of
Law of Yanta.
Law of Yanta, correct. I say haughtily. Lucas laughs softly. People shouldn't brag about their accomplishments or think that they are special, which can make it hard for them to celebrate their successes. Lucas has once again gone unreadable. Reminds you of someone, huh? I ask, injecting just a hint of challenge in my voice, thinking of everything he is, everything he does, everything he never speaks of. And maybe he gets it, at least a little bit. I watch him trace the inside of his cheek with his tongue, mull it over, ponder options, until he says,
I had my first 2 acceptances.
My heart stops. It seems so early, and he's talking about med schools, right? Oh my God. This is... Where? I ask, treading cautiously.
Penn, Emory.
I nod slowly to avoid spooking him.
Emory offered a merit scholarship.
He adds, Full?
Yes.
It's fantastic. More than that. It's the best news ever, and I want to explode out of my chair and scream my excitement. But something that passes between us in subtexts, well, underneath the frequency of words, tells me to just stay calm.
I haven't told anyone yet.
He says, Oh, Lucas. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but I can't stave off this happy bursting feeling. So I stand, make myself at home on his lap, wrap my arms tight around his neck, and once I'm sure he won't bolt the second I open my mouth, I whisper in his ear, I'm so happy for you. The words are low and hushed and a little sacred, even though we are alone. It's just us. You're safe with me. His arms lock around my waist, hands splayed open over my flanks and ribs. It's not until much, much later that I hear him murmur,
I'd love to see Amsterdam with you.
Chapter 49. I end the autumn quarter with all A's. And no, I don't care that English composition and German come with a small dash right after the letter. The plus that Dr. Carlson tacked to my comp bio grade offsets at least one of them. In my heart, if not numerically. Will this ruin your GPA? Mariam asks. I credit the work I've been doing with Sam for my unbothered. It'll lower it by a decimal point, which is fine. Mariam is on my shit list, even more so than usual. Has been since the night I returned from Tennessee, when she barged in on Lucas and me doing the dishes, drunkenly threatened to call the landlord if a single sex noise made it to her ears, and then absconded to her room with my fried rice. Sorry about her, I told Lucas while getting ready for bed, handing him the still packaged toothbrush for my last cleaning.
I'm a Swede. We handle bluntness well.
I fully planned to make a cam-girl-worthy number of sex noises, just to annoy her, but fell asleep while Lucas brushed his teeth and woke early the following day as he slipped from under the sheets.
Practice,
He said, pressing a scratchy kiss into the corner of my throat.
Go back to sleep, Scarlett.
I next see him when we meet to update Zach on our progress. I get to the library 10 minutes early, but show up to the study room late because Lucas finds me in the lobby, grabs my wrist, drags me into one of the single-person restrooms, and spends a pornographic amount of time with his head between my legs. His tongue is flat against my clit, his shoulder broad under my thigh, and he doesn't let me come. Please, my chest is heaving. Please. He presses one last feathery kiss against the top of my cunt. With horror, I watch him rise to his feet and lick his lips. He gently pulls up my joggers and wipes a solitary tear off my cheek.
Go in first,
He says. He pats my ass lightly, like I'm an unruly pet in need of guidance. to treat with a firm but affectionate hand. It's extremely condescending. I should not be turned on by it. But I want to.
No, Scarlet.
He doesn't sound particularly authoritative about it because there's no need for posturing. He's that confident. I swallow, ask, petulant. Why don't you go first? He points at the front of his pants. Oh. What's remarkable is how otherwise unaffected he looks. I'm about to either shatter in a million pieces or thaw into a syrupy puddle. Jury's deliberating. I could sneak into the next-door bathroom and make myself come. I threaten resentfully.
You could.
He acknowledges.
But you won't.
You have no idea what I'm going to do. His smile is really sweet, actually. And so is the way he pushes my hair back from my forehead before pressing a kiss in the middle of it.
You'll do what I say and we both know it. Or at least, I know it.
All my frown does is coax him into smoothing the little vertical wrinkles between my eyes with the pat of his thumb.
You're fucking adorable, Scarlet.
He tilts my chin up. Another kiss, this time on the tip of my nose.
It makes me want to wreck you.
The following hour in the study room is misery. I try not to fidget, especially while Zach asks me questions about my plans for the holidays, whether I'll stay in town. Hit me up if you want to get coffee. His words drift in and out, devoid of meaning. I show my neural network, still fever-hot and breathless.
The accuracy is 30% higher than what I got.
Lucas says, wholly focused on the data.
Scarlet, that's a masterpiece.
He sounds impressed and happy that the model I created exists. And I wonder whether the bathroom ever happened. Maybe I hallucinated it. I was never about to come. His grunts were never muffled into my cunt. Healthcare professionals will come to take me away. But the meeting ends. You have my number, right, Scarlet? Yup, Zach. Thanks for everything and happy holidays. And Lucas heads straight for the bathroom. I follow him, just a step behind. Don't wait for the door to close to snarl. I can't. He presses me against it with a hard push, his body hot against mine.
I don't know why it's such a turn-on that you're so much smarter than me. But every time we have a project meeting, I have to go home and jerk off until my dick is raw.
I'm not that smart.
Shut the fuck up, you brilliant, beautiful genius.
He kisses me deep and hard, first on the mouth, then lower, and he must know that I'm stretched to the brink because he doesn't tease. He bites, he licks, he sucks. In less than 20 seconds, my orgasm is ripped out of my spine, and I crush my moans against my own palm. Thank you, I pant when I can talk. His face tucks against my belly, a sweet, delicious sting. Thank you, He's not done, though. Barely started. He buries his mouth in my cunt and licks it all up, humming his approval. It starts again. Finger in his hair. I try to push him away, but he won't quit, and I come and come until I'm pleading with him to give me a break, and he just rumbles.
You can bear it for one more minute. One more. For me.
I can, and it hurts in the sweetest possible way. When he's done, I expect him to turn me around and bend me over. Instead, he remains on his knees, presses his unshaved cheek against my hip, inhales my scent, and starts moving his arm in rhythmic strokes. It takes a moment for the meaning to sink in. Lucas? He kisses my abdomen and looks up at me, eyes infinitely blue. His arm doesn't stop moving.
Can?
It's not the way it usually goes between us. Me offering, him asking. What I like is when he takes, and what he likes is to watch me squirm.
Can what, Scarlet?
I look down at him, still winded.
Come on, sweetheart. Use your words.
Why is it so weird to say? I want to go down on you. He thinks about it. An intriguing but not too tempting offer.
But that's not what I want.
And yet, he rises to his feet and pushes me down on my knees. I open my mouth, willing, eager, and he presses it closed with a thumb under my chin.
I said no.
He reminds me, mild, almost bored, but tilts my face upward like it's something beautiful he wants to memorize, and continues stroking, his rhythm sustained.
This is nice,
he says, voice raspy and focused, cheeks flushed, a dull red, hair dark, haloed by the ceiling lamp, the shift of muscles and veins and ink on his strong forearm.
It's like when I'm home, masturbating, thinking about you, isn't it?
His thumb sweeps over my cheekbone.
Which is every time.
His hand slows down like he wants to pace himself, but speeds again when I wet my lips.
That's okay with you? The filthy stuff I think about doing to you while I make myself come?
I nod. The movement has my mouth brush against the underside of his cock, and his breath hitches sharply.
I knew you wouldn't mind. Being my precious toy, my girl. Mine to use, mine to fuck, mine to destroy, and to fix.
Another eager, wholehearted nod. It's all I want, for him to tell me what to do and to take care of me.
Christ. I can't believe you fucking exist, Scarlett.
His thumb slides into the corner of my mouth, prying it open, and I offer no resistance. When the head of his cock shoves inside, heavy on my tongue, he's already coming. His eyes stay open, even as his entire body shudders and a deep grunt explodes out of his chest. I swallow what I can. What's left, I lick off his fingers.
Perfect.
He repeats over and over, kissing my face, eyelids, mouth. The praise feels as good as the orgasms did. Chapter 50. In mid-December, the swim team leaves for a swanky, all-expenses-paid training trip to Hawaii. Diving stays behind, and recriminating words like second-class citizens and red-headed stepchild are thrown about.
Less bitching at me and more taking it up with the athletics department, okay?
Coach Seema mumbles.
And Ross?
Yeah?
You are, in fact, redheaded.
By the time Lucas returns, I'm already in St. Louis. Hope you managed to get to Stockholm all right, I type. Then delete it because I don't know why. But the following day, I see 3 dots next to his name, and it occurs to me that maybe I'm not alone in all this not knowing. Are you crying? Barb asks when she picks me up at the airport, watching me roll on the floor as Pipsqueak licks my face. Being reunited with her heals my wonky shoulder, my congenital inability to eat spaghetti without a spoon, my 5th-grade cystic acne. Shut up, I tell Barb. It's just... what? I shake my head, burying my nose in Pip's fur. Oh, she badly needs a bath. She's so beautiful. Can't deny that. I would, however, like to point out that I did not receive a hug or even a half-assed hand wave. I lift my eyes to hers, and my chest squeezes a little bit tighter. It's good to be home. I don't know, Barb, you're just not as cute. What every woman wants to hear from her adult daughter. She hands me the leash and points at the exit. Let's go. Gotta hit Schnucks before the carnivorous amoeboid alien gets there in all its cosmic horror. The what? Holiday grocery crowd, Scar? Christmas is quiet and lazy. Good food and movies and naps. Just the 3 of us, just the way I like it. Barb is miraculously not on call. Pip snores softly and farts loudly. I'm full and happy and maybe a little reckless because I snap a picture of the holiday spread and send it to Lucas with the caption, "Fika?" The reply is, as usual, instantaneous.
That's a meal.
Scarlett. How do you even know that? Lucas.
No coffee in sight.
I add a Pac-12 mug to the side. Better? Lucas.
Still a meal. With an empty mug next to it.
Scarlett. Are you the Fika police? Lucas.
Unlike you, I speak Swedish.
Scarlett. I'm tired of this gatekeeping. 2 minutes later, my email pings with a message. Someone gifted me a yearly premium subscription to Duolingo. Lucas must not know my middle name because he went with Scarlett Troll Vandermeer. Most likely, he's perfectly aware that it's Anne. Scarlett. The passive aggression? Lucas.
Nothing passive about it.
I want to ask him how he's doing, if he's freezing his ass off, how many hours, minutes, milliseconds of sunlight he gets. But my bravery runneth dry, and the not knowing is back with a vengeance. So I download the damn app and begin my Swedish journey. In the following days, though, Lucas starts sending me pictures. Jan, cross-country skiing, smiling broadly at the camera. His niece and nephews baking with a striking blonde woman. A tree branch crystallized in ice. The most beautiful lake I've ever seen, surrounded by snow-covered trees that remind me of the ink on Lucas's arm. I reply with snippets of my own time at home. The arch in downtown St. Louis. The diving well where I used to train. Pip rolling over, tongue out, the mischievous grin on the face of Cynthia, our elderly neighbor who came over for tea and slipped an inch of whiskey into our mugs. With anyone else, I'd feel self-conscious about the small banality of my life, afraid of letting slip how uninteresting I am. But my sexual relationship with Lucas is so fundamentally based on brutal honesty about our wants and needs, it bleeds into every aspect of our interactions. Second-guessing my worth hardly ever occurs to me. If he didn't enjoy sex with me, he'd amend the list. If he didn't like my pictures, he'd leave me on red. So it continues. A cat's tail peeking through 2 inches of snow like a shark's fin. Barb's office at the hospital, her lab coat draped over a chair. Ice skating. A cronut. Sometimes we say nothing. Sometimes we ask questions. Is that a wolf? Was he just outside your door?
We went to Gävleborg and tracked it. Oscar is a pro.
Sometimes I laugh at us. Shouldn't we be exchanging nudes and flowery masturbation recounts? He should teledom me, order me to suck his cyber dick, and yet the only parts of our bodies that travel across the Atlantic are my dimple, from the day Pip wouldn't stop licking my cheek, and the long-fingered grip on the rod he uses for ice fishing. I write new drafts of my med school essays and shadow Michaela, my favorite of Barb's colleagues. You should do an internship here next year, she suggests. Maybe in the spring quarter? Would look amazing on applications. The inevitable happens at Costco, 2 days before New Year's Eve. Barb and I are debating whether it'd be amoral to pass up on a stellar deal that would provide Biscoff to the next 4 generations of Vandermeers. Or, more likely, to the 2 of us for the next week, when someone calls our names. It takes me a minute to place Josh's mom's face and another to realize that he's standing next to her. Barb and Juliet have, unfortunately, always liked each other. And when they start chatting, Josh moves closer to me.
Hey, Vandy.
Hi. I expect my heart to speed into a race, but my sympathetic nervous system must be on a fika break. Did I use it correctly, Lucas? My smile softens into something sincere. We catch up for a few minutes. His classes, mine. Still pre-med. I changed my major 4 times. I play the bass in a band. Is it true that you're going to the Olympics? Ah, Worlds. My bad. Still awesome. Then, out of the blue.
I miss this.
I blink up at him, trying not to think about the many ways he feels so insubstantial now that I'm used to Lucas. It's not a fair comparison. Yeah,
I wasn't sure if you'd be angry.
you could have asked, I think.
We should get together sometime. Aurora wouldn't mind, and I care about you.
He adds. Something inside me switches on. Nice way of showing it, I say. His stare is confused.
What do you mean?
You didn't act like someone who cared about me.
Vandy,
He has the audacity to look hurt.
if you think our breakup was easy for me,
You can't control who you fall for. You can, however, decide not to break up with your girlfriend on the day of her NCAA finals. He sighs.
I'm sorry about that. I was so busy with... It didn't occur to me. I didn't even remember until Jordan told me that you got hurt.
Jordan, former classmate. Josh kept custody of her and everyone else in the split. So you knew I was injured but never reached out? I think I got him, because his eyes are wide and his skin too pale. God, what a waste of time. Listen, we haven't talked for the past year and a half. I don't know you anymore, and it wouldn't have worked out anyway. I can say this with the utmost certainty now. But here's a reflection prompt. If it never occurred to you that you could have acted less selfishly, maybe you're not the nice guy you think you are. Later, in the car, Barb doesn't bring up Josh, but she does ask me if I'm seeing someone. There's this guy. I drum my fingers at the base of the window. He's great, perfect, my friend's ex. I like him. He likes me too, I'm sure. Not just because of what we do. Maybe there's something here. But what if there isn't? I should ask him. It makes my stomach hurt. It's needlessly convoluted. Sounds like a rom-com premise. I shrug. We're just having fun. Her eyebrows lift. Oh, shut up. And lift. You're terrible, I laugh. I just hope you have fun safely, consensually, and contraceptively. You're a physician. You know that's not a word. All I know is that I'd be the best step-grandmother in history. You would. She was, after all, an excellent mom. Busy, for sure. Scatterbrained. But that never mattered. After Dad, what I needed wasn't someone who'd come to my meets, memorize dives' names, pack me nutritious lunches. Vandy's mom is a little absent, huh? I once overheard bored parents gossiping in the stands. But that was dumb. Barb was there when I needed her, always, without me having to ask, ever. She put me first in any meaningful way. Reminded me that adults could be trusted, that they didn't have to be scary and unpredictable. They could protect and nurture and allow freedom. Well, she's not her real mom. Vandy calls her Barb. I remember being 8, scolded by Dad for introducing Barb to a teacher as my mommy. Sent to bed without dinner. Sneaking downstairs for a glass of water. A conversation in the kitchen. Don't see the problem, Alex. I'm committed to her. I'm not going anywhere. If she wants to call me Mom, Dad's response in the tone that made my guts churn and my skin goosebump. Not being hungry anymore. Crawling back upstairs and drinking from the Dixie cups in the bathroom, the ones Barb had bought for me to rinse my teeth. She is, indisputably, the best thing that ever happened to me. I wondered for years why she kept her married name after the divorce, and at 18 I realized that it wasn't because it was Dad's, but because it was mine. I turn to her and say, "You can just say grandmother, you know." If I ever have a kid, which for the purpose of this conversation would be grown from the mitosis of cells scraped from my cheeks, since I conduct myself very contraceptively, they wouldn't call you step-grandma. I know, honey. She lets go of the steering wheel and wraps her fingers around mine. Barb and I rarely do this. Have moments. Sap. They'd be required to call me Dr. Vandermeer, of course. I snort and pull my hand away. That night, I stream a movie and send Lucas a picture of my computer screen. I get a reply when the credits start rolling. 11 for me, 6 a.m. in Stockholm. Yep, I can calculate the time difference like a pro by now. Lucas.
I knew it would come to this.
I laugh. Scarlett. This being me watching Midsommar? Lucas.
I should have taken preventative measures.
Scarlett. Mandatory follow-up question. Do you actually celebrate Midsommar? Lucas.
Yes.
Scarlett. And do you... Lucas.
Go out of town to dance around the maypole, play sack races, eat pickled herring? Yes.
Scarlett. Interesting. Lucas.
Just ask about the sex rituals, Scarlett.
Scarlett. I don't want to be culturally insensitive, but I need to know if they happen. Lucas.
How disappointed would you be if I said no?
Scarlett. Immensely. Lucas.
Problem is, we mostly celebrate the Midsommar with our extended families, siblings, parents, grandparents.
Scarlett. That's too kinky, even for me. Lucas.
Figured. You should come visit next summer. See for yourself.
Scarlett. You're luring me there with the promise of depraved sex rituals while planning to use me for depraved human sacrifices. Lucas.
It's a real invitation. Ideally, you should come when Jan's here.
Scarlett. Why? Lucas.
Keeps telling everyone how amazing you are. Pulling up videos of your dives to show every Blomqvist in a 30-kilometer radius.
Scarlett. You need to stop him. Lucas.
Why? I like watching you.
It's not normal, the speed of my heartbeat even though I'm lying down. I'm an athlete in peak physical condition, goddammit. Scarlett. He probably thinks we're dating. We should set the record straight. Lucas.
Or maybe we should just start dating.
I stop breathing. Freeze. Did he really... Lucas.
I checked. This year, Midsommar overlaps with the U.S. Olympic trials. And as much as I want you in Sweden, I want you to come to Melbourne with me more.
I force my heart to slow down, my head to stop spinning. Scarlett. You're optimistic, huh? Lucas.
I've just seen you dive, Scarlett.
Lucas.
Come after the trials. Taper here. You'll love the quiet and the hikes.
I fall asleep with my phone in my hand and dream of the midnight sun. Chapter 51. In January, Lucas is accepted to Stanford Med. My reaction is complicated, but only because he tells me while we're in the middle of fucking. He and I have done some irresponsible stuff since our arrangement started, but this tops it all. I blame it on how busy we've been with travel and meets, and on the fact that the extent of our January encounters amounts to passing each other in one of the hallways at Avery, the always crowded one right outside of the PT room. I don't say hi. He doesn't smile. His fingers brush against the back of my hand, though, and for the next 20 minutes, I feel like the air is thinner than on a Tibetan plateau. In those weeks, our closest interaction is a plastic bag I discover outside my locker, full of the green sweets I mentioned to him before the holidays. For real fika, the note reads. I devour them, thinking of him during every bite. At the end of the month, both the University of Arizona and Arizona State teams come to Avery for a 4-day invite. The after party is at Kyle's house, which is, shockingly, also Lucas's. I'd heard rumors, Victoria says, walking up the driveway, but I dared not believe them. Thought my sickbed was playing tricks on me. But no. Scarlett Vandermeer actually goes out. Color me shocked and pleased. Vandy likes parties, Penn tells her. She just likes her bed more, I finish. I'm just making an appearance, Pen whispers in my ear a minute later, and then I'm skedaddling to Hot Teacher's place. They've been inseparable for all of January. I even met him, with Pen introducing me as one of my closest friends, Theo, which had me so happy. We had lunch together, and they couldn't keep their eyes and hands off each other. Meanwhile, I couldn't stop thinking about Lucas. What if he and I really started dating? Would it be against girl code? Would you even mind? Most of the crowd, and it's a big crowd, is out in the garden. Victoria disappears into her flirtation with a Montenegrin swimmer who looks uncannily like Michelangelo's David. Pen is best friends with everyone and is seamlessly absorbed by gaggle after gaggle. I wander around, am polite when a male U of A diver chats me up, but I'm looking for... Lucas spots me through the windows and immediately extracts himself from the conversation he's having with Johan and a couple in ASUTs. I meet him in the kitchen, and I want to touch him so bad my blood fizzes like champagne. He looks at me like a bird of prey, focused, acquisitive. The U of A diver excuses himself. I cannot believe you allowed this, I say. Who's going to clean this mess?
Not me.
He drains the last of his beer and sets it on the counter.
Detailed contracts were drawn.
You're the least fun roommate, aren't you?
I'm the roommate who lays down the rules.
He stands over me.
Let's go upstairs.
It's the closest we've gotten to sneaking around, except that Lucas is not the kind of man to keep his head less than high. 5 minutes later, I'm inside his room and he's inside me.
I fucking miss this.
He tells me. I'm on top, but have no delusions about who's in control. I have to take several deep breaths because it's a new position with Lucas. He drags my hand to my abdomen and covers it with his own, pressing down. Through my flesh, I can feel the faint outline of him, spearing inside me.
This.
He kisses my shoulder, and I feel his cock twitch, like he needs to get deeper.
A little more.
He says, thrusting up, pulling me down.
Just a little. Be a good... Fuck, yes. That's what I'm talking about.
Once he's in all the way, my thighs spread wide to make room for his hips. I feel like I'm being split open. He lets out a pleased, guttural sound. One of his hands closes around my waist, the other cups my ass, and then he moves me, up, and then down again, eyes flicking between mine and the bounce of my tits. Then he lets go and says,
Stop.
I do. He's inside me to the hilt, and I can barely breathe around him.
Come here.
He hugs me closer. His hand splays on my back and pets me, a soothing vertical motion that lulls me into a floating dreamlike headspace. He plays with my nipples, pinching them hard enough for me to moan in the right amount of distress, the one that'll make him harder and me wetter. I try to roll my hips, but he won't have it.
I don't think so.
It dawns on me then, what he's planning, the wait ahead. I whimper, and he clicks his tongue soothingly.
It's okay, Scarlett.
It's the permission I need to bury my face in his neck and complain. I kiss him there, licking the salt off his skin, a couple of whined pleases, a handful of truly pathetic tears, a hard bite on his trapezius that he barely notices. He comforts me through it, tormentor and savior, and once I've exhausted myself, he settles me down in his arms. Music vibrates through the walls, drowning laughter and chatter. I feel like an object, created for him, by him. Did I exist before the first time he fucked me? I have no memory of it. Do I exist when we're not together? I'm just a toy. His favorite, irreplaceable. And that's when he speaks about Stanford's acceptance. How he couldn't wait to tell me. How dark Sweden is this time of year. but every message from me felt like a little burst of sunlight. He tells me what he'll show me when I visit in the summer and that he doesn't want us to be apart for as long as we have been in the last couple of months, because it feels
cruel, Scarlet, to know that you exist, but I can't touch you and fuck you and be with you. You get it, right?
And after minutes or centuries of this, he finally takes pity on me.
You are so sensitive. You'd come if I moved just a little. You'd come for me, wouldn't you?
I would. I nod. It takes one thrust, and that's it for me. Maybe two more for him. We both come silently, clutching each other through shudders and twitches and aftershocks that never seem to end. And when the sweat is cool on our bodies and I can breathe again, I say, "Lucas?" He nods his head into my throat, like he doesn't trust his vocal cords. Sometimes I'm afraid that this is the best thing I'll ever have for the rest of my life. He sighs and murmurs something in Swedish that my Duolingo app has yet to cover. Downstairs, the party trudges on. I wake up alone in Lucas's bed to a handful of noises coming from downstairs, like someone's gathering trash or washing the dishes. Well, shit. The weather's gray and dull, but it's already mid-morning. If Lucas's roommates are up, getting out unseen is going to be difficult. Impossible, since I'm not willing to dive out of a second-story bedroom and into a dumpster full of beer bottles. I clean up quickly, slide my jeans up and my shirt down, and make my way downstairs as inconspicuous as possible. I stop in the hallway to the kitchen, listening for voices, wondering if I should just go back to Lucas's room until the coast is clear.
Was asking after you.
Hassan is saying.
She has my number.
Lucas replies, unconcerned. The rustling of plastic bags stops. Someone kills the faucet.
You told me a couple months ago that you guys broke up, but last night you went upstairs with Vandy. I wasn't sure if I could tell Penn or...
Hassan sounds puzzled.
You can. Penn knows about it.
The garden door opens. Kyle comes in, muttering something about being too wasted to remember who threw darts at the fence, but Hassan ignores him.
Okay, so if she ever asks again, what are you guys talking about?
Kyle interrupts. Hassan sighs.
Just Sweetie's love triangle with Penn and Vandy.
Kyle whistles.
Dude, you're doing Vandy? There are no secrets.
Lucas says, once again pretending Kyle doesn't exist.
Whatever Penn asks, you can answer sincerely. Woof! Okay.
Hassan.
That's a fucking relief, because I'm shit at lies. Dude!
Kyle groans.
How did you manage to bag Vandy?
I tense. Wait for Lucas's response, but it's Hassan who says,
Kyle, what kind of question is that? Others tried, in vain. I tried. Maybe I shouldn't have given up? Bro, did you just say you shouldn't have listened when she said no?
Hassan sounds pained.
All I'm saying is, I kind of thought of her as off limits. She is.
It's Lucas's usual laid-back tone, just a brush of tension sitting at the edges. I wonder if Kyle notices.
To you.
Lucas adds, which feels a bit like a threat. Kyle, though, is still drunk.
I'm impressed. She's seriously cute. The dimples are cute. The little gap between the front teeth is cute.
A glass is set on a surface, none too gently.
Consider carefully whether you want to finish that sentence, Kyle.
My cheeks are on fire. There's a pause, in which I'm sure Kyle's life flashes before his eyes.
You know what? I have no desire to.
He clears his throat.
What about Penn? Penn's super cute, too. Always liked her. And if you're not dating her, be my guest. Got it. Penn, green light. Vandy, death wish. You know, Kyle...
Hassan interjects.
You don't have to hit on every woman you're introduced to. They'll experience fulfilling lives without your clumsy presence in them.
It feels like a now-or-never entry point, so I walk into the kitchen as casually as possible. Hey.
Oh!
Kyle has the decency to flush a little.
Hey, Vandy?
I smile at him, tight-lipped because I'm suddenly self-conscious about my teeth, and I wore braces way too many years for that. The dentist said my wisdom teeth would descend and push the front together is on the tip of my tongue. Whatever. My teeth are fine. Cute, even.
Hey, Vandy.
Hassan says, a bit awkwardly. Lucas just drops the red Solo cup in his hand into a garbage bag, comes to me, takes my face between his hands, and kisses me. It's slow and thorough and surprisingly public. I can practically hear Hassan and Kyle look away. I, have to go, I say at the end.
I'll walk you home.
Actually, I want to make a stop before. I'd rather go by myself. It's a lie, but I'm rattled. Overhearing people talk about you is like being pinned to the vivisection table while med students take notes on your organs. I need to be alone for a minute.
I'll still...
And the thing is, I add, walking backward, the idea of you helping them clean even though you don't have to, just because you won't know peace until the house returns to its state of asepsis, kind of a turn-on for me. Hassan and Kyle cackle. I wave goodbye. When I open the front door and turn around, Lucas is staring at me with an odd smile. Chapter 52. Wishing Carissa explosive diarrhea may have been a poor idea. When Team USA meets in Houston ahead of the World Championship, I'm given the cold shoulder by the other divers so openly I almost expect to be bullied at recess. Oh well. I didn't come here to make friends, I guess. Not to make enemies either, but I'll deal. Your pal can really hold a grudge, I text Penn. It's making me sad that Kyle or any other swimmer from Stanford didn't manage to qualify. Penelope. Oh, you have no idea. Penelope. Want me to make a sock puppet account and add to her Wikipedia that she has a foot fungus? Scarlett. Let me think it through. The coach may be in on it. Mei Wang is legendary, and I consider begging her to sign my chamois, but she stares at me a little too intensely, and her handshake gives me a metacarpal fracture. We fly out in advance to combat jet lag and get in a few days of on-site training. Team USA is huge, well over 24 athletes, most of whom ignore me. But the Swedish delegation is already in Amsterdam, and I text Lucas as soon as I'm done pressing my nose to the bus window and basking in the beautiful architecture. His reply is instantaneous, like all he does is wait around with his phone in his hand, waiting for me to contact him. Lucas.
What hotel?
Scarlett. Motel 1. You? Lucas.
Same.
Scarlett. Who are you sharing with? Lucas.
No one.
Oh, come on. Scarlett. Did the King of Sweden pull some strings? He sends me a picture of a handsome middle-aged man. Scarlett. Who's that? Lucas.
The Swedish Prime Minister.
Scarlett. I heard he's just a puppet for the king. Anyway, I'm sharing with Akane. Lucas.
767.
Scarlett. 235843. Lucas.
Question mark?
Scarlett. Are we just sending random numbers? Lucas.
It's my room. Come see me tonight.
Akane is quietly terrifying. Small and wiry, with long dark hair, full but unsmiling lips. She's in her late 20s, on the older side for a platform diver, especially one as good as her. All I know is that she trained at Cal, has a child, and enjoys minding her business. The reason we've been paired is that Emily, the good friend she usually rooms with, didn't qualify. Because I fucked her over in the clutch. If a vengeful angel of death has to stab me and stuff my corpse in a plastic bag, so be it. Still, as I roll my suitcase into the hotel room, I cannot help some trepidation. Don't look at me like that, she orders, severe. Like what? Like you're afraid I'll bite your head off while you're asleep. It's not your fault if you dove better than Emily. Technically, I didn't. You dove more consistently. I've never felt less inclined to contradict someone. I really do respond well to a firm hand. So, you're this year's pariah? Looks like it. I clear my throat. Is there always one? It's a small sport. She shrugs. People have history. I sigh. I kind of walked into my pariahship. I'm not very good at these kind of games. Akane studies me with stern, wide eyes and says, "There's hope then. Hope for the two of us to get along." The pool is bright, warm, and clean. The trifecta. I practice during the time slot assigned to the U.S., pleased to notice that I can spot the water easily, and the platform doesn't feel weird under my feet. Some do, and careening off them at 20 miles per hour is terrifying. Coach Wang, who wants to be called May, stops me on my way out. "Vandermeer, come here." God, she's intimidating. "You're forward." She lifts a tablet and shows me my most recent dive. I had no idea she was TiVoing. I fully expected to be ignored in favor of more promising athletes. "You see how you washed over?" I nod at the slow-mo replay. It's not a disaster, but also not world championship material. "You come out a little too early, that's why. Here." She shows me the error twice more. Each time I cringe harder, till I'm ready to throw my body out of the window for the carrion birds to feast upon. "I think I can correct that," I tell her. "Tomorrow I'll do better." But May looks at me like I'm a pimple, newly sprouted on her nose. "Why are you standing here like a lamppost, then? Go back up. Fix your dive." Wincing, I haul ass. Go back up and fix my dive. We repeat the process for 3 more dives. She tells me what parts look uglier than starvation, gives me precise corrections, and shows me how improvement can be driven by tiny adjustments. "This pike? There's 6 points here." I nod, bewildered. "You know," she tells me, "I'd written you off." Excuse me? "I remember you from junior nationals. Even told a couple scouts to check you out. But then you got that injury and I thought you were over." Her eyes eviscerate me. I'm a salmon, and she's carving my spine out. "But you're not bad. Even better, you're good at taking directions. Where are you training?" "Stanford, with Seema." She nods. "He's good." Some things, though, even a good coach stops being able to spot. A second pair of eyes is always useful. I nod until she starts looking at me like I'm a wart again. "Are you going to stay here all day? Training slot's over. Beat it." I vow to learn to tell whether I'm being dismissed. The event mascot is a horrific seahorse with piercing blue eyes. I walk in desperate search of a snack station, trying to avoid his too long snout. Athletes move in packs, wearing their country's colors, and I feel weird wandering alone. I'm about to take a shuttle back to the hotel when I come across a basketball court-sized room, sectioned in different areas. "There's one for each country," a volunteer tells me before glancing at the badge hanging from my neck. "U.S. is over there." I glance at our table where Carissa and Natalie are eating yogurt. "No, thank you." "What about Sweden?" "It's in the opposite corner." I walk, taking in the different languages around me till I find it. There appears to be no strife among the Swedish team. They stand around their table, playing ball with something that looks like a protein bar. I instantly spot Lucas, even though everyone in the delegation is as tall as him. His hair is a little shorter than when I walked out of his house a week ago, but he's still himself, still handsome, still my...
Scarlett?
A second later, he's in front of me. He reaches out to touch me, but I feel myself inch back a little, even through the flutter in my chest, the prickling heat in my throat. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just too overwhelming and too soon, having him near me after the gaping void of his absence. He gets the memo. Of course he does. Dialed in as he is.
I thought you'd rest at the hotel.
His blue and yellow compression shirt does great things for his eyes. Our coach doesn't believe in rest. She's probably wondering why I'm not running laps. He smiles, wider and so much more boyish than usual. So happy to see me. I'm a little floored. How's your pool? I ask, to distract both of us.
Only used the warm-up one, but fine. The diving tower?
A problem, actually.
How so?
I've been looking for something to complain about. Lay the groundwork for what I'll blame my future failed dives on. Can't find anything, though.
A tragedy.
See, you get it. He stares, smiling. I stare, smiling. Maybe no one would catch a single tiny hug, a small kiss, my hand in his.
Hi!
A man appears at Lucas's side, wearing the same shirt, built like him, dark-skinned. His smile is warm.
Wasn't your hair red last time we met?
My heart capsizes.
Different person, Ebba. Oh, shit! This is Scarlett Vandermeer. Scarlett, Ebba Nielsen.
Ebba shakes his head.
And an idiot.
Don't worry about it. Penn and I don't look too different.
That's probably a lie, but thank you. USA, right?
Yeah, Lucas and I are in school together. We? Lucas watches me, entertained, like he'd be fine if I said responsibly practice BDSM together. Collaborate on a biology project. I end weekly. Big middle school science fair vibes. I was looking for food, actually. Where did you get your,
Ball?
Ebba asks. Precisely.
Come with me.
Lucas's fingers wrap around my upper arm.
I'll walk you to one of the stations.
We're on our way out when someone yells something at him, which starts a quick back and forth in Swedish that ends with laughter and vi ses. It was on my app, but I can't recall the meaning. What was that? I ask. His teammates seem to be studying me.
They wanted to know whether I'd join them for dinner.
And? What did you tell them? He guides me out, fingers pressed against my upper back. My world coalesces to 5 points of contact.
I told them that I had better things to do.
I can tell from the way Lucas touches me that he's becoming impatient about the long bubbles of time in which we are apart. It's possible that I am too, but he is in charge. He sets the rhythm. He is the one who fucks me standing up, my pants pulled down and my back pushed to the wall as soon as we're inside his room. I'm not at my most lucid, but I estimate it lasts about 3 minutes. We both come, but he doesn't stop. When he slips out of me, it's like being thrown into a freezing lake. Then he turns me around and shoves me face down on the bed. I need a minute to...
No.
He pushes inside me in one thrust. I'm as wet as I could be, but he's Lucas, and it's not easy to let it happen.
I'll fucking tell you what you need.
He's been rocking inside me for about 15 seconds when I come again, a rush of heat spreading through me, my cunt clenching in tender little pulses. I can't stop, can't get myself together.
You're made for this, aren't you?
His fingers fist at my nape. They take several turns in my hair until it's wrapped around his hand, until I feel the brush of his knuckles against my scalp with each tug.
A beautiful thing, made for me.
I nod, and it pulls at my skin. Then he's moving inside me deeper than before, deeper than ever, and the achy spot he presses against feels like the origin of all pleasures and pains.
Shh, you have to be quiet.
I realize that I've been making wretched little noises.
I know, baby. I'm right here. Just breathe for me. It's okay.
I hide my face in the pillow. It smells like cotton and laundry detergent and Lucas.
Be a good girl and bite into that.
Afterward, when the sun sinks and the shadows lengthen, I lift from the me-shaped spot in his arms and press a kiss into the sweat gleaming at his temple. Gross, I tell myself, salt clinging to my lips. Except it isn't. I'm not capable of perceiving Lucas and his body as anything but good. Should we stop having sex? His look is mystified, offended, too. I mean, doesn't it interfere with athletic performances?
Is that a thing in diving?
No, but I'm not an endurance or speed athlete. You are. His fingers caress my hair, gentle. His touch always matches what I need.
We're here without practice, classes, and all the shit that constantly pulls you away from me. I'm going to take advantage. If that costs me a race, so be it.
I laugh, but my heart doubles in size. I'm serious.
Me too. I'm making an informed choice. Plus, half of the people here are fucking each other.
His palm is warm against my cooling cheek.
Move your stuff in here.
What?
Stay in this room. With me.
Mine's only 2 floors down.
Too far.
Why?
Scarlett.
He drags me down to him, kisses me slowly, lingering, like getting enough of this, of me, is a concept not translatable in his language.
You know why.
I really don't. My cheeks are aflame, as always when I try to lie. Except that I'm not. I don't understand, and that's the truth. He nods, patient, kind, serious.
Okay. We're at a major competition. I won't ask you to have this conversation right now.
What conversation?
But if you're ready, I can tell you why I want you here.
My heart slams against my ribs. I glance away, an automatic gesture, like I'd avert my eyes if a car came crashing toward me on the highway.
Tell you what.
Lucas sighs, but not in frustration. His thumb sweeps under my cheekbone.
Let's take it day by day. You're always welcome here with me.
He pulls me all the way over his body, toes against his shins, chin on his pecs. Skin to skin, it's almost shockingly intimate, even after all the filthy things he and I have done. He's so solid he could be my life raft. Already is, maybe.
What time are you training tomorrow?
Early morning? Why? His fingers skim to my lower back.
Because we have plans.
Chapter 53. Amsterdam is beautiful. The food is good. Dutch people are nice, even when we don't speak a word of their language and are so immersed in talking, we wander off and get lost. At the end of the day, in the clunky rise of the hotel's elevator, I cannot remember what we discussed. Everything. Nothing. Both. All I know is that Lucas took my hand sometime after lunch, and hours later I'm still holding his index finger. That he got a phone call from his team asking if he wanted to join them, and told them he was busy. What's the last time I spent a day like this? Turning completely off. Not worrying about events, classes, whether Pipsqueak is holding a grudge over me being gone.
I need your help tonight.
He tells me. His fingers play with mine, relaxed, like I'm an extension of his body. I give him the flirtiest, is that what we call it nowadays? Smile.
I really do need...
The elevator stops. A giant suitcase appears, followed by a tall, dark-haired man who instantly hugs Lucas.
Hey, mate!
Lucas laughs.
Only you would show up the day before prelims.
I may not follow swimming, but I do follow Lucas, and I recognize this guy. Callum Vardy, Australian, big butterfly sprinter. He and Lucas seem more than circumstantial friends.
Your family's here?
Callum asks.
Nah, they'll be at the Olympics. I quote, "Can't come see all your little races." Christ, they sound like mine. And you?
He turns to me. His eyes are, frankly, ridiculous. So green, they might be responsible for the deforestation of eastern Madagascar. I'm not Penrose, I hurry to say.
I know, love.
He seems entertained.
Pin and I go way back.
His eyes flick to Lucas's, and then to where his hand is once again holding mine.
We know each other well.
He and Penn had sex. That's what he means. I'm sure of it. I glance at Lucas for any tells of jealousy or irritation. Find only amusement.
So?
Callum asks. His eyes travel from me to Lucas, asking a question I cannot interpret. Lucas immediately shakes his head.
No. You sure? Very. What can I do to convince you?
He smiles.
Absolutely nothing. Too bad.
The elevator pings and the doors open.
Well, this is me. Let's get a drink after the finals, since you two are no fun.
He disappears into the hallway, and I spend the rest of the ride trying to formulate an appropriate question, but I have nothing when Lucas hands me a can of shaving gel and a razor.
Can you do my back?
I'd forgotten you guys do that.
Only before big competitions.
The absence of body hair and dead skin cells can apparently snip a few hundredths of a second off a race. Who shaves you usually?
Josta does my back and neck, and I do his.
I give him a blank look.
Gustafsson? He's on our medley team.
Is there a specific way I should do it?
As long as you don't saw off my arm, you can't be worse than him or me.
How can you be bad at shaving?
I'm okay at doing my face, but the rest, there's so much fucking hair, Scarlett.
Aw, poor innocent 7 feet tall baby.
I am not 7...
Hyperbole. Get in the shower, Bigfoot, I order. He raises a surprised eyebrow, but I don't back down. Seriously, I'll make you as smooth as a 19th century brothel's satin sheets.
Graphic.
The king will make me a knight of the Swedish Empire.
Like I said...
But you gotta shower first. Open up those pores. He inches closer, looming, and pulls me in the shower with him. 20 minutes and some fooling around later, I straddle him while he's face down on a towel on the floor and start the long process of de-yetifying him. It's fascinating, having him at my mercy, unusually passive and relaxed, taking care of him for once. Your thighs are currently smoother than the Danish electoral process. Josta could never.
You're killing it with the rhetorical figures.
With the shaving, too. I work in silence, thinking, churning. Then, did they date?
Who?
Callum and Penn. He laughs.
They didn't.
Turn around. I need to do the front of your legs. Thanks. So they had a thing?
Sex, yeah.
Oh. When, though? The timeline doesn't add up. Were you guys ever in an open relationship?
Nope.
Then when did she... I dropped the razor. Did the 3 of you?
Yup.
Oh, wow. Lucas props up to his elbows, clearly finding my shock diverting.
For someone who'd be A-okay with me tying her up and keeping her in a closet for an undetermined length of time, you're easily scandalized.
You're right. Why am I being a prude? I massage my temple. I'm just surprised.
Why?
In the list, you said that you weren't that interested in threesomes. He sits up in a flurry of golden skin and abs.
I'm not.
Penn is? He nods.
It was a couple of years ago. When we saw each other a handful of times a year, it was hard to tell. But once we were living in the same city, we realized that our sex life wasn't great. We tried stuff.
With Callum.
Among others.
Others? Oh, how many? His eyes lift to the ceiling in concentration like he's counting. That many, huh? He shrugs. I have a lot of questions about the logistics.
I see.
All of them inappropriate. None of them my business. He smiles.
Let's hear them.
How did you choose?
It was mostly Penn who...
Spearheaded the project? He snorts.
She'd find someone. Ask me if I agreed. Come to me when the plans were made. Some guy who was in her class. Tracy. He used to be on the team. Backstroke. Callum. Others.
Always guys? He shakes his head.
It was pretty even.
Did you? He nods. And?
It was fun. Good, even. Though I'm not as attracted to men as I am to women.
Tragically straight? A soft laugh.
Or thereabouts.
I pull up my legs and prop my chin on my knees. How did I never hear about it? Then again, who would tell me? I might need a list of the Stanford people involved, or I'll be wondering every time I talk to someone. The twins, Billy, the maintenance guy, Coach Seema, Dr. Smith. He bites the inside of his cheek.
None of them, Scarlett.
I sigh. I wish I was more like the two of you.
In what way?
You're just rational, never jealous. I don't think I could share.
It's not that simple at all, Scarlett.
I shrug, forcing myself to move on from something that could get very sad very fast. Break's over. Before the pores close, His fingers close around my wrist.
I asked for you.
What? For a few moments, his jaw works.
Every single person Penn and I had sex with was her choice, and I was okay with it. But when you joined the team, I asked her if she could approach you.
My cheeks glow, on fire. Why? But I remember something I haven't thought of in months. Penn's words at Coach Seema's barbecue. I know you think she's hot. You said so.
You were beautiful, but that wasn't... You seemed so quiet and reserved. We have this saying in Swedish, in the calmest of waters. I couldn't stop thinking that you were hiding something, that there was a secret in there, something everyone else was missing, and...
A silent laugh.
I was right. It was there. Same as mine.
He looks at the slowly setting sun.
So I asked Penn about you. It was the first time I did anything like that.
And? I'm surprised my vocal cords still work.
You had a boyfriend, and that was it. But she didn't forget. She knew I found you attractive, would tease me about it in her way. That's what she does with people she loves.
I feel a little numb. Is that why she threw me at you at Coach Seema's house?
Maybe. Or maybe she was just drunk.
I nod, realizing that I really don't want to talk about this any longer. We should finish the shaving, okay? I force a smile. Let me make you smoother than a saxophone solo. Lucas mutters something that sounds like,
This needs to stop, Scarlett.
But before lying back, he pulls me down and kisses me. I kiss him back, and it's unlike any other time. Chapter 54. It's not a good year for USA diving. Hayden Bosco, our 3-meter hopeful, loses hope somewhere around her 4th dive and limps to a tired 6th place. Carissa and Natalie don't even make it to the synchro finals. Peter Bryant forgets the concept of rip entry while in the air, and Akane, our only medal, pulls off a bronze by the skin of her teeth. And then there's me. Barb. Maybe you're not on the podium, but you are officially the 9th best platform diver in the world. Isn't that good? It doesn't feel good. Not as half a dozen sports journalists who'd rather be on the NFL beat ask me, "What went wrong, Scarlett?" Everything, I want to scream. Instead, I clear my throat and say, lots of tiny mistakes that added up. It's true. No earthquakes, just aftershocks. I smile and repeat what the media specialist taught us. I'm really happy to be here, but I'm not. What a waste of time, Akane mutters back in the hotel room. I fucking hate it. Want to join me in my feel like shit ritual? What's that? We spend an hour watching amateur diving fails, and when Akane falls asleep, I head upstairs. 9 months ago, I wasn't sure I'd ever dive competitively again. I have no reason to be this frustrated with myself. Why am I so furious? I ask the second Lucas opens the door, brushing past him.
What's happened to your back?
What? Oh, I guess he can see the bruises under my tank top. Nothing. I screwed up the fulcrum, smack during my lead-ups.
What the fuck, Scarlett?
He turns me around to examine the purpling edges. It's fine. It was during warm-up. It's not bad.
This is bad.
It was from the board, and I whirl around, surprised by the worry in his eyes. I should be happy, shouldn't I? My cheeks feel wet because my fucking eyes are leaking. I wipe at them with my palms. Just happy to be here. That's supposed to be my motto. He crosses his arms, gives me a long, assessing stare.
Where else are you hurt?
Just that and the back of my thighs, but...
Take off your clothes and get on the bed, face down.
I don't...
Scarlett!
I obey and squeeze my eyes shut. When he starts rubbing bruise relief lotion into my skin, my tears overflow anyway. You don't have to. I have some in my room, too.
But you didn't use it, because you felt like you didn't deserve it.
I turn my head. How do you...
I know you, Scarlett. Come on, breathe in, breathe out.
It takes me a while to calm down. I used to feel sad when I lost. I don't understand where all this fury comes from.
You used to be in survival mode. You just wanted to compete again.
His hands are warm and gentle.
Now you know what you're capable of, and you're angry you didn't perform accordingly. It's a good thing, within reason.
I bury my face into the cotton. Why do you sound happy about it?
I like you like this.
When I am become death, destroyer of worlds?
Yup, fighty.
He presses a kiss against my nape, lingering, rubbing his nose through the baby hair.
It's healthy, Scarlett. Take the anger and use it as fuel.
He's right. He's always right. Also, he's medaled in all his races so far, but has to take care of me, a loser. How does he not feel impatient with me? He told you to do it, a voice reminds me. He asked me to go to him when I'm falling apart, and he's so good at putting me back together, patching me up like a too-worn shirt, weaving me into my original shape, even though my rough days at the office cannot possibly be relatable to him. Is it weird for you when others lose? He laughs.
You think I never lose?
I know you don't. You are 45 gold medals in a trench coat. You got into med school. There are fan cams of you on the internet. He snorts.
I tried training backstroke and longer butterfly distances and never qualified for shit. I had to come to the US for college because the Karolinska Institute didn't accept me. I tried building a neural network and the accuracy was abysmal compared to yours. And as you know, my girlfriend of 7 years broke up with me because of how not fun I am.
I try to turn around, but he doesn't let me. I have fun with you, I protest.
That's because you are a kinky little troll. Which is, incidentally, how I will resave you in my contacts.
I laugh. No! I mean, yes, but also, I have fun with you even when we're not
Fucking?
indulging in our paraphiliac inclinations. And I have fun when we're just hanging out. Maybe it doesn't mean much, coming from someone who, according to Dixon Ioannidis from 9th grade, has less personality than a sourdough starter. But I like you. I suddenly feel warm. I've said too much. And I'm sorry Penn broke up with you.
I am very much not, Scarlett.
Even warmer. And I didn't know about the backstroke or the school. And your model wasn't that bad. He moves down to the backs of my thighs.
Now you're just lying.
Yeah, it was a shit bowl. He finishes with a chuckle and goes to wash his hands. When he comes back, I'm putting on my top. Maybe it's for the best, I say.
What is?
The butterfly thing. That stroke feels like lots of unnecessary work. He pushes my hair back and picks me up. I respond instinctively, letting my legs wrap around his waist, holding tight onto his neck as he moves us to the balcony. The sun just finished setting. The air is chilly, but he wraps a blanket around me as we stare at the pretty skyline. It feels like something out of a fairy tale. Doesn't butterfly make you want to just flutter kick your legs? I ask lazily.
It's illegal.
Would they arrest you?
Execute me.
Intense. I burrow into him. What's your favorite stroke?
Free.
On the back of his hand, there are remnants of the models I've been drawing every morning. Soft kisses and hushed trolls whispered low into my hair before we make our way to the pools. He strokes patterns on my arm, and I nuzzle my nose against his neck.
You can't mess free up. You can get to the end of the race however you want.
Really? What about sculling?
That's fine.
Windshield wiping?
It'll take a while, but yeah.
What if I break into backstroke?
Fine.
I just wait for the currents to drag me.
Also fine.
Doggy paddle?
Sure.
Can I do it naked?
I'd enjoy it.
I smile into his neck. See? I just do.
What?
Have fun. With you. His arms tighten around me just a little, just a second. Can I tell you a secret?
Sure. You already know all of mine.
It's I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I'm not going to turn into a stalker or anything like that, so don't worry. His laughter is quiet.
Scarlett, you have no idea.
It's encouraging. So I make myself blurt it out. Sometimes I think that it would be nice if you and I ended up in med school together. He says nothing, just leans back to catch my eyes, and in the light that seeps through the balcony doors, he seems so intense and present and focused on what I just said. I almost want to take it back. But I power through. We'd make a good team for study groups and stuff. I'm not even talking about sex. I cannot bring myself to say. Although, why not? He and I go so well together in so many ways. Would Penn even care? She's with Theo. Lucas likes me, maybe even as much as I like him. Yes, we agreed on just sex, but things have obviously evolved. He talked about dating. Is there any reason for us not to continue on together? The prospect of him disappearing from my life tears through me with such violence. The only person who could sew me back together is Lucas, with whom, I fear, I might be a little bit in love. That's a gut-punching realization. I'm ready to panic, but Lucas stops me with a single word.
Yeah?
His voice is hesitant, a little rough, like my words grated against his vocal cords. Lie. I order myself, swallow it back. But I can't. I don't want to. Yeah. And maybe it's fine. Because he kisses me. Something never-ending and supple and so sweet. It feels like being in the air. Hovering above the water. Running off a platform with the certainty that a good dive is there, ready to spring out of my muscles.
Except
He pulls back, more composed.
you're a junior. In this scenario, I'm ahead and you're shamelessly using me for tutoring.
I press a kiss against the corner of his mouth. Firstly, I do not need the tutoring of someone whose neural network has chance-level accuracy.
Savage.
His smile swells under my lips. And Penn told me you're going to defer your acceptance, which means that I stop. Lucas is shaking his head.
I'm not.
You're not? He folds a lock of hair behind my ear.
I'm starting med school this fall.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood.
I'm sure that's what she told you. But I have no intention of postponing.
I nod. Well, you have great time management skills. M1 workload is tough, and you'll have little time for caribou watching and other famed Swedish pastimes, but if anyone can keep up with a training program while learning how to dissect cadavers...
I won't.
Lucas, I cup his cheek, not wanting to break his heart. Corpse stuff is mandatory in U.S. med schools. He laughs.
I'll be fine with corpse stuff. It's the swimming that I'll avoid.
My hand drops in his lap. What?
These Olympics are my last.
You're joking, right? But he's not. It's in his eyes, the confident air of someone who has made peace with his choices. You're one of the best swimmers of the century. Everyone agrees.
Century just started.
You hold several current records. He shrugs. The movement vibrates in my bones and tendons. You probably have a decade ahead of you.
A decade of what?
Of becoming faster, winning.
And then, 3, 5, 10 years from now, there'll be better tech suits, better nutrition, better and smarter training. A bunch of talented kids will show up and wipe the ground with us and...
He shakes his head, not bitter, just accepting.
I can't find it in me to give a fuck, Scarlett. The idea of being faster than them doesn't motivate me to swim repeat 100s or to endlessly debate 1 up versus 2 downs. There's no endgame.
But what about the glory?
What about it?
I don't know. You have fans. People love you. The king loves you.
The king's elderly and has no idea who I am, thank fuck. And this shit, it's not the kind of love I'm interested in, Scarlett.
He says it so pointedly, into my eyes, it could almost be a jab, but not quite.
Being respected as a swimmer is great. But I don't want to make that my identity for longer than I already have. I've been telling this to Penn for years. She just thinks I'll miss the attention and pull a Tom Brady.
I'm not so sure. Lucas is single-minded, yes, but I can see him apply that drive to many other parts of his life. You won't, I say.
What?
Change your mind.
I don't think so either. Wanting a gold medal, a record, it's a great dream, but it's not mine anymore.
I tilt my head. What's yours, then? His smile is crooked.
For a while, I thought I needed to have some over-the-top goal, something comparable to the Olympics, but...
He stops, runs his thumb over my lower lip.
I want to spend 4 years in med school, fully knowing that it'll be hell, do a fellowship and a residency, corpse stuff, sure. I want to travel to places that don't have a fucking pool. See my family more than once a year, sleep in, go on hiking trips. Stay home for long weekends and have morally bankrupt amounts of sex with someone I'm in love with. kinky, vanilla. I want it all. I want to adopt rescue animals with her. I want to take care of her and watch her be cold in Sweden and marvel every day at how much smarter than me she is. And, Scarlett.
His thumb swipes under my eye.
Why are you crying?
It's a lie. I want to deny it, but my cheeks are blotchy and hot. There's a terrible, scalding thing inside me that threatens to explode all the way out, and all I can do is hide my face into his throat. I don't know. His hand is heavy on the back of my head.
Are you sure?
I'm not, but I nod. And even though his sigh tells me that he sees through my half-truths, he still hugs me like he'll never let me go. Chapter 55. May takes me aside before the flight home, eyes all business. I brace for a lecture on the ways I disappointed her, but she surprises me. Here's what I'd do if I were you between now and the Olympic trials. Stop wasting your time on the springboard. I blink. What? No offense. Actually, full offense. Take this as the harsh reality check it's meant to be. She shrugs. Unless the 3 wise men visit you bearing gifts of gold, frankincense, and a spanking new hurdle, you're not going to win 3 meters. The 10-meter platform? When you're good, you're fantastic. But you make too many mistakes, and there's only one way to beat that out of yourself. I'm so terrified that she'll bring up corporal punishment. The conclusion is almost underwhelming. Train smarter. Be more selective. And you could stand to lose a couple degrees of difficulty. I scowl. My degrees of difficulties are already lower than before my injury. Guess what? You have a different body now. Stop living in the past. You're less flexible, but have better control. What you need is consistency. I hate that there's no magic button, no sleight of hand except for hard work. I still thank May for everything she's done, which is a lot. And Vandy, she calls after me. I turn around on my way out. Send me your TiVos if you need pointers. I love telling people what they're doing wrong. Lucas wins 3 golds, a silver, and 2 bronzes. The airport in Amsterdam is leather market crowded, and his fingers hook into the belt loops of my jeans to keep me as close as possible. With the aquatics-loving population denser than usual, people recognize him every 10 steps. Other athletes, but also a couple of families and a group of American girls who look at him like he is, in fact, an underwear model. He's pleasant about it, but I can tell he hates it. So while he's at the ticketing desk, I buy him an orange Netherlands hat and the douchiest pair of sunglasses I can find. I snicker at his, "Are you for fucking real?" frown. Hoot at the challenge in his expression as he puts both on and snap a picture to add to his contact.
You have me in your phone as Lucas Penelope?
Oh, yeah. I wasn't sure how to spell your last name. There are some back-ass words, Q's and V's in there. He gives me an unimpressed look and holds out his hand, demanding. So I give him my phone. Write your name, though, not dumb stuff. Mariam checks my notifications if I leave my phone out. She found out that Barb had broken up with her boyfriend before me.
What's dumb stuff?
I don't know. Sex god, master, daddy dom. His mouth twitches.
Can't hide from the truth, Scarlett.
I hate you.
Of course you do.
A kiss, warm against my forehead. My ticket was for basic economy, while Sweden sprang for one of the fancier sections that live between first class and the plebes. I don't know how Lucas pulled it off, but when we board, I find myself miraculously seated next to him. I lean against his shoulder and half nap, half watch The Office while he reads a book in Swedish. His hand never leaves my thigh.
Stay with me tonight.
He asks when we land, except that it's not a question. We're jet-lagged and exhausted, and I'm still a bit fucked out from last night, but I nod, and my heart cartwheels at his pleased smile. We've spent the last 10 days together. Why not one more? When we get to his house, all the lights are off. Where are Hassan and Kyle? He shrugs. Before he can stick the key into the hole, the door springs open. Surprise! The loudest voice is Penn's, but the entire swimming and diving team is here, clapping and cheering, startling my half-asleep brain. Some bass-heavy music is switched on, and a blue and yellow balloon lands at my feet. The homemade banners are a particularly tasteful touch. Congrats! Fuck you, sweetie. It should have been Team USA. Please break a leg before the Olympics. We love you. And my personal favorite? You guys already have IKEA and livable wages. Leave us something. Lucas reads them with a deepening scowl, then crosses his arms.
Really?
Judging by the roar of laughter, his stern tone is a hit. Penn presses a giggly kiss into his cheek, and I clench my fist. There are high fives and backslaps and lots of congrats, man, bro, dude, a glass of something pushed in his hand. Before Hunter whisks him away, Lucas turns back to me with a wistful look. I cannot help a smile. If people think that it's weird that we appeared together, no one mentions it. Maybe they assume I knew about the surprise. Maybe I'm just invisible. Penn, the twins, and Victoria give me long, warm hugs. We've been texting back and forth in the team group chat, but I hadn't realized how much I missed them. Was Europe cool? Bree asks. Were there lots of castles? Not that I noticed. What about shoe cobblers? Horses? Carriages? Victoria pats her back. Babe, it's not the Oregon Trail. I can barely keep my eyes open. I drift away as soon as the opportunity arises, brushing past people mainlining beer. What day of the week is it? Have you seen Lucas? I ask Hassan, who points to the ceiling.
On the phone with his dad.
I find him sitting on the edge of his bed right as he hangs up. Hey. Being with him is a second wind.
Hey.
He reaches for my wrist and pulls me between his legs.
Thoughts on how to get rid of them?
I pretend to think. He runs his palm over the back of my thigh. Do you have a turnip card on hand?
Nope.
Then I'm not. Hey, you. We turn, and Penn's at the door. Instinctively, I try to put some distance between Lucas and me, but his grip tightens.
Hey.
He says, relaxed, like this is not weird and we aren't doing anything wrong. And we aren't. But it is. Penn's eyes travel over the place where our bodies make contact, but her smile betrays nothing. Do you need a ride home? She asks me. I freeze. Do I? I assumed I wouldn't, but...
She doesn't, Penn.
Okie dokie. Luke, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure. What's going on?
Alone, she adds. His eyes narrow, but I take a firm step away.
Let's talk tomorrow,
Lucas tells her. Not a suggestion.
Scarlett and I...
It's okay. I need to use the restroom. I smile too and exchange another hug with Penn on my way out. So happy that you're back, she whispers. Me too. The door closes behind me, and I tell myself that there's no reason for the nausea floating in my stomach. They're friends. Lucas has made it clear that he's no longer romantically interested in her. I snake my way through the crowd, but there's lots of alcohol flowing, and no one notices me. I'm zonking out, swaying. When I close my eyes, waterfowl honk into my ear. It's shitty, leaving a party without telling anyone, but I call an Uber. In the back seat, I shoot Lucas a quick text, and that's when the floor flips out from underneath me. His renamed contact reads, Lucas Scarlett. Chapter 56. I've been home for about an hour, showering and unpacking and scowling at the chore chart Mariam crafted in my absence, in which all activities are magically listed under my name, when I hear a knock. Lucas stands tall in the doorframe, hands in the pockets of his jeans, dark circles covering his freckles, serious and tired and silent. I don't know what to say, so I stay quiet. There's no reason for him to be here. No reason for me to let him in. No reason to take his hand and guide him to my bedroom. No reason for any of this. But still, I burrow into the curve of his throat and fall asleep with his scent in my lungs after just a few seconds. Chapter 57. This winter quarter, I'm taking the lightest possible academic load to offset training and championship season travel, which is all going to happen between the end of February and May. Pac-12, Zone E meet. If I qualify, NCAA. It should feel overwhelming, but on the first practice after Amsterdam, it just doesn't. I didn't medal, which is disappointing. I tell Sam during our catch-up session. I'm over my block, and there is no overt reason for me to continue therapy, but talking to her helps me put everything into perspective. But I'm not going to let it define me. I'm excited about the season. I'm ready to be as strong as I can be. Sam smiles, which will never not look weird. I'm very happy for you. Sorry about Saturday night, Penn tells me later in the locker room. I felt bad about kicking you out. I just needed to talk to Lucas. Everything okay? I ask, even though I'm not sure I want to know. The three of us, our relative positions, the sum of our degrees. I don't want it to feel like a love triangle, and I don't want to be left out when it flattens into a line. Yeah, I just needed him to know. She looks vaguely upset, so I take a seat next to her. It's Theo, hot teacher. Oh. He broke up with me, Vandy. Her voice cracks a little in the end. I stare, not quite processing. What? He said that, I don't know, something about how we needed to take a step back because he wasn't sure that we worked together and that sometimes I felt too young for him, and her eyes are bright with tears. I mean, it's fine. She looks anything but fine. I'm so sorry, Penn. I cannot believe that he just decided that it was over and left. Like I'm a soul cycle class. We spent Thanksgiving together. I met his sister and his friends, and he got me a necklace, and I was at his place every weekend, Vandy. We did so many things, and now she shakes her head, somewhere between pain and anger. Anyway, it's over. I wanted to tell Lucas because, well, he's still my oldest friend. My heart beats in my stomach. And what did he say? Nothing much. Said it was Theo's loss. Patted my back. Told me I'll find someone new soon. Nice, but distant. After Theo, I'd forgotten how cold he can be. Honestly, sometimes I wonder how Lucas and I even managed to get together to begin with, all those years ago. Because he's not distant or cold. Have you ever considered... I start. What? I gather my words. He mentioned what you did for him when his mother passed. And he helped you out with Carissa. Yeah? Is it possible that you two mostly bonded over your respective trauma and then entered a romantic relationship on the wave of that without... Her eyes search my face for so long, I start wondering if I've overstepped. And maybe I did, because she lets out a small laugh, a little watery, and asks, Are you saying he didn't love me? No, I know he did, and he still cares about you. I just wonder if he didn't love you the way you want to be loved. If that was so painful, you decided to tell yourself that Lucas simply isn't capable of deep romantic feelings. If maybe you only know certain little parts of him and completely ignore the rest. If you still see him as the 15-year-old boy who needed you when his mom died and never realized that he's grown into a different person. If what's between you two was more about mutual protection. If, she prompts, if maybe the transition to romantic love was a little rocky for the two of you. I mean, she purses her lips and shrugs. I know Lucas well enough to know that it's not the case. I know what we had. But in any case, I think that bonding over trauma is still a nice way to fall in love and build a future. More valid than sharing the same sexual fetishes. Her tone is gentle and a punch to the stomach. I blink at her, trying to parse what she just said and decipher the way she intended for it to land. Whether I should be offended. Excuse me? Oh my God. Instantly, her eyes widen and her hand closes around mine. I didn't mean it, I promise it wasn't a jab. There are lots of valid ways to fall in love. That's it. I'm so sorry. I nod, relieved. Pen just got dumped. She's emotional. I know she didn't want to be hurtful. But then she adds, I'm just wondering if I made a mistake. That's all. A mistake? By breaking up with Lucas. I mean, he and I have been through so much, and he gets me, and her head cocks. Her eyes on me are almost pleading. Are you two... It's mostly sex, right? You're not officially dating. It would be an indisputable lie to say that what's between me and Lucas is mostly sex. However, as much as it hurts to admit, we aren't officially dating. Not that it matters. I don't need a stamped certificate to know that Lucas cares deeply about me and that what we have is real. The problem is, Pen's relief at my words is so obvious, I doubt that right now she'd be capable to accept any of that. She's hurting. I'm her friend. I can keep the truth to myself for a little longer. Put her first, just for a while. He's right, by the way, I say, squeezing her hand back. Who? Lucas, I smile. It is Theo's loss. She lays her head on my shoulder, and I do my best to joke and laugh while walking to dry land training. Once we're there, I excuse myself and go find the coaches. It will be all right, I tell myself. Pen feels rejected, maybe for the first time in her life. She's fragile and needs her friend's support. She doesn't love Lucas. Lucas doesn't love her. That relationship is over. It's just not a good time to point it out. And I have more important things to worry about, too. Coach Seema? He doesn't look up from the piece of paper he's reading.
Yeah?
I'd like to discuss the possibility of making some changes to my training program. Chapter 58. Do you have to be kidnapped for it to be Stockholm Syndrome? I ask. You shouldn't, not if the guy you fell for against your will is Swedish. Sam seems unimpressed with my mastery of psychological constructs. Does being in love with Lucas make you unhappy? No, just guilty. Because of Penelope. Her name has been coming up a lot during my therapy sessions. Yeah. And Penelope's well-being is important for you? Of course. She's the closest thing to a best friend I've had in... ever. She hurt you, though, the other day. She didn't mean to. She was just careless. Because she is hurting, too. Sam nods. Is she the reason you've been avoiding Lucas? I haven't. How many times have you two met since Amsterdam? I lower my eyes. Too few, and only because of me. In fact, my excuses have been so laughable, I know Lucas doesn't believe them. Study group. Paper due tomorrow. Exhausted. Lucas.
Just come over to spend the night. I sleep better when you're around.
Scarlett. Why? Lucas.
Because I know you're safe.
Lucas.
And you smell good.
Lucas.
And you're soft.
I should change his name in my contacts. I know how to spell Bloomqvist, and it hurts to see what he wrote. Sharp kitten claws digging into the squishiest parts of my chest. But I caught Penn sobbing in the locker room this morning, I simply say. That is sad. But as we discussed, her relationship with Lucas is unlikely to productively resume, while your relationship with Lucas, I know. But it's temporary. She feels so alone, and the possibility of getting back with Lucas is an illusion she clings to. I can't shatter it by spending time with him under her nose. Is a lie this big really kinder than the truth? I sigh and rub my face. This won't last long. Penn will feel better soon. I just need to wait it out. Curl into myself like a pill bug. Focus on training, exclusively 10 meters. Coach was initially reluctant, but begrudgingly came around on the condition that I keep on practicing 3-meter synchro with Penn. It doesn't have to be forever, I told him, but May said that.
Why do I feel like a cheated husband?
I try to keep a straight face. Because Mrs. Seema has taken up with the landscaper?
Because my diver came home smelling like another coach.
That's not true.
May is your favorite. You stan her.
I wince. Did your son teach you that word?
Don't change the subject.
But if Coach Seema knows what I used to be capable of before my injury, May has a better idea of what I'm capable of now. And it works. Endless repetition, constant corrections, infinite fine-tuning. I become, if not better, more confident, and the focus helps drown out the noise in my head. He's back, Mariam says into my room on the following Saturday night. I look up for my neurobiology homework. Who? The Love Island contestant. What? The heartthrob with the accent. I blink. Lucas? The deep.
Yup.
Coming from behind her squeezes my stomach like it's a washcloth.
I'm not sure whether I'm being flattered,
He says, closing the door.
or torn to shreds.
With Mariam? The latter, always.
I introduce myself every time. She could just use my name.
Nah, not her thing. He stands over me and I'm breathless. Even more when he bends down to kiss me, one hand on the back of my chair, the other on the desk. He's a blanket of heat and comfort. I lean into his lips because I can't help myself, then clear my throat. I'd love to hang out, but I have to finish my quiz. He nods, ever understanding, and says,
Action potential. Sodium amygdala.
What?
The answers to the 3 questions you have left.
He crosses his arms and looks down at me like he's never, not once, fallen for someone's lie.
What's going on, Scarlett?
Nothing. Why?
Why?
He huffs, amused.
You're not good at this. No more than I am.
At what?
At playing fucking games.
He's right. It's why we like what we like and each other. Structure, negotiations, agreements, and predictability. I'm just catching up with schoolwork. We're so close to Pac-12, his fingers pinch my chin like I'm a child, leaving me no choice but to meet his eyes. I don't know if I can stand it. It's that pressure again, a constant threat of tears.
I left this place 2 weeks ago. You are happy and fucked out and haven't...
He breaks off. A muscle in his jaw twitches.
Are you okay?
I nod, but can't bring myself to say a single thing.
Hey.
He tells me, tone shifting to real concern, searching, weighty.
You don't have to pretend. You don't have to come up with some bullshit excuse. It's just me.
It's true. This is Lucas, and he loves the truth. I can vomit out whatever's in my head, and he'll accept it. And doesn't that make it even worse? I'm being strangled, cannot breathe, have to slow myself down. Penn is not doing well.
Right. Pen and her fucking delusions.
His tone terrifies me. Icy, angry, a dangerous machine he could use to excavate the beating heart out of my chest.
Did she ask you to take a step back?
No?
No.
The word is at once out of his mouth before I'm done answering, and spoken in the most unhurried of ways.
All on your own, then.
She's my friend. I run my palms down my bare thighs. I don't think she could handle that, you and I.
You and I?
His smile is a little cruel.
Come on, Scarlett. What are you and I doing? Are you ready to finally say it?
I stare down at my legs, hoping the words will roll out easily when I'm avoiding his eyes. But no. Until she feels better. Maybe we should pull back. Or focus more on the physical part of our relationship. Lucas doesn't answer, not for a long stretch. And when I give up and tilt my head up at him, his gaze is cataloging, all-seeing.
Now?
He asks. What?
Do you want me to fuck you while pretending that you're not the person I feel closest to in the whole fucking world now, Scarlett? Or another day?
I don't know what cuts deeper, the words or the chill in his tone. If you want to, now, we can...
I want.
He sounds mocking, even a little contemptuous, but his hand is gentle enough as he pulls me out of the chair.
Am I allowed to kiss you?
His smile is bitter.
Would that be unfair toward Penn?
He's angry, and anger doesn't go well with power exchange. I just have to decide whether I care. Of course you can kiss me. But he doesn't. He pushes me onto the bed, belly down, and his strength vibrates throughout my body, and we haven't even started. Or I haven't. Lucas has pulled my shorts down to the bottom curve of my ass. I didn't bother with underwear after my shower and feel the heat of skin against mine. His fingers tangle in my hair, lifting my head until his other palm is right in front of my mouth.
Get it wet.
What? His grip tightens on my scalp.
Since when do we ask questions, Scarlett?
Oh my God. I'm sorry. A hard slap on my ass.
If I tell you to do something, you just fucking do it. Lick it.
He's rough, which addles my brain. I'm so turned on I can feel the smear of it between my thighs. I part my lips, running my tongue up the center of his palm.
Again.
I repeat it 4, 5 times. When he deems his palm wet enough, he pulls back, and then I feel the thick denim, the rhythmic bump of his knuckles against the soft part of my bottom, the sticky wetness of his skin dragging over my lower back. He's just jerking off, using my body, barely. I'm at his disposal. Any disgusting thing he's ever thought of, he could do with my blessing, but he doesn't take advantage. It's detached like this. Like I'm a canvas, nothing more than a picture he found on the internet. Some faceless, nameless girl he doesn't care about and never will. His grunt when he comes is familiar, embedded in the back of my brain. I squeeze my thighs together and my eyes shut, hiding my face in the cotton sheets. A dip in weight, the bounce of the mattress. He's leaving. My heart sinks for a flurry of reasons that have nothing to do with the fact I'm this worked up and he won't make me come. Then his shirt hits the floor and relief floods over me. He presses a kiss between my shoulder blades, long and lingering, a stark contrast to the clench of his hands around my waist as he arranges me. His fingers dip in the cum at the base of my spine, and he asks,
You know what I like about fucking you?
I shake my head.
You'd let me do anything, wouldn't you? You trust me that much. You're just that perfect.
It's Lucas who's perfect. who knows how to push my boundaries but never cross them, to make me hurt just enough to feel good. Maybe we're just perfect for each other. More valid than sharing the same sexual.
What do you say if you want me to stop?
He asks, but I'm distracted. His hand slides down my back between my ass cheeks, smearing his cum against my hole. My breath catches and I squirm. I thought he'd leave me like that, a fair punishment for my lies. But instead a single finger presses inside me, foreign and new. I tense, gasp in fear and hunger. It's all messed up, blended together in my heart and in my belly. The fullness aches, a slick, perfect burn. Lucas, I've never done this. He knows it.
Scarlett.
He's immensely displeased.
What do you say?
Stop. He rewards me with a good girl that makes my cunt flutter. He's gentle, but not too much. He makes the head of his cock slick with his own cum, and it takes him long enough to fit it in that I'm a puddle underneath, trembling and clutching at the sheets and forcing myself to breathe around him.
Okay.
I nod, overwhelmed. He's not all the way inside. Without real lube, even with, I'm not sure he'd manage. He parts my cheeks, rubs against the place where his cock stretches skin, and lets out a husky, surprised grunt, like he didn't expect to enjoy it this much.
I want to take a picture of this.
I twist my hips, searching for something, not sure what. It's too much. No room. I shudder. One of Lucas's palms plants on the side of my head, and I turn into it, rubbing into the tendon of his wrist, pressing a simple kiss on his skin, because he could really hurt me, split me, and make me bleed. The thought is as much a turn-on as knowing that he'd rather slash his own arm off than harm me. That's where it lives, my love for him, in the space between the things he could do and what he chooses instead. Care, swallowing violence, swallowing care, over and over again until it's all exquisitely tangled up together.
But I don't need a picture, since I'm never going to forget this.
He presses maybe a fraction of an inch deeper. My breath hitches.
It's okay. You're okay.
He says, a comforting hand up and down my back. Somehow, his words make it true.
A little more. You were made to be fucked by me. Is it too much?
I nod.
Liar.
His laughter is low and gentle against my skin.
I'll give you more, since you want it so much.
He knows my body better than I do. When to stay still, how long till the burn fades. All my tells. He knows me. I know him. Then sharing the same sexual, I let out a single pitiful sob, a warbled sorry that has nothing to do with what's happening.
Baby.
Another kiss on my cheekbone.
It's okay if you want to cry. It hurts, doesn't it? It all hurts so fucking much, huh?
He sounds like I'm gutting him with a rusty knife because it has nothing to do with his cock sinking into my ass. What really hurts is pushing him away. The balcony in Amsterdam, his name in my phone, self-professed belonging. Lucas! Despair and heat spill into me.
Sweetheart, I'm here to pick you up.
He whispers.
Fuck you into 1,000 little pieces and then put them back together. You don't need me to do it. But it's what you want, isn't it? For me to fix you?
It's horrifying, the truth of it. Even more so when I feel his lips against my ear, a whisper rolling out of his mouth.
You want to come, baby?
I nod. I'm almost there, and yet 1,000,000 miles away.
I could make you wait for it, I could force you to tell me all the things you cannot say.
His hand slides between my hip bone and the mattress.
But I won't. You know why?
He finds my swollen clit. Index and middle fingers draw circles around it, a tap that makes me shiver.
Because I know all of them already.
A wet explosion in my brain. I burst, just like that, wedged between his hand and his chest, clenching around his cock until I'm so narrow he almost slips outside of me. His groan rolls through me.
There you go. Such a good, beautiful girl.
And when I'm mellow again, he orders.
Be nice and quiet while I finish, okay?
He can't manage proper thrusts, but he drags his movements out anyway, like he doesn't want this to end. I lie patiently, loving every second of it. Being his, being used, being wanted. It's all a contented, indistinguishable hum reverberating inside my body. His pleasure makes him speechless. A handful of noiseless grunts and foreign words and my name. Hands gripping my breasts and teeth holding my neck. He throbs and jerks. And then we lie there, waiting, catching our breaths. Then he lifts my hips up, knees wide on the bed. I feel his gaze on me, studying, memorizing. And I'm about to beg him to stop when his mouth is suddenly there. Tongue lazy and broad against my clit, painful bites where my ass joins my thigh. Orgasms sweep over me, and I'm sobbing, choking on my own cries. He's the one to push my face into the blanket and remind me that I have to.
Hush. Come on, Scarlett. Just bite here.
And...
You're fucking ruining me.
And then I'm coming again. I'm outside my body. It's the best and worst thing I've ever felt. I space away. Perfect. Perfect. Afterward, he disappears in the bathroom. Door open, not bothering to turn on the lights. I watch him, boneless, sweat slowly drying on my spine. When he comes back to clean me up, little tears pebble under my eyes, and he wipes them away with his thumb. Tucks me into bed, doesn't join me. Instead, he crouches by my pillow, holds my hand to his lips, and asks,
What are you scared of, Scarlett?
His eyes look sad, maybe. I'm not sure. Traces of emotions crease the corners. Everything. A deep sigh.
When it comes to what matters, you're fearless. Try to remember that, okay?
I make no promises. Instead, I snooze. Dip in and out of sleep. But Lucas stays there, watching me, for what feels like a long time. Then he presses a kiss against my forehead, turns off the light, and lets himself out. The following week, Pack 12 starts. Chapter 59. Pack 12 swimming and diving are separate events, one after the other. Lucas and I are out of town at non-overlapping intervals. While he's flying back from Seattle, I'm waiting for one of the assistant coaches to drive me to the airport, trying to decide what polish to pack in case I get time to do my nails. However, I think the guy's plane just landed. Penn announces while we're waiting at SFO, sitting up in a burst of excitement. The gate's 5 minutes from here. Shall we go say hi? Yes, Bella says, followed by Bree's blasé. Sure. In a plot twist rom-com writers can only aspire to achieve, Bree and Dale broke up over a yet-to-be-revealed conflict, while Bella and Devin are still dating. Once again, so many questions and absolutely zero way of asking them in a tactful way. Penn's eyes meet mine in one of the many, I guess we cannot speculate about this now, but boy will we be discussing later looks that we exchange on a daily basis. Let's go. Should we bring our bag? Bree asks. Good question. Penn turns to me. Do you mind keeping an eye out? I shake my head. pretending it doesn't make my stomach feel like it's full of metamorphic rocks. When the girls return, I don't ask who they met or how it went. It feels a little like the first meet of my career. Weird, when I've recently returned from a world championship. But my mindset has evolved more in the last few weeks than in the previous 3 years. New, more intentional choices. No perfect or nothing mentality. My brain finally able to go quiet. When I started out the academic year, my dream was to qualify for the NCAA tournament. I'll have done good if I manage, I told myself, and poorly if I don't. I'm not sure I still believe that. In fact, I'm certain that I don't need to qualify for anything to consider this year a success. The real NCAA qualification spot was the mental health we gained along the way. What did you say, Vandy? Oh, nothing. I finish warming up my quads and smile at Penn. Ready? We place first in the 10-meter synchro event. This is the best day of my fucking life, Penn whispers after we step on the podium. It's not hard to hear her, even over the applause. She cries, I cry. We take a million selfies, tear up some more. Sandwich Coach Seema in a giant hug. Celebrate with the twins who got bronze on the 3-meter synchro. FaceTime Victoria and tell her that it's all due to her training. Have ice cream. Pass a shot that says temporary henna tattoos and... No, I say. We have to. No! Yes, Vandy. No. It's a sign. It's destiny. God and our ancestors and Emily Dickinson want this from us. We can't. Not only we can, we must. We settle for 2 divers entering the water side by side, and the words, diving besties underneath. On my right and Penn's left shoulder. The employee, a teenage boy who'd rather be playing Fortnite, looks at us like we're the least cool people he's ever encountered. He's not wrong. It's not until later that night, when we're brushing our teeth next to each other, that I notice something weird. Penn? Yeah? How do you spell bestie? B-E-S-T... Oh, shit! The following day, Penn wins the platform gold and I take the bronze. We do all our pool deck interviews together, our new diving beasties tattoos on full display. I am so happy I need to take a minute alone in the bathroom to relearn how to breathe and iron my cheeks out of this unsustainable too-wide smile. The following week, at the Zone E meet, we both qualify for the NCAA. Chapter 60. Unknown. I see you've been following my advice. I stare at the text, trying to recall the beware of scams and phishing email Stanford sends every quarter. Unknown. It's May, by the way. I laugh. Save her contact. Scarlett. I have. Thank you so much. I chew on my lower lip before adding, is it okay if I send you a couple of TiVos? I'm not super happy with my arm stand. May. I thought you'd never ask. The men's swimming and diving NCAA championship is separate from the women's portion because... I have no idea. But I'm glad that in 2 weeks the men will fly to Atlanta, and in 3 weeks the women won't. For the first time, the women's tournament will be at Avery. The luxury of it, Penn sighs. No new pools, no jet lag. No having to put on compression socks for a flight. She studies me, narrow-eyed. You use compression socks? You don't? How old are you? Shut up! She shakes her head. At least I know what to get you for your next birthday. The lead-up to the NCAA hits different. Electric, a center of gravity, ready to gather the crackle of energy accumulated during the season. Divers don't normally take breaks before big meets, and aside from reducing strength training, our routine doesn't change. The twins, though, didn't make the cut for any NCAA event, which means that their season is over and their presence at practice is optional. It's just Penn and I. And while the number of times we get our bodies wet is well into the triple digits, our tattoos persevere. At least 2 journalists have commented upon them in written pieces that can be read on the internet by any individual. I quietly pray that med schools are too busy to Google prospective students. There are so many parties, I lose count. Over 30 swimmers have qualified for the NCAA championship, and they're all in taper. A tapering swimmer's a dangerous thing. Penn tells me when she comes over to get some help for her programming class. She has been feeling much better because of our wins and because time does heal all wounds. This morning when Theo texted her to congratulate her, she rolled her eyes and blocked his number. How so? So much time and energy on their hands, all of a sudden. Lucas goes nuts. He'll pace, gaze longingly at the pool, wash his hands a lot, wake up earlier and earlier. You know, the perfectly normal acts of a totally non-deranged person. She shrugs. Anyway, I gotta go. There's a party tonight. This rower I like will be there. After she leaves, I manage to hold off for about half an hour. I'm texting Lucas to check on him, I tell myself. Because of what Penn said. Because he checked on me over and over when I needed him. Plus, Penn seems to be over the idea of getting back with him. More simply, we've both been competing out of town for the past 2 weeks, and I miss him. Scarlett, are you tapering? Lucas.
And I hate it.
His reply is instant. So odd for someone who barely checks his phone when we're together. Maybe he's bored, clawing at the walls, eager for distractions. I can't picture it. I run my finger over his photo. Netherlands. Sunglasses interrupting freckles. That indulgent lift at the corner of his mouth. Scarlett. Pearls to swine. Lucas.
No idea what that means. Not flattered, though.
I feel almost drunk. Remarkable, the energy that sparks from 2 texts after such a long stretch of nothing. Tech bros should harness it for their cryptocurrency mining endeavors. Scarlett. Want company? Lucas.
Not particularly.
Lucas.
Would love to see you, though.
The power requirements of the world's water desalination plants are met. Scarlett. Where? Lucas.
Maples.
I think of Maples as the basketball stadium, but an informed volleyball game is going on. Both teams are mixed, 3 men and 3 women, with no referee. A handful of spectators scatter on the bleachers. Lucas sits next to Johan, talking with a tall blonde girl in a Stanford volleyball jersey. Johan notices me first and waves. The others turn too, the girl with a curious expression, and Lucas. Lucas. I stop right next to him, trying not to stare like he's a piece of avant-garde performance art. Practice game? More for fun, really. The girl's accent is as faint as Lucas's.
Scarlett.
He says.
This is Dora.
We shake hands. She smiles. You're the diver, right? Pre-med? Yeah. It's good to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. Oh. I dip my hands in the back pockets of my shorts. Same, I say, just to be polite. Both she and Johan laugh. That's nice of you, she says. But I doubt Lucas talks about me that much.
Dora, maybe Lucas was secretly in love with you all along.
Johan offers, which has her laughing even harder, and Lucas giving an amused reply in Swedish, a short back and forth. By the time Dora returns to the bench area, I'm wondering if I've been summoned here to be the butt of a joke I can't even understand.
Hi.
Lucas says, moving his water bottle to make room for me. Hey, I take a seat, leaving a few inches between us. His arm, though, snakes behind my back, loops around my waist, and pulls my flank flush against his. Then he lets go. You seem... I break off, clear my throat. Less inconsolable than I was led to believe.
Inconsolable.
Penn mentioned that tapering messes with you. He gives me an odd look.
How so?
Increasingly intense hand-washing, lots of early mornings.
I wash my hands a lot to avoid getting sick. Standard guidelines before big meets. And I wake up early because the championship will be on the East Coast.
Oh. What about the rumored yearning glances at the pool?
I don't know. Were you in it?
Blood sweeps up into my cheeks. I lower my eyes to my knees.
Not yet, huh?
He says cryptically.
Too bad.
Congrats on Pac-12. I rush out. As good a topic as any other.
You too.
I smile. He does too. And then tells me,
You looked happy. Not as anxious. During the competition, I mean.
thanks. I actually came out a tad too quickly in one of my voluntary dives, and any other time it would have completely thrown me off, but I was able to trick my brain into... I glance away. Sorry. You didn't ask for an unabridged recount of my mental state.
Scarlett.
A heavy weight on my knee. His hand, warm and rough.
I did ask. And it was nice to see you up there.
It's like the contents of my ribcage are being wrung out. I almost cover his hand with mine. Stop myself. Take a deep, inconspicuous breath. So since when are you guys volleyball fans?
Since the party we were at got very boring.
Johan says from the other side of Lucas, who drinks from his water bottle and then offers it to me. I take a sip, even though I'm not thirsty. I missed him so much.
That guy over there?
He points at a tall, dark-haired man on the court.
He invited us. And the game had the advantage of not taking place in the frat house.
Johan adds. The name on the back of the shirt reads, Torvalds. Another Swede? Lucas nods.
We've infiltrated every sport and branch of government.
Uh-huh. Are you and Torvalds related? I ask jokingly.
Yeah, he's my cousin.
My eyes bug out. For real?
No.
I huff.
He's my cousin, though.
Johan says. Wait, really? They both snort at my gullible American soul. I deserve it. Do you guys have a Swedes club with your secret language?
You mean Swedish?
Yup. Do you meet for fika every day? Screen Americans for potential Midsommar human sacrifices? They laugh.
I'll be right back.
Lucas says. The game is at a break, and he heads down to the side of the court to talk with Torvalds the cousin.
Lucas is right about you.
Johan tells me. I turn, alarmed. Whatever he told you, he lied.
He just said that you're funny.
Oh, then maybe he didn't lie.
And that you were out of his league.
I blink at sweet baby-faced Johan. He's, 2 years younger than me, tops? But so naive. When did he say that?
When I asked him if you two were dating outside of Avery, months ago.
What? Are you sure that...
Let's go.
I look up. Lucas holds out his hand. Where?
Home.
I sneak a glance at Johan. Should we leave him here all alone? Should we be talking so openly about... Well, the Swedes are not easily fazed. Mine or yours? He shrugs. I take his hand. Johan seems unsurprised by this turn of events and waves goodbye. Is he going to hate me because I stole you?
Nah, his boyfriend's playing.
Ah. We exit the court, still holding hands. This is more public than we've agreed on. But if Penn is at a party with some rower, maybe she's okay with them finally announcing their breakup. Plus, it's just the two of us. I can't find it in me to pull away, not even when he gently eases me into the wall and bends down to kiss me. He tastes like beer and himself, smells less like chlorine, more like soap. His shoulders under my hands, the scratch of his cheek against mine, it's all so fiercely familiar it could be the stairway up a diving platform.
You know,
He says against my lips.
I wanted to be righteously angry at you. I told myself I wouldn't be with you until you were ready to be honest.
I don't ask about what. It would be supremely dishonest.
But I'm just so fucking happy to see you, Scarlett. I can't be mad at you, when every time I think about you, I'm reminded that you exist.
I don't think he's joking, but I smile anyway. I'm glad you're not angry, I say, pulling him down again, deepening the kiss until he's licking into my mouth and I'm arching into him. The heat and comfort and joy that comes simply from being close to him rip through me, burn in my stomach. He tries to ease back, but I can't let him go, not after so long without him.
Fuck, Scarlett.
He groans, like my inability to unwrap my arms from him physically devastates him.
Not here.
Why? I protest. And maybe there's no good reason, because he looks around and finds a door. It's a meeting room that smells like lemon and disinfectant. There are chairs, a whiteboard. One of those insipid inspirational quotes Stanford loves to paste all over athletic facilities. Something about pain and discipline and regret. I read the first half while Lucas wedges a chair under the doorknob, but he's already kissing me again, lifting me on the closest piece of furniture, a podium. My hands run to the fly of his jeans.
You can't just... I can't fucking do this.
He says. I manage to undo a single button, but he stops me with his fingers. I'm forced to look up. His eyes are a dark, relentless, vaguely desperate blue.
This is so much more than sex.
He tells me.
It was the first time, and sure as hell is now.
I stare at him, breathing heavily. Find something in his face that's half plea, half determination.
I need you to admit it, Scarlett.
His voice is a low, resolute rumble.
I need you to not leave me alone to face this.
I'm going to burst into tears. They are lodged in my throat, behind my eyeballs, and I have to swallow past their sharp heat before I can say, shakily, from the very start, it's good enough for him, but it changes everything. His urgent, frantic kisses melt into slow, reverential trails over my shoulders, cheeks, eyelids, collarbone. His hand closes against my breast, grazes my nipple. He says my name over and over. I say his. My shorts and underwear are pulled down gently, and he doesn't have to check whether I'm ready to take him in. It just works. He sinks inside, little by little, inexorably. It's so good, so alarmingly exquisite, I let the tears flow. He licks them up and buries deep, husky sounds into my skin. In and out, full and empty, and it's so easy. We've been leading up to this for the past 8 months. Every time we met, fucked, spoke, touched, looked, texted, every time I thought of him, it was all for the sake of a perfect moment. In some shitty multimedia room in Maples Pavilion. I let out a hushed, watery laugh. He shakes his head and continues to move, slow, as good as always, maybe even better, but new.
I fucking can't with you.
He says, before kissing me like he can with me. Lucas. I exhale in the cotton of his shirt. My arms around him. He's not holding me down. This is vanilla. We're both out of control. It's me and him, suddenly equals.
Slow down.
He asks, instead of making me.
Just a little, or I'm going to come. And it's going to be over, and I don't want that.
We stop and kiss, soft and open-mouthed. We start again, and then it's me who's going to... A minute, just a minute, please. His hips rock into me. Stop. We laugh in each other's mouths. We break away breathless. We make it last as long as we can. We arch into each other, clutch and grope, but never too hard. He sighs, I cry. It feels good, him and me, like something else altogether. Not less or more, just unexplored, but suddenly accessible.
I want to do this with you every day and night for the rest of my life.
I nod, still full of tears. Me too, I think. Me too.
Let me say it.
He demands.
I want to say it, just once.
I know what he means. I cannot take it. I bury my head in his throat and shake it because I cannot.
Scarlett.
He pleads.
Let me tell you, please.
Pen, I think. There's Pen and everything else. The future, the past. What if he says it and then I lose him? What if I fail at this too? How will I bear it then? He's so deep inside me, my entire body trembles with it. Please, I beg, don't.
The thing is...
His forehead drops against mine.
I don't know if I can keep it in.
He grunts in frustration, but then says,
Hush. It's okay, baby.
He moves a little faster, a little harder, cupping the back of my head and leading it to the spot at the base of his throat, holding it there like he wants to protect me from something. And a moment later, the shudders start, and my cries are muffled into his body, and I'm coming like a dam breaking, and Lucas, he says it, just not in English. Slow, musical sentences, words repeated over and over. I'm awash with them as he comes inside me, his broad shoulders shaking under my arms. And yet, I have the luxury of pretending that I cannot understand him. I cry anyway. After, he kisses my tears dry, and he's not angry or impatient or anything but reveling. I'm sorry, I say. I need to square out a couple things. Make sure Pen is, before I can, he nods.
I know.
He pulls out of me and I gasp at the sensation. He kisses the intake of breath off my mouth.
It's okay. We're going to figure it out.
He huffs a small, rueful laugh, catching himself. His hand touches my cheek, and then he straightens my clothes, scattering kisses on me like breadcrumbs.
Let me take you home and...
Buzzing startles me. Lucas finishes zipping up my shorts and pats the pocket of his jeans, looking for his phone.
Pen?
He asks, a tinge of impatience in his tone. There was no ringtone, which means that he must have deactivated the emergency bypass. He tenses. Pen's sobs are so loud even I can hear them, and he's saying things like, calm down, and where are you, and slower.
Come on.
He tells me after hanging up, taking my hand.
We need to go get her.
Chapter 61. It's a weird setup, Pen and me in the back of the car while Lucas drives. I'd throw out a joke about his Uber driver career, but humor would no more benefit the situation than picking up a serial-killing hitchhiker. I didn't do it. Her sobs have slowed to quiet sniffles. You believe me, right? I squeeze her hand tight. Yes, of course. The more I think about it, the surer I am. Pen is no fool, and she certainly wouldn't jeopardize her NCAA eligibility by taking banned substances.
When did you get the AAF?
Lucas asks. The what? The Notice of Adverse Analytical Finding, I whisper. Right, duh. Sorry, I had a shot on an empty stomach. I feel like a boulder just dropped onto my head. She rubs her face. Half an hour ago. I was at that party with Vic, but couldn't find her, so I took out my phone to call her, and The athletic director emailed me and Coach Seema. It's from the Pac-12 sample, not even a random test. Lucas nods.
When was the previous time you got tested?
5-6 months ago? Diving nationals.
And your diet hasn't changed? No new prescription medications? Drug use, vitamins, supplements?
Penn gasps. Lucas, you know me.
I know very little about your daily life by now.
He says it without inflection, but it ticks her off enough to twist her hand out of mine. She leans forward, gripping the headrest of his seat. My brain hasn't turned into clam chowder in the past year. I know how easy it is to get a positive doping test. I would not take unregulated substances without running them by the team physician. He nods, unfazed by her defensiveness.
What are you positive for?
I didn't. She slumps back, bare arm brushing against mine. Anabolic steroids? Where the fuck would I even get those? Do they think I'm cooking meth in my laundry room?
And this was the A sample?
Yeah. Jesus. I don't even... What's going to happen now, Luke?
Back when they tested you, they took a B sample, right?
Yeah. It's a process all D1 athletes are intimately familiar with. Chugging down gallons of water to pee in front of some lady who needs an unobstructed view of me filling a plastic beaker has been part of my life for years, and I barely register the unpleasantness. Every time we're asked to fill 2 bottles. The A sample is used for testing. B is frozen. If the A sample comes back positive, B is used for retesting when the athlete contests the results. I've heard of a few people having to go through that, but they were always grapevine stories. Some cross-country junior, a diver who graduated before I joined the team. Friends of acquaintances, famous athletes in the news. This just feels odd.
The first step is asking for a retest.
Lucas says calmly.
And maybe a lawyer.
A lawyer?
I'll ask around. What did your coach say?
He hasn't replied. Even if we ask for a retest, the NCAA championship is coming up. Will it get done on time? Or I could be disqualified, and she breaks off, fat tears sliding down her face, and I pull her into me.
You have a window of 24 hours to ask for a retest, right?
Lucas asks. Yeah.
Is Stanford taking care of that, or should we?
They will.
Okay.
Lucas nods, and the knot of tension in my chest slowly loosens. It's the way he lays it all out. Plans, timeline, to-do list.
For now, don't worry about it. You have not taken steroids. There's something else going on, and we'll get to the bottom of it. Focus on sobering up. Sleep on it.
I'm not going to be able to sleep until this mess is over. Penn wipes her eyes. How am I supposed to function while I wait? What am I even going to do if I can't dive?
I'll take you home and...
He stops when I catch his eyes through the mirror and shake my head. I can only imagine how scared Penn must be. We athletes build our whole identities around competing, and I know firsthand how destabilizing having it ripped away can be. It's clearly already messing with Penn's head, and I definitely don't want her to have to deal with it on her own. I don't think you should be alone, I say. Why don't you stay with me for a few days? Her eyes are wide. Really? Of course. We can watch TV, hang out. But don't you have a twin bed? You can sleep in it. I'll take the couch. I don't want to put you out like that. Isn't your roommate a total bitch? I wince. She definitely tries. Don't worry about it then. Luke, can I stay with you? Hassan and Kyle won't care. I freeze. So does Lucas. His eyes find mine again, and the fear of what might happen if Penn is left alone has me quickly nodding.
Yup,
He says, eventually. I don't think he's pleased, but Penn can't tell. This is such a relief. She snuffles, tearful. Luke, do you happen to have... He's already holding a box of tissues out to her. 5 minutes later, they drop me off at home. Victoria declares, yes, the 3 forms of torture: nail pulling, waterboarding, and waiting for a WADA-accredited lab to do what they're paid for. Coach Seema side-eyes her, but there's a grain of truth in that. The procedures for retesting are soul-suckingly lengthy, even sped up to give Penn her fair shot at the NCAA. Morale is 6 feet under. The days crawl, high-strung. Assistant coaches mumble among themselves, stop when I walk by. I catch one of the water polo players peek into Penn's locker, hoping to find a stash of syringes and hormone vials. On Tuesday, after I mess up a running forward and get a mild concussion, Coach Seema tears into me about being irresponsible, and then gruffly apologizes when the doctor sends me home with orders to rest. Penn is heroic, I tell Bree on Thursday, watching Penn do a perfect reverse 2.5. She's been holding her head high, showing up for practice, giving her best. No shit. I'd be a bug drowning in puddle water. I put myself in her shoes and cannot imagine functioning as well as she does. We are together a lot. Practice, meals, study hours. Whatever time is left, she spends with Lucas. He and I have agreed that Penn needs us and that she shouldn't be left alone. And yet, jealousy, I remind myself, is ugly. Envy, uglier still. All the more when it's directed at someone in need. Penn is my friend, and I'm proud of Lucas for being solid and dependable, for accompanying her to the doping lab to witness the opening of the B sample, or to listen to a lawyer exploring options. He makes sure that she's sleeping and eating and staying healthy. If his support of an ex in need were half-assed, I'd respect him much less. Still, I miss him. When we text, it's mostly about her. Is she okay? Need anything? I'm dropping her off at Avery. Okay, I'm here. When he leaves for his NCAA championship in Georgia, Penn moves back into her apartment, and so do I. We share her small bed, laughing at the way we kick each other during sleep. We avoid compulsively checking our emails. We watch Lucas being his obnoxious, winning self. Just another day at the office, I muse, watching him hoist himself out of the pool, a handshake and half hug with the cow guy who came in second. Water slushes down his tattoo, over the tech suit. He leans in to listen to Coach Urso list the things he did wrong, even after winning a race. He barely even smiles. When he does, it's not real. I know the difference. He dominates his sport so much and yet cares so little. Penn scowls. He makes everything look breezy, but when he was younger and having issues, you weren't there, but I saw how much it fucked with his head. He does care. I used to assume that Penn was familiar with the depths and shallows of Lucas and knew things he wouldn't show me. Now I realize that her perception of Lucas is stuck. A 16-year-old boy instead of the man he has become. That night, my phone vibrates.
Everything okay?
Penn breathes softly next to me. Yup, she's sleeping. Lucas.
You?
Scarlett. Not sleeping. Lucas.
But are you okay?
Scarlett. Yeah. Shadows of tree branches mottle the ceiling. Scarlett. Lucas? Lucas.
Yes?
Scarlett. Congrats on winning your last race in the U.S. Lucas.
Thank you, Scarlett.
Chapter 62. Campus is overtaken by athletes. For a couple of days, my diving well, is off limits to us locals, as divers from other D1 schools familiarize themselves with it. It's a monkey paw situation. I was so envious of the swimmers for their tapering holidays, but I find that idleness doesn't suit me much. I still show up at Avery for dry land and some light PT. It's where I learned that Lucas is back. I see him in one of the offices talking to the athletics big shots who only show up when we win something. and my heart flutters in my throat. The happiest hummingbird to ever fly. Later. I'll text him later. I force myself to leave, remind myself that he's busy. But while heading to the dining hall, I hear running steps behind me. A hand closes around my upper arm, and he's there. I'm bursting with, it has to be love. It's expansive and all-consuming and full and joyous, hungry, thick, at once heavy and light, everywhere and golden. It's him and me and the myriad of little strings that tangle us together. I grin, and my happy smile seems to disorient him. He reaches up, brushes my cheek with his thumb, says my name so low even I can't hear it. Then he pulls back with a slight frown. When did you get back?
This morning.
A step closer, towering over me.
We need to talk.
I frown. Is she okay? I thought she was with Coach Seema.
Who?
Penn.
This is not about Penn.
His hand is still around my arm.
It's about you having a concussion and not telling me.
How do you know? His eyebrow lifts. It wasn't a big deal. I was cleared the following day. And you were splashing around the East Coast, winning shit, uber-mensching.
You need to tell me these things.
What things?
Everything. You need to.
He inhales, looks away, then back to me.
I want to know this stuff.
Why?
Because it's about you.
Another spill of heat. My stomach is made of butterflies. I'm fine, I reassure. Grasp his hand lightly, a silent apology, a promise that I'm safe. And he sighs deeply, looks down at me.
We do need to talk, Scarlett.
We do. Still. It's just a bad time. She needs us more than... More than what? More than I need him? More than he needs me? Is it even for me to say? No, judging from the way his jaw shifts back and forth. He bends down to kiss me, short, hard, like he means to leave an imprint. Little does he know, it's already there.
As soon as this is solved.
He warns. I take a deep breath. As soon as this is solved and the NCAA is over. The following morning, one day before the competition is due to start, Penn receives an email from Stanford's athletic director. The initial lab results were a false positive. The NCAA tournament has no synchro event, which sucks, Penn tells me, since we just hit our stride. Right? Even though, in the privacy of my own head, I do love the idea of only competing in one event, my best, on the last day. I'll be there on the second day, though, for the board stuff. To hold my chamois and send you rip vibes. Avery is pure chaos. Every time a race starts, a stadium like ruckus rises from the competition pool. Tickets are sold out and access to the stands is prohibited to non-holders. To support us, the men's team resorts to watching events from the sidelines and the entrances to the lockers, clustering, making bets, producing bombastic noises whenever Stanford is adjudicated any number of points. It's because they placed fourth at their championship. Shannon informs me. She's one of the captains of the Stanford women's team. I get plenty of mass emails from her, but I cannot recall if we've ever talked before. How they could not place first with Bloomqvist on their team, I have no clue. Who won? Boy, I really should care more. The men's? Cow. But our main rivals are Texas and Virginia. Can you dive better than them? I hope so. Her not good enough scowl reminds me why we never hit it off. It's okay. My horse is Penelope Ross. But perhaps it shouldn't be because Penn is not having a great championship. During the prelims for the 3-meter, she nearly doesn't qualify because of a wrong twist. Later, in the final, even without failed dives, her form is... That was so good, Rachel says after Penn's back 2.5 pike that just... isn't. Dives are to non-divers what wine is to me. It could come from a cube or from the cellar of an impoverished French baron whose family fell upon hard times. I'd have no way of discerning. It wasn't bad, Bree says between claps. Hassan frowns down at her.
But...
Was missing a bit of height, she offers. A bit of a bulk, too. The scores appear on the board and I grimace. She finishes in 5th place, which is below expectations considering last year's medal. It's the doping scare, she tells us later when we debrief in Coach Seema's office. Messing with my head. I couldn't find my groove.
Doesn't matter.
Coach tells her.
What's done is done. Don't dwell on it. Tomorrow's platform, you're the favorite. Onward.
Yep, onward. She sighs and turns to me. Is Lucas around? Was he watching me dive? I'm not sure. I haven't heard from him since before the competition. I saw him at the swimming events, Bella says. I think he has to go to those since he's one of the captains. And yet, the following morning, Penn and I get through the platform preliminaries without issues. When I return for the final, late in the afternoon, Lucas is there. I'm so distracted by my phone, I almost crash into him.
What are you staring at?
Barb sent a video of Pipsqueak saying good luck. I show it to him. To his credit, he looks immensely charmed. You like dogs, right? I ask.
Is it a deal breaker?
I'd never thought about that, but yes, it is.
I love dogs. I'm just not sure Pipsqueak qualifies.
I'm considering whether letting her rip off Lucas's face is a legitimate defense of her honor when Mariam texts, I'm in the bleachers, look for me. I glance up, squinting at the stands. There are no signs of her. Psych, she texts a minute later. But I spot a familiar face. Lucas? Is that? He follows my gaze.
Yup, sure is.
Is Dr. Smith into diving?
She once asked me how it was different from swimming, so I doubt it. I think she might just be here to support you.
That's very... I cut off. A fainting couch moment comes over me. Lucas?
I'm still here.
Do you know who Dr. Carlson is?
Comp bio guy?
Yup.
I took his class last year. Why?
I point at the spot in the stands when Dr. Smith leans her head on Dr. Carlson's shoulder. His hand is wrapped around her waist, and he seems less than enthused to be here. And again, it might be an improvement from the quiet wrath that's his default state. She mentioned a husband, I say. Is she openly cheating on him?
Olive?
I nod, flabbergasted. But Lucas's mind doesn't seem to be half as boggled as mine. In fact, he's fighting a smile.
Scarlett, I think Dr. Carlson is the husband.
I stare, uncomprehending. No.
Yeah.
No! He bites the inside of his cheek.
Honestly, I see it.
No.
They complement each other. And they do have several publications together.
No. He laughs.
Are you okay, sweetheart?
I'll never be okay again. What are you guys talking about? I whirl around. Pen is behind us, already wet in her suit. Nothing. Just this professor we were doing this research. You need to go shower, Vandy. It's about to start. Right. Thanks. I leave with one last wistful glance to Lucas and feel his eyes on me as I move away. The final begins 10 minutes later. Chapter 63. It's around the third dive that I realize that I'm having the best competition of my career, and it has surprisingly little to do with the scores. I'm light in the air. My limbs find their path to good form. Above all, I'm able to clear my mind. I'm 10 feet above the world, and no one else exists. It's me and the water. Sam's voice in my head reminds me, your brain is not a muscle, but sometimes you can use it as one. Train it for competition as well as you train any other part of your body. Pen, too, is in much better shape than yesterday and breezes through her dives. Her first voluntary has a higher degree of difficulty than I've ever managed in competition, and I gasp when she performs it with minimal errors. Her second is an inward, a work of art, and it makes me so delighted I hug her. I'm giddy about how well it's going for us, and that's why I don't fully grasp the implications of it until the end of the 4th round. I'm in first place. Pen trails after me by a couple of points.
If either of you fucks up the last dive,
Coach Seema threatens.
I swear I'm selling you to the woods people.
No pressure, though. Pen mutters.
Yes, pressure. So much pressure.
But it doesn't frazzle us. Or at least not me. My last dive is an inward 2.5 pike, the same dive that fucked up my life 2 years ago to this day, and it's good. Not perfect, but good enough. I know this the second my hands knife into the water. I know it without reading numbers. It's a knowledge that comes from someplace inside me that didn't exist a few months ago. Pen's turn is after mine, and she dives well. The cameras follow me around. Athletes rehearse their last dives, get last-minute tips from their coaches, jump in place to keep warm. I dry off my suit, put my sweats back on, and look at the list of names on the board. The competition is not over yet. My phone pings with a text. Smile. It's May. She probably meant to send this to someone May. Watching the live stream, and you need to smile. Scarlett. What? May. You just won the NCAA. I glance at the rankings, and she's right. I'm going to finish first. I need a minute to comprehend the enormity of it. I slip inside, past the pack of swimmers watching the competition. Their chins are up to the platform. They don't pay attention to me as I make my way into the belly of Avery. A quick turn, slumped back against the wall, eyes screwed shut till little bursts of gold appear. I cannot wrap my head around it. The person I was 2 years ago. How alone I felt. Scared of being too much, of not being enough, of being imperfect, surrounded by impossibles. And now I dove and...
Scarlett.
I blink. Lucas is there, smiling at me. A real smile.
Crying again, I see.
I hadn't even noticed. I
know.
He comes closer, palms above both my shoulders, kisses the tears off my cheeks.
It's okay.
He murmurs.
I'll put you back together.
My fingers fist into his shirt. It's just a lot.
I know.
Another kiss, gentle against my lips.
Scarlett, you're brilliant. You're perfect. And
An outraged, teary voice swallows the rest of his words. Are you two for real? Chapter 64. Lucas doesn't turn away from me, doesn't leave, doesn't pull back. I know he heard Victoria's question, but he seems unwilling to let it dictate his movements. A statement, perhaps. We're not doing anything wrong. I'm happy here the way I am. Go away. I respect that, but I'm not certain it's the best course of action, so I press a palm to his chest to push him away. It does nothing. Lucas kisses me one more time at his leisure, lets out an aggravated sigh, and takes a step back. Victoria, I notice when I can finally look at her, is flanked by Bree, Bella, and Pen, of course. 4 pairs of wide eyes and 4 drop jaws, all ranging from affronted to disbelieving to shattered. What are you doing, Vandy? Bree asks. She sounds like I just threw her grandfather under a tractor. I'm considering how to reply when Lucas says,
Tell her, Pen.
Penn, though, isn't listening. She's pale, trembling next to Victoria, and zeroes in on me with an expression I can't decipher to ask, "Did you just want to be me all along?" Betrayal. That's the expression. And she stares like I'm the one doing it. To her. What? Because it feels like that, Vandy. Tears start running down her face. Are you in your single white female era?
Enough.
Lucas says. His hand is on my shoulder, warm and grounding.
Penn, they are Scarlett's teammates too. If you won't tell them what's going on, I will.
What is going on? The boyfriend and the gold medal that were mine a year ago are now hers. That's what. Lucas exhales, impatient. I'm afraid of what could come out of his mouth, of the impact it might have on her. I know you're hurting, Penn, I interject, steadying my voice. But you're still a silver medalist. And Lucas. What about Lucas? Vic asks, inching closer to Penn. Because from my side, it feels like he could have at least ended things with Penn before...
Penn and I aren't together.
Lucas interrupts her.
Haven't been for months.
He turns to Penn.
I went along with what you asked and kept our breakup a secret because Scarlett knew, and she was the only one who mattered. This is where it ends, though.
I don't think we should be here, guys, Bella mutters. There must be a general agreement because all three of them shuffle away. Vic with a final squeeze of Penn's arm.
You should go too, Penn.
Lucas says once they're out of earshot, not unkindly.
We'll discuss this when we've calmed down.
Do you realize how painful this is? She shivers and wraps her arms around her waist, still wearing her wetsuit and nothing else. To see you like that, with my best friend.
You have no right to this reaction. You have known about me and Scarlett for months. In fact, you pushed us together.
But it was just... You were hooking up. It wasn't...
Penn, when you broke up with me, I was clear that I considered my commitment to you over. I told you I'd be there for you as a friend. But you knew from the start that I wasn't going to treat my relationship with Scarlett like a way to pass the time.
But I'm the one who broke up with you. A few months ago, you and I were still in love, and now... What, you're in love with two people now?
No, I'm not.
It drops between the three of us like a body of water. Perfect rip entry. No splashes or noise, just a terrible, deafening silence. And when it has sunk deep enough into Penn's brain, she turns to me. You just took everything from me. Thank you, Vandy. I shake my head. She's being unfair and irrational, and I know I should be furious at her, but she's so obviously heartbroken, I can't find my anger. I know this is hard to hear, but neither the title nor Lucas were yours to be taken, I say softly.
You have to stop, Penn.
Lucas's hand tightens on my shoulder.
She's your friend, and you're hurting both of you.
She was my friend, and... She points at Lucas with trembling fingers. I forbid you to fall in love with her.
Penn, I already have.
Oh, yeah? She laughs, bitter and a little mean. Vandy must have not gotten the memo because she looks pretty fucking shocked by this piece of news. Lucas doesn't glance at me, but his throat works with his swallow.
She wasn't ready to hear it yet. This is none of your business.
How can it not be my business? You're my boyfriend and my best friend. All of a sudden, it's too much for me. I need us all to take a minute and I wipe my cheeks with both palms, overwhelmed. Penn, I'm sorry, but you're being unfair. And Lucas, I turn and slide away toward the locker room, toward the nearest exit. By the time I've turned the corner, Lucas has already caught up. He stops in front of me, blocking my path, hands rising to cut my cheeks.
Scarlett, don't.
We are in the same place where I ran into him and Penn arguing last September at the start of school. A cruel joke, that's what this is. I can't go to the award ceremony.
Fuck the ceremony. I'm here. Stay with me.
I shake my head, My tears scatter. I should have told Penn about us. The second things started changing, I should have.
Scarlett, you said it yourself. Penn is being irrational. She needs to get the fuck over herself.
But it wasn't truthful. Sam said I should have been honest. I wasn't, and now she's unhappy. I did this to her and to you.
To me?
He smiles, amused.
What have you done to me? You made me happier than I've ever been, Scarlett. That's all.
He tilts my face up until our foreheads press against each other.
Penn is not heartbroken. She's not in love. This is just possessiveness. She's lashing out because she lost 2 of her favorite toys, and she wants someone else to hurt as bad as she does. And I've been trying to tell you how I felt for months. And I know it's hard to hear. I know this stuff doesn't come easy to you, but it's out there now. You don't have to be terrified of it anymore. I love you. I'm in love with you. And you're in love with me. We can say it.
Lucas.
I've been in love with you for so long, and I won't stop. I know it.
Lucas.
This is it for me.
He presses a kiss against my cheek.
Remember back in the fall, when I was being a total asshole trying to prove to myself that I could exist without you? I can't, Scarlett. I can't be without you. And for the first time in my life, I don't care. I think of you all the time, and I want to make plans with you. I want to talk about the future, and I'm fucking happy about it.
Stop. It's the word. Our word. The one I never used. And Lucas recognizes it because he immediately straightens. After a beat, he even manages to let go of me. You said that if I said stop, you would stop. And I'm asking you to stop now. This is too much. That's my best friend. And my team. And you are The words start shaky and die in my throat. I cannot even think them. I'm asking you to give me a minute to figure this out. Okay? I watch him watch me for long, long moments. His need to respect my boundaries at war with his need for me. The determination in his eyes that doesn't quite hide the pain. His heart may be as cracked as mine.
You know it, don't you?
He asks. What?
From the very start, you had all the power. From the very start, I was in the palm of your hand.
I did, I think. I definitely do now. Yes. He smiles, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes.
As long as you are aware, Scarlett.
I don't even have to run from him because he's the one to leave. He kisses my forehead and turns around, and then I watch him walk away until he's just a fuzzy figure, blurred by my tears. Chapter 65. I'm not a coward. Or maybe I am. Am I? I'm not saying that you are or aren't, Barb muses, eating a bite of mac and cheese I made from scratch like the ingrate she is. Like Ludwig taught us, some questions don't need to be solved, but dissolved. I don't recall meeting anyone named Ludwig. Wittgenstein, renowned Austrian philosopher. I sigh. I knew it wasn't the bones that took up space in your head. Perhaps it's aphorisms. She licks her spoon. The point is, Ludwig wouldn't want you to keep wondering whether you did the right thing by leaving California. You should simply dissolve the problem and accept that you did what you needed for your peace of mind. Are you sure that's what Ludwig would want? Of course. He personally told me. He always cared so very much about your well-being. He did, didn't he? Plus, you're doing your internship with Michaela here in St. Louis. True, technically. I just hadn't planned on piecing out of California the day after the NCAA, on a needlessly overpriced flight, without saying goodbye to anyone, leaving uneaten groceries in the fridge. I've been home for nearly 10 days, and it took me about half of that to explain to Barb why I turned up on her doorstep with no warning at all. The rest has been spent trying to sort out my feelings. You've always been slow at that kind of stuff, Barb says now, over the bowl of mac and cheese for which I bought expensive pecorino, using her money. But take your time. It's not like there's a strapping Swedish lad with a Stanford Med acceptance waiting for you. My feelings for Lucas are... That's not the problem. What's the problem then? Right. What is the problem? Do you think that a relationship that started so messily and with so many hiccups and hurting other people can have a happy future? Barb smiles. I think every relationship is the same. Which means you won't know until you try. A few days ago, I started receiving the first tentative texts from my teammates. Are you okay, Bella? If you need someone to talk to, please know that I'm here. Bree. Hey, what I said was messed up. I didn't have all the facts, or any, and I still decided to run my mouth. I'm sorry. Victoria. Not to mention the constant email communication with Coach Seema.
My cardiologist has advised me not to involve myself in drama, and I know the season is over, and I have no right to make demands of your time. I am, however, sending you a picture of me receiving your gold medal. Please come collect it at your earliest convenience. I am proud of you. The things in your locker are now in a box in my office. P.S. Stanford plays second.
And?
I understand that this is a delicate time for you, but I cannot stress enough the importance of signing up for the Olympic trials. You are already qualified. This needs to be done as soon as possible.
And?
I hope you took a well-deserved break. But you better be practicing again now.
He's lucky because I am, though it has little to do with the trials and everything with the fact that diving is, once again, my happy place. I spend long days interning at the hospital, then go to my high school club where I train mostly on my own. No objectives, just vibes.
It's truly incredible how much you have improved.
Coach Kumar tells me.
Such good work, all around.
And yet, as the days go by and I give myself enough time to think, I'm not certain that it's true. In the past year, I've become a better diver, sure. But what about the rest? The near career-ending injury I described, I write in the millionth draft of my med school essay, played a big role in my decision to become an orthopedic surgeon, but no more so than my stepmother. She is the single most influential figure throughout my life, the person who rescued me from an abusive situation when it would have been much easier to simply rescue herself. Thanks to her, I know what courage is, and... Okay, the last sentence requires work. If I was courageous, I'd be with Lucas, wouldn't I? If I was courageous, I'd go back to California and confront Penn. On an impulse, I open a blank Word document. Dear Penn, I should have been more transparent about my feelings for Lucas, and for that, I'm sorry. You fucked up too, though. I get that you're hurting, but maybe you shouldn't have made a scene and stolen my gold medal moment, especially after what happened to me at my last finals. Maybe what you said about Lucas and me bonding over sex was insulting. Maybe you shouldn't have treated Lucas and me like wind-up toys. Maybe you don't get to make us kiss and then break us apart. Maybe you cannot be the center of everyone's world. Maybe I want for Lucas to be the center of mine. I don't send it. However, I ruminate over that for the following day, until in the middle of an arm stand, my feelings are finally sorted out. Anger and disappointment toward Penn and the way she acted. And toward Lucas? In the locker room, I pull up his number to... I'm not sure. Call him? Text him? Send him an I fucked up memoji? Then I see the location under his name. Shit, I say. Almost immediately, an idea buzzes through me. I dial Barb. Yep. First question, would it be okay if I took a break from my internship? Sure. You've already done way more than you were supposed to, so I can't see Michaela complaining about it. Plus, you are a Nepo baby. I prefer legacy artist. Second question, can I borrow some money? Borrow? You mean you'd later return it? Probably not. I want to say yes, but I feel like the wise thing would be to first ask, how much money? I'm not sure. Enough to fly to Sweden. The noise she makes is so triumphant, I have to move the phone away from my ear. Scarlet, baby. Finally. Me bank account as soup bank account. Within reason. I head out of the swim club, Googling flights without reason. Sorry, Barb. Trying to figure out what's the earliest time I could leave if I first stop home to grab my passport and a pair of clean underwear. Until someone stops me with a hand on my arm. Vandy? When I look up, I find Penelope Ross. Chapter 66. I know you don't owe me anything, she tells me the second we're sitting together in the park across the club. No benches are devoid enough of bird shit to meet our lofty standards, so we say a little prayer about the weight limit and settle on the swings, like we did last summer in Coach Seema's yard, where it all started. Penn's head hangs low, carefully studying the groove her shoe carves in the sand. Mariam said you weren't in California, and I remembered you were still sharing your location, and she shrugs. I could have called, but I decided that behavior as horrendous as mine deserved a grand gesture. I consider myself a nice person, but I'm not even tempted to deny it. You don't have to accept any apology. I just wanted to look you in the eye when I said, she seems to realize that she's not, in fact, looking me in the eye, and lifts her head. I'm sorry, Vandy. I screwed up. Big time. And I have no excuses. I study her familiar, beloved face. She seems tired, anguished. In the gray of this cloudy day, her hair is duller than usual. I never tried to take anything away from you. God, I know. Her face screws up like the memory of her words pains her. I know, Vandy. I know you. And even if you had been trying, neither Luke nor the NCAA title were mine. The things I said, I was out of my mind. I could tell you where I was at, but I wouldn't want you to think that I'm trying to find excuses for my behavior. Tell me. Because I've been trying to wrap my head around what I did to deserve to be treated that way, and nothing. She reaches out to grasp my hand and glances away when I instinctively pull back. I knew you and Luke were seeing each other, but for years I had to pry personal information out of him with a crowbar half the time, and you were not the type to do that. I figured your relations would just be sexual and never progress. And honestly, while I was seeing Theo, I barely thought about you two, which is not the behavior of someone in love. She rubs her forehead with her palm. And you and I grew so close, and I couldn't believe how lucky I was. When you won Winter Nationals, I was genuinely happy. But then you went to Amsterdam, and Carissa took pictures of you and Luke together and sent them to me. Carissa? She kept my number over the years, apparently. Jesus. Planning to use it for evil all along, I'm sure. She thought she caught Luke cheating on me with my friend and sent an entire fucking photo shoot of you guys playing tourist. He and we both realized years ago that we had little in common. He stayed with me out of gratitude because I helped him through the loss of his mom. And I don't think I ever admitted it to myself before last week, but I stayed with him because being Lucas Bloomqvist's girlfriend felt like the biggest middle finger to every single bully who tormented me in high school. She shakes her head like she's ashamed of that. So when Carissa sent those pics, I told myself that I didn't care, but the way he looked at you, I don't think he's ever wanted anything or anyone the way he wants you. And that hurt, because I was with him for years. And then Theo ended things, and the false positive results, I realized how alone I was. You and Lucas were so supportive, but when I stayed with him, he slept on the couch every night. And I could tell that all he wanted was to be around you. He only became interested in conversations when you were mentioned. He'd walk me to practice just to find some hiding spot and watch you dive. It had never been like that between us. I started questioning my entire fucking life. And then, well, at the NCAA, I was the favorite, but you won. And Lucas was celebrating with you, looking so smitten. I was in pain, and someone had to be the villain of my story. But then my head cleared. You weren't there for me to apologize, so I started with Lucas, and he laid out all the facts. Everything that I should have already known about him, myself, us. He packaged it for me to see clearly. How little we shared. We were the closest at 16, not when he moved to the U.S., not now as adults, when we were children. I never even cared about his dreams, and we'd been codependent friends, but our romantic relationship was long dead, even if we weekend at Bernied it for years. Lucas was reliable, and I knew I could always fall back on him. He was, she laughs, he was my crash mat. And when I saw him kiss you, I felt like you were pulling him from under my feet. And it hurt 5 times harder because it was you. And I'd never had a friend like you. I snort. Pen, you have so many friends. Everyone loves you. And they're great. But with you, it was always so easy. You never judged me or made me feel anything but accepted. And when I realized that I'd be losing both Luke and you, I lashed out. I acted like Luke was a sandwich stolen by a seagull, and are you saying that I'm the seagull? I think so, yeah. I fight a smile. Wow, thanks. Better than what I am, which is the fucking villain. I sigh. This time I'm the one reaching for her hand. Cold, rough, too thin, surrounded by mine. I don't think anything is as simple as that. There were just choices that we made, and consequences. I shrug. I also made mistakes. I could have told you that I was falling for him, and I probably would have still been a bitch about it. She stands with a wistful smile. I came here to apologize. What I said was cruel and false. I stole from you the joy of your first gold medal. I want to make it up to you, but I don't know how. If you no longer want to be my friend, that's fair. And if you want to make me work for it, it's also fair. I will. Believe me. If you want to think about it, take your time. I nod. Thank you. My stomach feels buoyant. For the first time in days, I'm not going to be swallowed by quicksand. For telling me all this. Thank you for listening, Vandy. I watch her step away, and when she's a few feet from me, something occurs to me. Actually, she turns around. Are you going back to California? A nod. I stop fighting my smile. I'm going to the airport too, in case you need a ride. Chapter 67. Jan is my accomplice, and I'm proud of myself for recruiting him. Initially, I just hoped to get an address from him. Then I found out that he was visiting Stockholm, and he became my co-conspirator. I have a hotel booked, I tell him when he picks me up at the airport. He looks at my face, then at my backpack, then at my face again.
You travel very lightly.
He might be angry at me, I explain. We didn't leave off on the best terms. I'm not going to stick around if he doesn't want me. He laughs and puts my bag in the trunk, shaking his head like I'm warning him about the dangers of chemtrails and mind control. Everyone around me talks in the same beautiful sing-songy way I've come to associate with the Swedish language. The colors seem more vibrant than back home, though it might just be because I know that Lucas is nearby. And because, past 10 p.m., the sun is still in the sky.
Won't go down at all.
Jan explains. It's early June, just like in Midsommar, and... Wait a minute. No human sacrifices, right?
What are you... Oh, that movie?
He sighs.
Ari Aster has a lot to answer for. And Ingmar Bergman is right there. Anyway, how do you want to play it?
What do you mean?
You said you wanted a grand gesture. What's your plan?
Oh, well, I guess I thought that flying over an ocean and a good chunk of land where toilets are holes in the ground and water is served without ice would kind of be it? Jan is unimpressed.
But what will you do once you see Lucas?
Oh, had I considered that far? No. Yes. I know that I'll tell him that
Did you bring flowers?
I don't think it's legal. Fragile ecosystems and such.
Then are you proposing to him?
What? I'm 21. Jan shrugs.
When you know, you know. Did you learn a complicated TikTok dance?
Would he even enjoy that?
Who wouldn't?
I clearly didn't think this through.
Well, you better fix that quickly.
He says, pulling into the driveway of a red 2-story house. The roof is pitched, and the green of the surrounding trees is almost cartoonishly bright.
Because we're here.
Your father's home?
Yes. He's very excited about you coming, by the way.
Oh, God. You told him?
Of course.
I cover my face, pray for the car seat upholstery to wrap around me like a boa constrictor and release me from this ignominy.
He's very happy. I told him you're smart and you like nature. He's glad you're Lucas's first girlfriend.
I am not his girlfriend, and he dated Penn for 7 years. Jan shrugs.
Dad never met her, so he thinks Lucas made her up.
This is a terrible mistake. It's nearly 11. Is Lucas usually awake?
No, not usually.
Crap. Then I should go to the hotel and come back tomorrow?
Well, he's not usually awake, but he clearly is tonight.
He takes the keys out of the ignition to point at the house, and when I follow that line, Lucas is leaning against the porch baluster, arms crossed on his chest. His usual barefoot self, but wearing jeans and a t-shirt, not PJs. He does not have the look of someone who just got out of bed. In fact, the curl of his mouth holds no trace of surprise. He's been waiting for me. You told him, I accuse.
I did not.
Jan assures me, placid as usual.
Believe me, I would not get on the bad side of my future sister-in-law this early in the relationship.
He slips out, and short of carjacking this vehicle and flooring it back to the airport, I have no choice but to do the same. But after a couple of steps, I freeze, because Lucas is coming toward us, that half-smug, half-pleased smile still on his beautiful face. He tells Jan something in Swedish that starts with tack, thank you, and contains the word troll. But despite my religious Duolingo sessions, I cannot follow any further. Jan grasps his shoulder as he passes by, and then turns around before entering the house.
Scarlett, lycka till.
Good luck. Thanks, I replied too weakly for the sound to carry. I'll need it.
No, you won't.
Lucas says, clearly amused.
What did I tell you?
Many things. For reasons that probably only Sam could list, I'm already crying. A couple of fat, lonely tears. Which one are you referring to? He shakes his head. His fingers come up to dry my cheeks, and my heart swells so much and so fast, I feel as though I could take flight.
In the palm of your hand, Scarlett, from the very start.
I screw my eyes shut at the sweet, bitter pain of his words. I have to wind down. Things to say, peace to make. How did you know I was coming? Did Penn tell you?
You never stopped sharing your location with me.
I know that, but still, you'd have to have checked where I was to... Oh.
I can't sleep unless I know where you are.
His shrug is delighted, unapologetic.
And during the day, I just feel better keeping tabs. Control, you know?
He leans in and presses a single soft kiss to my hair, murmuring,
I'd say sorry, but you should probably just get used to the way I am.
My laugh is choked, breathless. So you just know everything?
Not everything.
He pulls back. Even the blue of his eyes is more vivid.
I know that you came here to see me, even though I did briefly wonder if you were just in the mood for dammsugare. I can only imagine the rest. That you're scared, for instance.
Petrified, more like it, I whisper. Another tear streaks down to my chin. This is so messy.
Falling in love?
I nod. And I did it so deeply, desperately fast. It's just pure violence.
The ultimate loss of control, huh?
I breathe deeply.
But we've done this before.
He points out, patient, almost detached.
You've given up control. You've trusted me to take over.
And you never took advantage.
Nor will I. What else?
He drums his fingers on his bicep.
I assume you want us to be together?
I nod again.
That's going to require some discussions. I have to make plans for my future. You have to make plans for yours. Let's do that together, okay?
It all sounds so simple coming from his mouth. The alphabet, the most basic of arithmetic. Us, being in love. What about med school? I ask, trying not to sniffle.
There are a couple of ways to deal with that.
He's clearly considered this, at length.
I could see if the schools that accepted me are willing to grant a 1-year deferral. That way we could choose a place where both...
Lucas, no. You can't waste a year just for...
Scarlett.
His fingers come up to my chin, grab it gently but tight.
The only time wasted is time we are apart.
My heart might beat out of my chest.
I could also keep my commitment to Stanford if you're interested in staying in California.
He continues casually.
We'd be together next year while you finish up undergrad. And I have no doubt you'd get in the following year.
I can't ask you to make life decisions based on me.
That's okay, because no asking is involved. Scarlett, this is it for me. I'm in.
But what if we start dating and we don't work out? He seems to find the question hilarious.
We've been dating for nearly a year in everything but name. We work together in every possible way. Except the chaos you live in, but I can probably train that out of you. Punishments. Positive reinforcement.
He pushes my hair back.
You respond well to that kind of stuff.
But what if...
Scarlett.
He interrupts, a little less restrained.
Listen to me. The last few years, I did everything I could to be happy with someone else and did not manage.
His hand slides down my arm slowly. Long fingers twine with mine.
And then I spent the last few months trying not to fall for you, and failed so fucking miserably that...
He shakes his head.
This is it. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. No more lies.
I frown. Did you lie to me?
By omission.
What did you not tell me?
How early I fell for you. How soon I realized it. The enormity of it.
I close my eyes, so overwhelmed, so intensely full of Lucas that looking at him might be too much. I thought you'd be angry at me for being such a coward back at the NCAA.
Difficult to be angry at someone when their actions hurt them as much as they hurt me.
I look away, clear my throat. Well, I guess we covered a lot of ground. But I should still say what I came to say, which is, first of all, thank you. For the past couple of weeks, for giving me the space I needed to figure myself out and to get my shit together. I thought it was very nice of you to respect my wishes and... His shoulders shake silently. What?
Don't be too grateful.
I'm being pulled into him, thick arms, the width of his hand on my lower back, lips to my temple and his enveloping scent.
I have a plane ticket for St. Louis 2 days from now. We're going to have to change that, huh?
I bury my head into the familiar warmth of his throat, feel his pulse steady against my cheeks. The U.S. Olympic trials are next week, I say. He nods.
Should we go? It's up to you.
That we. I think I'd like to, yeah. I wrap my arms tight around his shoulders. It would be nice if I qualified. I could go to Melbourne with you.
You should come whether you qualify or not.
His hand slides up my back.
I don't think I want to let you out of my sight again this summer.
There is no space between him and me, no air between the hot tension spilling in my stomach and the shift of his muscles under my hands. I can't be like Penn.
You never have been.
What I mean is, I don't think I'd be able to ever live apart. And I'm greedy. I wouldn't be able to be with other people or handle an open relationship or take breaks.
That's good, because I know you think that I'm not capable of jealousy, and maybe I thought that too. But if you were to ask me for any of those things, it would gut me, Scarlett. It would absolutely end me. And if it were non-negotiable, if it were a condition to be with you, I'm still not sure I'd be able to say no.
His stubble scratches my cheek. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to say it before, but...
But?
I take a deep breath, turn until my mouth is against the shell of his ear, kiss him underneath it before I say, I love you so, so much. All the things you talked about in Amsterdam on the balcony, I want them too. With you. For the next 1,000,000 years.
Million? Hyperbole?
Not this time. His smile is easy, quick, wide. I don't see it, but it blooms against my skin.
Wow.
I pull back, puzzled. Wow? I just told him that I love him, and he...
You know what we call this?
I shake my head. His fingers close around my waist, and he's picking me up, lifting me high, and it's my turn to bend down and kiss him. But before I manage, he whispers against my lips.
A Midsommar miracle. Epilogue. A few years later. Lucas Blomqvist, MD, PhD. He hasn't seen her in 2 days. Spotting her on the other side of the hospital cafeteria doesn't count. Neither does waking up and finding her in his arms, eyes closed and breathing soft, too exhausted to even stir as he gets ready for his shift. Sometimes, when she's in deep sleep, a thoughtful little frown furrows on her brow. Lucas cannot physically get out of bed until he has smoothed it over with his lips. He used to want to prove to himself that he could thrive, even without her. He has given up on that. Now, he just wants her. Scarlett.
I hate bones.
Lucas. I hate bones too. Scarlett.
Why do you hate bones? Shouldn't you hate brains?
Lucas. Bones steal you away from me. Brains keep me entertained when you're gone. Carl XVI Gustav starts rubbing against his shins the second he steps inside the kitchen, so Lucas glances at the magnetic board on the fridge. Katten åt, it reads. The cat ate. He crosses his arms. I know she has already fed you. Meow. She told me. She wrote it right there on the board. Meow. I'm not her. I will not be manipulated. Meow. He sighs and opens the treats cupboards. He finds it at work during rounds while patting the pockets of his white coat in search of a pen. The note reads,
Whenever you open this, I'm probably thinking of you.
Occasionally, someone brings up his previous life. Do you really not miss swimming? Not really, no. Interesting. You know, there's an orthopedics resident here who used to be an Olympian a few years ago. Like in Paris, I want to say? Melbourne, Lucas corrects in his head. Diving, I think. The one in Paris? She and her partner got a bronze medal. Silver. Do you know of her? Lucas smiles. I am familiar, yes. They compare their schedules as soon as they receive them. Some months are better than others. Scarlett.
How many times do you think we'll see each other in the next year?
Lucas. At least one. Scarlett.
Right. The wedding.
Lucas. 2, if we can both make the rehearsal dinner and neither of us has to send a proxy. Scarlett.
Sounds far-fetched. You must believe in fairy tales.
Lucas. If trolls exist, anything can happen.
This is Lucas, my best friend's fiancé.
Penn says. He cannot help a small smile.
What?
The way you introduced me. Not her own ex, not her own friend. It seems to occur to Penn, too, and her eyes widen.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I promise I love you and stuff.
And stuff.
Come on. You know I would throw myself under a bus for you.
You absolutely would not.
Well, under a tricycle.
Better.
I would throw myself under a bus for Scarlett, though.
He can certainly relate to that. He's listening to a talk on ependymomas when his phone vibrates. Scarlett.
Premise. Love being a doctor.
Scarlett.
Love corpse stuff.
Scarlett.
However,
Scarlett.
I cannot wait for next year when we're slightly less busy and can, you know,
Scarlett.
see each other.
Scarlett, he thinks. You have no idea. He slips into bed after 3 a.m. He usually waits until he's warmed up to pull her closer. When she's the one to roll into him, though, all bets are off.
Oh my God.
She mumbles in his chest.
You actually exist. I thought I'd made up a whole Swedish fiancé.
He smiles into her hair, heart too big and too full. Go back to sleep.
No, don't wanna.
Why?
Because.
Because?
You're not going to be here when I wake up.
He smiles against her temple. Baby.
Yeah?
Remember how I covered Art's shift last week?
Oh no, are you covering another?
Nope. Art is covering mine. Tomorrow.
What?
She pulls back. Her tired dark eyes blink open.
It can't be.
It can.
Surely you must be on call.
Nope.
It's impossible. Check again.
He kisses her forehead. Just sleep. I will be here when you wake up.
But what are we going to do with all that time together?
I was hoping we'd sleep in. Then go at it like animals. Then maybe a quick break at the pool. Then back home. More animal stuff.
Oh my God. Lucas, what are we? A couple?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. A minute later, she's asleep. The entire universe is here, in his arms.
This is Therese Plummer. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged production of Deep End by Allie Hazelwood. This program was directed by Beth Hicks. Executive producer Karen Jakonski. Edited by BookTrack. Text copyright 2025 by Allie Hazelwood. Production copyright 2025 Penguin Random House, LLC. All rights reserved.